Hello and welcome to TalkSport 2 and our exclusive commentary of the first Test match of the series between the West Indies and England. We've reached the final day in Antigua, and as it stands, all the results are still technically possible. Day 4 was another day with weather interruptions. However, by the close of it, England were 217 for 1, thanks to Zach Crawley's 117 not out and Joe Root being with him still on 84. It means they lead by 153. So England are in the box seat. The million-dollar question, though, is on a pitch as docile as this, is there time to force a victory? It's only a 3-match series, so a win in the first game would be huge. Or with back-to-back matches, would they be better served grinding away for as long as they can? Well, stay with us and find out. Or if that's not just a good enough reason, just stay with us, because the legend that is Sir Curtly Ambrose will be joining us today here on TalkSport 2. Afternoon, everybody. Morning in Antigua. It is another bright and breezy day at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Play underway in half an hour's time. Yes, that is half an hour earlier because we are making up the time lost from yesterday. So it's a 98 over day. Play to get underway at 1:30 UK time. It is lunch and tea scheduled to be the normal hour. So it's just an elongated first session to make up for what was lost on day 4 of this match.
Leach in again, bowls a quicker one, and that's hit him on the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Jaden Seals, LBW's Jack Leach. West Indies have been bowled out for 375. We've got the situation with the roller once again, the member of the ground staff. He's saying, no, it's 7 minutes. I've been told I have to roll it for 7 minutes. The senior umpire, Joel Wilson, is actually now shooing him off. He's saying, could you get off now? We're ready to go.
That is the inducker from Roach. Worked away by Crawley through square leg, and it will go all the way to the boundary.
Here is Roach again, hits Alex Leach on the pad. Up goes the finger. I'm surprised by that.
He's not hit it, he's on his way.
Is he?
Ricketts hit it.
Oh, hello, you're dead right. And Alex Leach is on his way. Thrashed away through the offside. Lovely shot again from Crawley. This time it's gone all the way for 4. And that little lap sweep now from Zach Crawley.
Yeah, very clever shot.
Well, he's pulling Jason Holder on this occasion, and he's pulling him through mid-wicket for 4.
Roach in again. Worked nicely behind square on the leg side by Zach Crawley to bring up his 50. From exactly 100 balls, I really enjoy the fact that Brathwaite... he's not going to give himself half a dozen overs, but just every now and then he thinks, we see how they handle a few club cricket second 11 lobs.
I'm telling you now, Brathwaite's getting me out every day of the year.
Because the village blacksmith comes on and bowls his
Well, you just get a
long
jaffer
hops.
Yeah, can't hit a long hop.
How old are you, the village blacksmith?
And easily steered away by Joe Root, who brings up his 54th Test 50.
Short delivery and edged over the slip cordon. Not sure where that shot came from.
It's like that ball was coming from a different test.
He gives Crawley some width. Cracked away for 4. Crawley moves to 94 and the score 169 for 1.
Well, our partnership's getting some runs, Johnny.
I tell you what, mate.
The last 3
Manners
overs.
and Matty P, they're packing their bags. They're off.
That should be it. That will be it. You can hear the England fans, they're all on their feet saluting what has been a quite superb knock from young Zach Crawley.
So Zach Crawley with 100 for England, 117 not out. A close of play, he spoke with our very own Samuel Badry.
Oh, it means an awful lot. Yeah, it's been a while since my first ton, and there were times last year when I didn't think I'd get another one. So I'm very pleased with performance, and I'm pleased with the position we're in, thankfully.
And 24, when you lost that first wicket, maybe people were thinking about another collapse, but that partnership with Joe Root at the moment stands at an unbeaten 193. What was key during that partnership for both of you?
Oh, Richie's such a calm head, and he was telling me to stay concentrated, and they bowled really well in times, and we just had to weather those storms and then come back and score more freely at times. But he's such a calm head and experienced player that I took a lot from him, and he played beautifully himself.
And the conditions out in the middle, day 4, it still seemed to be quite easy for the batsmen, or is that something that we're just looking at, but you played really well?
No, it's definitely still a good wicket. It hasn't broken up as much as we thought it would at the start. We're hoping it's going to break up quite a bit tomorrow and, give us a good chance of bowling them out.
And lead by just over 153, 1 day left. What are the prospects of a result tomorrow from your point of view?
I think we've got a good chance. Obviously we'll give it a good go in the morning and give ourselves a chance of winning it. And we're certainly going to try and win it.
Exceptionally well played once again. Congratulations.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Samuel Badri speaking with Zach Crawley at close of play yesterday evening. Well, the players are on the pitch doing their warm-up drills. Will be underway in 24 minutes' time. Delighted to say that Matt Pryor is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, as we build up to today's play. Well, Matt, first of all, what an incredible day from an England point of view. Yes, it was frustrating in terms of the play, but Zach Crawley has made 100. Joe Root is closing in on another one. And if I tell you, that is the first time since Sri Lanka 2018 that England have had a centurion in both innings of a test match. That is not to be sniffed at. We've moaned and complained about the England batting for a while. Yes, you can say it's a flat pitch and you should score runs on that, but you've still got to go out and do it.
Yes, absolutely. Afternoon, Macca. Afternoon, everyone. A good day for England, as you say, and it's nice to see a scorecard like that when England are batting. It's been a long time, as you've just suggested. But it doesn't matter about the wicket, doesn't matter about the bowlers. You've got to go and do it. You've got to put the runs on the board. You need a bit of luck always. Zach Crawley had a bit of luck yesterday. Could have been out for naught, but took his opportunity and made sure. It wasn't just get 30, get 40, get 50. It was get to 3 figures, get the 100. That's what the England top order need to start doing, is scoring hundreds and big hundreds. Joe Root this morning, that will be his first focus, I'd imagine, walking out. Get to that 3-figure mark. A big milestone for him as well, because let's not forget, he's just made the decision to bat at 3, which, it's well documented. He doesn't feel as comfortable there. But I think it was a bold call from him, but the right one as the captain of this England cricket team, new look team, wanting to rebuild. A lot has been spoken about that, and Joe Root from the outset has said, right, I'm going to ask a lot of you guys, I'm going to take you out of your comfort zone, but I'm going to do it as well. I'm going to move myself from 4 to 3 because it's the best thing for the team. So that was the first step, and a big step, but then he had to go and perform. He knew that better, more than anyone. So if he can get 100 under his belt early on in this new look team, and with Joe Root walking out at 3, it bodes well.
Zach Crawley said there, England still have a good chance of winning this game. They're 153 on. Right, okay, that's the PR version. Realistically, before I say that, I guess the England team have to believe that they have a chance of winning that. When does realism take over? At what point in the day? I mean, they're going to go out, they're going to try and get something that's declarable. But if this pitch is so docile, so difficult, at what point do they actually turn to each other and say, it doesn't matter who we're playing against here, we can't force a win on this? At what point do they then change tack and say, right, we're just going to grind this out, we're going to keep the West Indies out there for the majority of the day, putting mileage into their legs? It's important for people to remember, the second test in Barbados starts on Wednesday, which means it's Saturday today. Tomorrow will be a travel day. It gives you only 2 days preparation, rest and recuperation, preparation, call it what you want, before the start of the next test. At what point do England flip the switch from thinking about winning to thinking about inflicting pain if we can't win it?
Well, I think you have to take it one step at a time, and certainly England, we've just watched Joe Root giving his team talk, and it looked pretty animated. That wasn't a captain saying, lads, just have an easy day, put your trainers on, and we're just going to feet up and bat all day. That was a captain saying, we are in this game, we are not taking a backward step, we've had to fight hard to get in this position, and we're going to give it a really good go at winning this test match. It is very hard to win test matches, and if you get even a sniff of an opportunity, then you've got to go for it. With regards to timings, I think the plan would be pretty simple. Win the first half hour again, build a base, maybe even the first hour, just bat, and reassess from that point. If they're still in a very good position and 2 batsmen set, I think they would look to take the attack to the West Indies bowlers and try and score, get the run rate up quite significantly, and try and get to around a 250 lead as quickly as possible. Now, England aren't going to risk losing this test match. They are going to make sure that the West Indies cannot get the runs, first and foremost. How long that takes will dictate whether England have a good go with the ball or not. One thing I'll say about this wicket, if you're behind the 8 ball and there is no chance that you're winning and all you have to do is bat for 4 hours, 3 hours to draw, it's a whole new pressure. You lose a couple of early wickets, it's even more pressure. So, firstly, England need to get into a good, strong position ahead of the game and then take a couple of early wickets against, a couple of early West Indian wickets, and pressure changes. The wicket suddenly feels like it's doing all sorts. One thing I will say to negate, and I know exactly where you're going with this, Mark Wood is injured. You've got Chris Wokes and Overton, who did 150 odd overs, bowled a lot of overs personally. Stokes is an injury concern. He bowled 28, 30 overs, whatever he bowled. Do you just go, actually lads, you know what, we'll let West Indies bowl at us, we'll rest and recuperate, and we'll hit them hard in the second test when they're exhausted? And I take your point. The amount of times I was in dressing rooms having that exact conversation where the wicketkeeper and bowlers were saying, no, captain, I think we should have feet up and let them bowl. The feeling with the coach and captain is if there's even a 5-10% chance of winning a test match for your country, you go for it.
Matt Pryor, from an England point of view, they have to find a way of negating all the bowlers, of course, but once Kemar Roach gets a head of steam up and gets, coming down that metaphorical hill, if you like, then you've got trouble. They've got to negate him, they've got to blunt him, haven't they?
Yeah, they do, and where I think he'll be very effective on this wicket is he tends now, his stock delivery goes into the right-hander, and he tends to bowl stump to stump as well. And we saw yesterday a few balls keeping quite low. I mean, really low, hardly getting above shin height. And I think that's something that England will be looking at and going, right, when Roach is on, potentially batting out of your crease, even a foot and a half out of your crease, because if that, you want to be making sure you're going into the ball and going forward if there's any risk of it staying low. And hopefully that will negate Roach. But look, he's a class performer, has been for a number of years for West Indies, and he's one of those guys, when he gets on a roll, he can run through you very quickly.
Just out of interest, obviously Broad and Anderson would perform that kind of role for England. They were hoping that Wokes would be sort of the person to be the spearhead, but that's not really worked. We're almost looking at Mark Wood kind of being the leader of the attack from an England point of view, but with his injury record and his sort of, they have to sort of manage his workload. Can he have that role?
Well, look, this is where it's really tricky, because I saw Harmy mentioned the other day that Wood's been mismanaged and is a Ferrari, and therefore he needs to be the sort of battering ram, used sparingly, 4 overs at a time, and run in, bowl fast, take a wicket type role, which is all well and good when you've got Broad and Anderson doing the bulk of the overs and being able to hold an end. Now they're gone. You've got Wokes and Overton, who haven't yet been able to do that job. Therefore, Wood has had to bowl a load more overs. And this is the complexity of this decision and how far-reaching it is by leaving these two guys at home. Now, I don't want to keep harping on about it because the decision's been made, but what I'm looking at is, okay, what are England now going to do with the bowlers they have? What are they going to learn about them? We know Wood is an injury concern. That he has been his whole career, and he will continue to be. That is a given, and therefore we also know how effective he is. So he needs managing, he needs to be used as a Ferrari, but unfortunately he can't be within this current setup of bowlers. So that then puts more pressure on Wokes, that puts more pressure on Overton, or Robinson when he comes back in, which we assume he would do. There are a lot of questions that need answering right now.
There are indeed. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the next test starts on Wednesday. So I would imagine if there is a concern, and Harmy said he couldn't see Mark Wood bowling in Barbados, if England are thinking about bringing out a replacement, then presumably we'd have to find out this evening, because there's very little time for this to all happen.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. So Joe Root, 84 not out, batted beautifully yesterday, and Zach Crawley got better and better and looked more and more assured. Very Very seldom are openers assured from the off. Not even Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich looked completely comfortable for the first couple of overs. But unusual sight of the part-time leg spin of Nkrumah Bonner opening the bowling, but that is of course because he is finishing an inauspicious over. He's actually bowled 4 deliveries, 2 of which were no balls. So he's gone for 6 in his 2 legal deliveries. And anyway, it's going to be Nkrumah Bonner to bowl the first ball of the morning in day 5. That's short and punched away off the back foot up towards extra cover by Zach Crawley. He remains 117 not out. The lead is 153. The Barmy Army launching into their rendition of Jerusalem. That was another no ball. 3 no balls in the over from Nkrumah Bonner. Well, how hard can it be to keep your front foot behind the line? That is bizarre. 3 no balls from Nkrumah Bonner, and that one is right up in the block hole, lands in the right place, and his foot's behind the line. Zach Crawley blocks it away defensively out on the offside. Oh, highly peculiar from Nkrumah Bonner. I know he's a part-timer, but can't be that hard to keep your foot behind the line. I mean, they're bowling part-time leg spin. This one is left alone. Turns actually. Spins away, pitches wide, and is left alone by Crawley, but there's some turn there for Nkrumah Bonner. There's been very few for the front line spinners. That's a good looking shot from Crawley. Again, it lands in the right place, just on a length outside off stump, and it's pushed by Crawley straight to the field. Joe Root stands at the non-striker's end waiting on 84. Here is Bonner. That's short, punched off the back foot nicely by Crawley. He will keep the strike because it's fielded by Jaden Seals down on the long off boundary, and I'm delighted to say it's opportunity after the first over to say good morning for the first time in this test match here on TalkSport 2 to the one and only Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be part of this commentary team. I hope that I can meet the expectations of you guys.
Sir Curtly, it's a great pleasure to have you in the commentary box. We have no expectations. What we do have, though, is a desire to know what your expectations are for the day. Do you think there's a chance for a result?
There is certainly a chance. It's not going to be easy. The pitch, a 5th day test match wicket, and not much assistance for the bowlers in general. But we've seen 1 or 2 balls keeping a bit low, so that could be a little bit of an encouraging sign for the bowlers.
Isn't it peculiar that two former fast bowlers have been the head groundsman here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? Here's Kemar Roach for the first proper over of the morning, and it's pushed away by Crawley to backward point. Sir Andy Roberts and now Tony Merrick. You would think they would try and put a bit more juice in the pitch, being former fast bowlers themselves.
Totally agreed. I have to say that I'm very disappointed with the surface. Not a good test match pitch.
Crawley on strike once more as Kemar Roach is in, slip in a gully, and that one is driven out towards mid-on, and they set off for a single, and there's a shy at the stumps. And I tell you what, that might have been very close. Jermaine Blackwood, the fielder, and he reacted quickly. That was a very quick single. That's slightly peculiar that they've gone through for that, called for that. The first over of the morning. That would, oh my goodness gracious me, he was 2 metres out of his ground. If Blackwood had hit, no, he was more than that. Right, 5 yards out of his ground. That was never ever a single. What on earth was Zach Crawley thinking there? Joe Root responded, and he thought, well, yeah, fair enough. You're running to the danger end. If you want to go for it, then feel free. He was running to the safe end. Here's Kemar Roach once again, and that one is driven out towards extra cover once more by Joe Root, and there is no run. What's going on there, Sir Curtly?
Very, very cheeky single. He got away with it. I couldn't quite understand why they wanted to do that. But he lives to fight another day.
Tell you what, he literally was 4 or 5 yards out of his ground. I mean, wouldn't even have been close. That one is punched by Joe Root out towards long on, and it's gone straight to the fielder. So West Indies go absolutely eyeballs out effort, go full on attack, look for these wickets. Obviously not with crazy fields, because the ball isn't really carrying to the slips, is it? I mean, there's no point. Conventional wisdom would have them, have 3 slips in a gully and a short leg, but it's not that kind of pitch. Here is Roach once again. It's steered by Root towards backward point, straight to the fielder again, and there's no run. At what point, Kirtley, would they start to think about resting Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals and preserving them for the second Test match?
Well, I believe that Kemar Roach will probably bowl one spell today. He has done a lot of work over the years.
Maybe they leave it to the youngsters, Jaden Seals and Alzari Joseph. Roach in again, and that one is driven out towards extra cover, and there's no run. First proper over of the day has been completed from Kemar Roach. He has 1 for 32. Kirtley, seriously, just the one spell. If nothing's happening, if the ball's not swinging, and Crawley and Root look absolutely rock solid, you really think Roach will bowl just this opening spell?
I believe he will. Now, West Indies are way behind. I don't think, unless they bowl England out this morning inside this first session, they're never going to win this game. If England bat until lunch, maybe just after lunch, they'll be close to 300 maybe in the lead. So I don't think West Indies are going to win this game. So why would you want to really have your premier fast bowler doing a lot of work today, considering the second Test match is only a couple of days away? So I just believe Kemar Roach will try one spell, and if nothing happening in terms of getting wickets, that will be it for him for the day.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, and the same, I guess, will apply to the other frontline fast bowlers. Jason Holder is one of them. He's bowling the second proper over of the day, and it's driven by Zach Crawley straight back to the bowler. We could, Kirtley, have a situation by mid-afternoon where, one of those situations where everyone who can bowl is having a bowl. We've seen Nkrumah Bonner and Craig Brathwaite already. Obviously, Berasami Pamal, the frontline spinner, the only frontline spinner, will have to presumably get through a lot of work if England manage to dig in and bat time. Who else can bowl? Jermaine Blackwood, he can turn his arm over, can't he? I think by mid-afternoon we could have the part-timers from both ends. Big appeal for leg before wicket. It looked a bit high and a bit leg side-ish, didn't it? Thinking about the review, and they're going to go for it. Well, it didn't. Well, Nigel Degood is the third umpire. He's going to go through the process. I would be absolutely shocked if this is overturned. It just looked high and as if it was heading past leg stump as well. But Jason Holder gave it a good shout. It's hit him right on the knee roll. Okay, I'm going to say immediately that it's closer than I thought. But he's batting out of his crease anyway. His stance is 6 inches out of his crease, and he's taken a big stride onto the front foot. So, but having said that, it's closer than I initially thought. Here we go. We've got ball tracking. Still looks like it's heading past leg stump. Missing. So West Indies have lost a review. Don't have to say, Kirtley, Craig Brathwaite didn't look particularly enthusiastic about the review, did he?
He certainly didn't, but bowlers always think that they've got a chance. I thought immediately he was going down the leg side, plus Crawley had a big stride in, so the ball had a long way to travel to get to those stumps. I think that review was in desperation, trying to break this partnership.
Well, Jason Holder, he was really enthusiastic. I have to say that Joshua Da Silva, the keeper, had already taken a pretty big stride down the leg side. Matt Pryor was mentioning yesterday that his footwork as a wicketkeeper could do with a little bit of sharpening up, but on that occasion he was quite clearly moving down the leg side. Here is Jason Holder once again, played away defensively by Zach Crawley up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Curtly, what could Tony Merrick have done differently in terms, without getting too technical? I'm not a grounds expert, and I'm not sure that you've spent much of your career preparing cricket pitches, but there is a benign nature to the pitch at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium anyway. Maybe apart from leaving a little bit more live grass on it, that's flicked away nicely by Crawley. He does enjoy the leg side, Crawley, and it's just a little bit too straight to him. Whipped it away for a single to deep square leg. More grass?
Yes, I think Tony Merrick and his crew should have left more live grass on the surface, add some more water to it so you have a bit more moisture. And I've seen those types of pitches here in local cricket where the ball bounce and carry with good pace quite often. So it's not that they can't do it, but what I find, as soon as they mention test match cricket, they tend to just take all the grass off, hardly any water in the surface. They can do better and should have done better. I am very disappointed with the surface for test match cricket. After the first hour on the first day, that was it really.
That's right. It's been very much a new ball surface, hasn't it? When the ball gets soft after 15, 20 overs, it's become very, very flat. That's pushed out square of the wicket on the offside and is fielded by Craig Brathwaite. The captain comes in from cover. England leading by 157. You just heard Sir Curtly Ambrose suggesting that if the West Indies were to win this game, they have to bowl England out by lunch. That would require them taking 9 wickets in the session. And I know that England have had some pretty spectacular collapses in the last couple of years, but not 9 wickets in a session. That's flicked away by Crawley, by Root, sorry. I think it was an inside edge onto his pad, and it's on through for a single towards square leg. Is there any suggestion, Sir Curtly, that the Craig Brathwaite or the West Indies team or the management, I don't know whether request would be the right word, but do you think, is there any suggestion at all that they let it be known that they would rather not have a spicy pitch to play on?
I don't think so, because speaking to head coach Phil Simmons, he himself is not happy with the surface. Things are a bit too slow.
Yeah, it's occasionally. Here is Kemar Roach, and that is full, and it's whipped away by Joe Root from outside the off stump towards mid-wicket. Sometimes if a team is low on confidence, they'd rather have a flat surface. But frankly, on paper, and indeed not just statistically, but you'd fancy this West Indian pace attack over England's, wouldn't you, in the absence of Broad and Anderson?
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise for me, not having one of those 2 extremely great fast bowlers in the lineup.
It was a shock. I'm glad that you were limited to surprise. That one is steered away by Root behind square on the offside. It was a shock, wasn't it? 1,100 wickets between them. It's like you and Courtney.
Yes, I believe that, with Jimmy Anderson, of course, he's at the back end of his career, so I expected him, you're not going to bring him to the Caribbean, let him stay in England, put his feet up for a while, get some rest, and ready for the summer. But at least Stuart Broad should have been here.
Indeed, 222 for 1. Here's Kemar Roach once again, and that is again just whipped away out from outside off stump towards Blackwood at mid-on, and There's no run. The score remains 222 for 1. Joe Root on 85, Zach Crawley on 120. The two of them resumed on 84 and 117. Again, there's the possibility of rain showers, squally showers that robbed us of over an hour of play yesterday. That one is driven sweetly by Joe Root behind square on the offside. Delayed drive out to Versami Pamal, the left arm spinner. He's sweeping on the backward point boundary, and as I mentioned, almost certain that he has prepared himself to bowl a lot of overs today. Mentally just getting in your mind around the fact that he could be bowling for best part of a couple of sessions if nothing happens for the West Indies. The weather is absolutely beautiful at the moment, by the way. Here is Roach once again. Was that a slower ball? It looked like it might have been a slightly slower ball, and it's an attempted drive from Zach Crawley. That's interesting delivery. Sir Kirtley, what's he done there? Is that a little cross-seam delivery?
Yes, certainly was a slow delivery, which was a little bit of a surprise, because normally when the ball is slow delivery, that's when the batsman really on the attack to try and deceive him.
Yeah, well, he wanted him driving, and he was driving, and he didn't time it. Oh, this one is flat batted, square drive, super shot from Zach Crawley. He's incapable of going into his shell, Zach Crawley. He just gets on with it. He's positive, and he certainly has backed up that massive double century scored against Pakistan early on in his Test career. But that was 19 months ago, and he's averaged less than 20. So an example, Sir Kirtley, of investing your faith, keeping the faith. If you believe in a player, batsman or bowler, stick with him, because he'll come good eventually.
Agreed, because too often we've seen teams just discard players after maybe one or two games without giving them a good long run to establish themselves. And it's good to see that Crawley, the selectors kept faith with him, and so far he's repaying them. He's played brilliantly and continued to be positive and aggressive.
Indeed. Here's Jason Holder up to the crease now again, bowls, and that's a half volley leg stump, and Zach Crawley has absolutely climbed into this one, or tried to. He's tried to hit that in the air. It was a whip shot over mid wicket. He was aiming in the air, but he's missed it, hit him on the pad, and bounced out on the leg side. Dare I suggest that the West Indies have been slightly guilty of that, Sir Kirtley? Too many players come and go too quickly in recent years. Here's Zach Crawley on strike once again. Jason Holder in once more, hits Crawley on the pads, and bouncing away into the offside. It was heading down the leg side. England remained 225 for 1, leading by 161. Shannon Gabriel, he's with the... Sorry, Kirtley, yes, you were...
Yes, I was just about to say that, too often in the West Indies we tend to discard players a little too soon after a couple of games. Well, then, there's some politics as well, but we won't touch that.
No, no, let's not go there. 225 for 1. Here's Jason Holder's bowled him. He's gone straight through Zach Crawley with a Yorker. He's knocked the off stump out of the ground. That's come out of the blue. Unexpected, super piece of bowling from Jason Holder. Not the pace, but the length was absolutely super. Looking for the Yorker and finding it. Off stump, out of the ground. Well, we were not expecting that, Sir Kirtley Ambrose.
Very, very well bowled by Jason Holder. I think he caught Zach Crawley by surprise, because we haven't seen many Yorkers throughout this Test match, and that was spot on. Really caught Zach Crawley by surprise, plucked the off stump out, and his brilliant innings finally comes to an end. Success straight away for the West Indies. Can they build on this now going forward?
Well, yeah, exactly. Suddenly the whole tone, the whole feeling of the test match has changed completely. You know, if it had been a soft run out, it wouldn't perhaps have had quite the dramatic effect of seeing the off stump crashing out of the ground. Well, it's a massive moment now for Dan Lawrence coming in at number 4, a chance to establish himself, and he won't get a better opportunity, will he? I mean, you very, very rarely see a 5th day test match pitch as flat as this one is, and so Dan Lawrence has got the opportunity on an elongated day. We're scheduled to have 98 overs, and he just put all thoughts out of your mind, relax, focus, concentrate. You've got an opportunity to bat for over 90 overs, Dan Lawrence. Unless Joe Root decides to give his bowlers a run in the late afternoon, and he does decide to declare. Of course, England could still be bowled out. I was going to ask you about Shannon Gabriel and whether he is an option for the 2nd test or 3rd test. I know he's with the squad. He's been injured. Do you happen to know whether he's in contention for the 2nd and 3rd tests?
I don't know for sure. He's nursing hamstring injury at the moment. That's why he's here. Physio working on him as we speak.
Well, he's certainly looking cheerful. That's pushed defensively out towards extra cover, and there's no run. We're not accustomed to seeing Shannon Gabriel smile, because we usually see him when he's playing on the field, and he looks fearsome. He looks as mean as you used to on the field, but he's got a smile on his face. Obviously, he's undergoing regular treatment, and are there any other fast bowling options? I mean, are we expecting the same quartet to start for the 2nd test match? Is anybody else in contention? Here's Holder once again, and it's turned nicely off his pads by Dan Lawrence, and he's off the mark 2nd ball with a single to Kemar Roach at deep backward square.
In terms of Shannon Gabriel, I'm not so sure if he'll be ready for the 2nd test match in a couple of days, because Gabriel is the kind of bowler who needs work, and I don't think he'll be ready in a couple of days to really charge in with that dodgy hamstring. So that is a bit of an issue for the West Indies team or the West Indies selectors. Are they willing to gamble him, or they want to prefer to wait until maybe the 3rd test match where he's much fitter? Hopefully by then the series is still up for grabs, but I just not sure he'll be ready for the 2nd test match. There are 1 or 2 fast bowlers around who is in the squad at the moment. Sherman Lewis, another good prospect. Then they got all-rounder.
But likelihood is that they're looking to keep the same quartet, the same 4 fast bowlers. Here is Holder once again. Slower ball from him too. I'm enjoying this, the fact that the bowlers are attempting slower balls, because it is that kind of pitch, isn't it? Where, because of the slowness of it, if you can induce the drive to a slower ball, chance that it'll be hit in the air.
They also got the all-rounder Raymond Reefer, who's been around for a little while as well. So there are options.
Here is Jason Holder to complete his 3rd over of the morning, and in at the pads once again, tucked away by Joe Root, nicely out towards Roach at deep backward square leg, and they go through for another single. So a shock and a surprise. Zach Crawley bowled by a wonderful Yorker from Jason Holder. England at 227 for the loss of just 2 wickets, and leading by 163. So Curtly Ambrose will stay with us for another couple of minutes, but taking over the lead mic is Andrew McKenna.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, you mentioned shock. It might be a shock if you've just switched on and thought, hang on a minute, they're playing already. Yes, we are making up time from yesterday. 98 overs today, so 30 minutes earlier, and Kemar Roach is coming in, and he's bowling to Joe Root. Root punching to mid-on, where Blackwood will field, and there is no run. So we've been underway for 23 minutes. England resuming 217 for 1. And as you've just heard, Zach Crawley dismissed bowled brilliantly by Jason Holder for 121, 225 for 2. So Root and Lawrence are at the crease. Joe Root has added a single to his... 3 to his overnight score. He's now 87. 13 away from another Test match 100 for him. And he's now waiting for Kemar Roach to run in towards him once again. Right arm over. That's an off-break cutter outside of off stump. Joe Root just waits, glides it down to wide third man, backward point, and they will take a couple. Root goes to 89, 229 for 2. So Kirtley, you've been speaking about the pitch, but let's turn it around. If you were bowling on this pitch, how would you go about it? What would be the way that you would approach this?
Well, most certainly, once you're armed with a new ball, you're going to try and make that new ball work for you.
As Roach comes in, that's full, Yorker length. Root is turning it towards the leg side. Bonner will field at mid-wicket, no run.
The new ball is very, very important for any fast bowler, and because once you know the shine is gone, the ball gets a bit softer. It's going to be hard work. So for me as a bowler on a pitch like this, I will try to make the new ball do the work for me, maybe pick up a wicket or two, and if that doesn't work, I'll just play the patience game and try to wear the batsmen down, stop them from scoring.
Roach on his way for the 4th ball of this over. Joe Root waiting outside of off stump. Square drive from Joe Root. This is a squarer shot, so it's actually Pamal coming around the covers. They're taking a second. Josh De Silva's whipped off the bails. There is an appeal. Now umpire Joel Wilson doesn't look overly interested, and I don't see him making the signal so far of going to the TV replay just in case. But Joe Root certainly took on the Pamal arm there, and he makes his ground safely. So 2 more runs to the total, 2 more to the England captain. There's certainly some intent from the England running this morning, Sir Kirtley.
Certainly, the running between the wickets has been excellent from the England batsmen since the start of the game. I'm very, very impressed with the way they run between the wickets. Keeps the West Indies fielders under pressure at every opportunity, and it's really, really good to see.
Joe Root 91 not out. Here comes Roach once again. He's wide on the crease. It's another off break. It's stood up really. Joe Root is trying to hit it to point, but it's so slow. He's actually ended up hitting it almost to mid-off. Brathwaite will do the fielding. They'll take a single. You were saying that if it's the new ball, then obviously you've got to make the new ball count. Now, I appreciate your West Indian attack didn't often get to sort of 70-odd overs into an innings with only 2 wickets down, Sir Kirtley, but at this point, does it have to be cutters and Yorkers? That's pretty much all you're limited to on a surface like this?
Not really. I think this first hour is going to be important. They should at least try to get a couple of wickets.
Roach for the final time. This over. It's Lawrence is across his stumps. Goes to mid-wicket. Bonner does well, actually, going away to his right-hand side. Gets his hand on it. Still a single taken, though. So it's 233 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. England's lead, therefore, is 169. Sir Kirtley Roach, continue Sir Kirtley Ambrose, continue the point you were making.
Yes, I would say that I don't like the idea of the bowlers trying to bowl cutters and all that stuff. I think they should come out in a positive frame of mind, look to bowl the way they know they can bowl, try to get a couple of wickets early, see what happens. Because after, as the game progresses, it's going to get much harder. So bowling cutters and all that stuff so early in your spell, to me, is not the way to go. You're not going to get guys out bowling that way. They're too good players at the crease. You've got to try and get them out in a different way.
Jason Holder then for the 13th over of his bowling, and that's an interesting shot. Dan Lawrence is coming down the pitch to Jason Holder, and that wasn't a slower ball, that was the standard delivery, stock delivery to about 127 Ks, and it's just clattered it over extra cover, and it goes away for 4. England 237 for 2.
Making his intentions quite clear. I am going to go on the attack. Maybe that's the instructions from the captain or the coaching staff, but he's surely giving Jason Holder something to think about.
Absolutely. I don't think Jason Holder would have been expecting that. 237 for 2. Lawrence, first boundary of his innings. This occasion, he's getting across behind this onto off stump, pushing to mid-off. And Alzari Joseph's a little bit on his heels there at mid-off. They have completely sneaked a single. And Alzari Joseph actually throws at the stumps in frustration at the non-striker's end, hits them. But Dan Lawrence is well and truly into his crease and made his ground by that point.
Caught Alzari Joseph napping there a little bit. But that shot over extra cover was a brilliant shot, but maybe a tad risky because of the nature of the surface, not bouncing a lot. But he played it very, very well.
Did indeed, and it tells us that England are still thinking about trying to get a lead in this that would enable them to have a sniff of a possibility of winning this game. Bowling the West Indies out, bowling anyone out on here, frankly, looks difficult, but at least England have got this positive mentality. They're going to pick up what they can, try and keep the scoreboard moving, and just if they could get into a position, declare and set something up later on, well, they're going to try and take that chance. That's what that tells us so far. Holder is in. Root from outside of off stump is working this through mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 93, 239 for 2. That lead now 175.
Such a wonderful player, Captain Joe Root. Only 7 runs away from another Test match century. And after he gets to that landmark, what will be his intentions? Go on the attack to score a little quicker, or do want to play it safe and bat until lunch and then assess the situation and how many overs are left then before they can start thinking about declaration?
Oh, absolutely. It'll be really interesting to see, does he change gear, just he carry on going. 176 balls Joe Root has faced. He's watching Lawrence. This is clipped into the onside, and they're thinking about a sharp single, and once again they take it.
Sorry.
Now that is 7 runs off of the over so far. And that is Jason Holder. You can just hear him. There's a bit of frustration creeping into this West Indian fielding outfit at the moment. Jason Holder's been clattered over extra cover for 4 first ball. Then there's 3 singles, 7 runs from the over just like that pretty easily, and it's now 240 for 2. And there's just a little bit of chirp between the teammates. Holder back to the end of his mark. On his way to Root. It's a slower ball. A little bit of loop actually in that delivery. Root gets it down to fine leg for a single. He goes to 94. 241 for 2. It'll be frustrating hearing that from a West Indian point of view, Sir Curly, but from an English point of view, really interesting that Jason Holder's getting so frustrated so early.
Yes, not a good sign, because he's not that type of bloke, really, but something isn't quite right.
He's on his way for the final time. It's over. Jason Holder. Dan Lawrence again is threatening to give himself some room. Hit over the offside. He hits to mid-on, takes on the single. Seals is the man who is again deep at mid-on. They'll take the single, take on the arm. The throw misses at the non-striker's end. But that Jason Holder over goes for 9. This is a test match on a really dead pitch, but England have just taken Holder's over for 9. It means at the end of it, they're 242 for 2, leading by 178 here on TalkSport 2, where our analyst is Jared Kimber.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Pamal for a minute, because this is going into one-day mode, right? They're playing one day. We've already seen West Indies worked it out even before England started attacking with the slower balls, the Yorkers, and it's certainly with Dan Lawrence's shot and the way they're running between wicket, they're looking at one days. Pamal is a very, very frugal spinner. In first-class cricket, he goes at 2.4 runs and over. He never gets hit in List A cricket. But it's also important to know that he's a spinner based in Guyana. When he plays in Guyana, you're going to love this, Macca. His first-class record in Guyana is 198 wickets at 15.5, while going at 2.16 runs and over. So far in Test cricket, he's gone at 3.3 runs and over. He's gone more expensive here. In Guyana, you get away with bad balls because it's such a tough pitch to hit a spinner, let alone score up one.
Alzari Joseph into the attack. And Dan Lawrence had a little fish outside of off stump there, through to the keeper, no run.
On this particular pitch, with England in this kind of mood, Paul may not help the West Indies as much as they would need. I don't think he's particularly set up for that kind of bowling, but it'll be interesting to see if they do bring him on, because eventually they're going to want to rest their seamers. What actually happens, whether England go full throttle against him or not. But just a reminder, not 198 wickets in Guyana at 15.5.
Handy, very. Right, Lawrence, 9 not out from 8 deliveries, is waiting to face Joseph. Outside of off stump, Lawrence hits off the back foot through the covers. Definitely a couple. Fielder coming around, will cut it off. Blackwood gets the throw in, and Lawrence is going to take 3. And England are definitely into white ball mode at the moment. They're a lead by 181. These two have put on 20 in 18 balls. So Curtly Ambrose has moved out. Matt Pryor has moved in alongside me.
Hello, Macca. Sorry for the slight delay. I was deep in conversation with Manners, putting the world to right.
Ah, well. What theories and conclusions did you come up with?
Let's not go there. Let's stick to the cricket. Very obvious that England are taking the attack to the West Indies now, and it's what we spoke about at the beginning of this programme, how they're going to go about it, and it looks like they're going to want to set a total.
Joseph, outside of off stump, quite wide of off stump. Joe Root can't catch up with it. It's through to the keeper, no run.
Actually, I think Joseph coming on, a bit more pace on the ball, so it would be easier to attack. On this surface, with so docile, you can't get any pace on the ball. So when you're trying to attack it, you have to hit it especially hard, time it very well, and something like a holder just stands it up would be probably more difficult to hit. Joseph, a bit more pace on it. You can use that pace.
Here he comes then. There's a wide gully in play for Joe Root, but Joe Root manages to chop down on this delivery, and Jason Holder, who is the man at wide gully, will go around to his right, pick it up, gather the loose ball. Joe Root goes to 95. England 246 for 2. Now he's taking his headphones off, I can say this. I've just done a commentary session with Sir Curtly Ambrose, a man who ruined so much of the 1990s for me from a cricketing point of view, inflicting scars and whatever, but one of my sporting heroes. Oh, wow.
Did you have a poster up?
I didn't quite go that far. Alzari Joseph is it. Oh, Dan Lawrence has gone right across his stumps, and it's a full attempted Yorker by Joseph that just goes down the leg side, and there's no run.
When you were young, Macca, and you played cricket in the backyard, which bowling style did you try and imitate?
Well, Ian Botham was my hero growing up, so it probably would have been Sir Ian.
Mine was Curtly Ambrose.
Was it?
Yeah.
I can see it in the way you bowl leg spin now you mention it.
A lot of half trackers. He seemed to get a lot more out of them than I did. I don't know what the difference was.
He ruined so many evenings of my youth, staying up, watching and listening, as England had collapse after collapse.
He ruined a few of Mike Atherton's evenings as well.
Alzari Joseph on his way for the well, that might not be the final ball of the over. That is very wide outside of our stump, and it is called wide by umpire Gregory Brathwaite, so we'll have to go and bowl that one again. 184 is the lead for England. Well, Josh De Silva at wicketkeeper is standing shaking his head, which is a very overt display of dissent if he is complaining that it's not a wide, or is he just shaking his head in disappointment at his bowler for going that wide? Right, so Greg Brathwaite has just laid it on the line. If you're going to consistently bowl out there, I am going to call that as a wide. Now, of course, unlike white ball cricket, there's no markers or anything like that in test matches. It's totally the umpire's discretion. Now, that was actually wider. And Dan Lawrence has hit that to a point, and they take a single. And that's where he gets a little bit silly, because that one was wider than the one that was called wide, and he's actually middled it to the cover sweeper. Lawrence goes to 13, 249 for 2.
Yeah, interesting passage of play this. Joseph trying to hide the ball but bowling it very wide. Lawrence actually manages somehow to get bat on that one. That was extremely wide again. Shift in mentality. For me, if Joseph just bowls straight, there's a chance of a wicket here.
Root on 95, fiddles outside the off stump, and you can hear Joe Root groan. Joe, do not play that shot. You have worked too hard to get to 95 not out from 180. Very little good is going to come out of that. It's through to the keeper, there's no run. It was actually a one delivery longer over than I previously thought, because there was a no ball in there as well as the wide. The issue of the no balls being called almost posthumously by the TV umpire. So 249 for 2. Joe Root 95 not out. Lawrence 13 not out. The lead for England 185 here on TalkSport 2.
Yep, England just changing momentum. Lawrence coming out, putting his foot down a little bit, or best he can. He's only faced 11 balls, but got 13 runs from it. Played a crunching shot over extra cover down the pitch of Holder.
Well, he's got a chance to do it again, because here is Holder, and he is coming down the pitch at him. Holder sees him coming, fires it down the leg side, as he's entitled to do in red ball cricket. So that isn't called a wide. Josh De Silva gets across and takes it. And England remain 185 in the lead. Jason Holder's in his 14th over, 1 for 38.
Well, England's intent pretty clear here. They'll have a target in mind. I imagine it'll be minimum 250 lead as quickly as possible.
Here is Holder. Bowls an off break. Lawrence waits, dabs it into the offside. It goes about 3 pitches, and that is all. And there is no run. I think I mentioned this the other day, but the highest innings score, highest fourth innings score at North Sound to win a match is only 102 for 1. Now, there will have been higher scores made, but in draws. But to win, batting last, 102 for 1 is the most at the moment. Jared?
Not sure that's this particular pitch, if we're being honest. 250, if I was West Indies, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Holder in. Lawrence is driving. Brathwaite will field at short extra cover, no run.
275 to 280 should keep them interested enough, but also to get a couple of early wickets with the new ball. Because you don't need that many wickets. They got Holder batting at 6, but I reckon 250 you could probably knock it around and then maybe send Holder in later and Jermaine Blackwood to smash it. To be fair, Jermaine Blackwood's a near 4th inning specialist against England. I think he's won one game and drew another game in the 4th inning. So, but 250 I think is a bit friendly.
Holder in. Oh, Lawrence clears the front leg out the way, and he might have hit Jason Holder through the covers for 4 in the previous over. He's gone straight back over his head this time for the full maximum 6. England's 250 is up with a wonderful shot from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, fantastic shot this from Lawrence. He's hit 2 absolute belters, this time standing still, hitting from the crease, getting a solid base, clearing the front leg a little bit. Clean bat swing. That is straight out of the 2020 handbook. Sails all the way for 6 runs.
That's a glorious shot. That really is a glorious shot. 255 for 2. Lawrence 19 not out. No! Gets a leading edge on this occasion. He's trying to turn this ball through square leg, and as he's closing the face of the bat to play the shot, gets a leading edge that just goes out on the offside, no run.
I like this from England, I really do, and particularly from Lawrence. You know, you think there's a young man coming in, just got back into the team, batting at 4, flat deck, tired bowlers. You forgive him for thinking, I'll just help myself to a little score here. But Dan Lawrence playing a very selfless hand right now. 19 now of just 16 balls, playing for the team, and rightly so.
Holder for the final time this over. Lawrence is coming down the pitch, hitting into the onside. No real timing on this occasion, and it dribbles out to Bonner, no run. So 72 overs gone, 255 for 2. I think I owe the boys an apology. I had to bail out on you yesterday afternoon. It was a pretty tedious afternoon of cricket. It's come alive today when I've come back, so it's nothing to do with me, I promise. However, I'm getting out of the way for Neil Manthorpe after Matt give you some more thoughts.
Yeah, just on that declaration number, I don't for 1 minute think Root would pull out a 250. Maybe if it's a must-win test match, you'd be tempted because you'd want the opposition to have a dart at it and feel they can go for it and play some shots and not shut up shop straight away. I think it's a minimum. was more my suggestion. I think it'll be closer to 300. The first thing England will want to do is make sure the game is out of sight for the West Indies batsmen, and then try and build pressure by taking some early wickets.
The problem with that is if you go 300, if I'm the West Indies, I'm like, great, we'll bat for a draw. I just think that there's that little middle period, isn't there, like between 250 and 300.
Alzari Joseph continues, and that one is driven sweetly through the offside, through extra cover. There's a chase on for Jermaine Blackwood, and he does manage to pick up the ball before it reaches the ropes. I cannot, Matt Pryor, I cannot believe that Jared Kimber is heading towards a suggestion that England should give the West Indies even a sniff of carrot.
It's been on the funny juice again, hasn't it?
I'm staggered.
It's never happening.
Here is Joseph in down the leg side. That's gone for 4. Right, did it come off the bat? Did it come off the bat? Buys. Joe Root remains on 97. What a terrible delivery from Alzari Joseph. Knee-high full toss down the leg side. No wonder Joshua De Silva couldn't get there with his footwork. Go on, Jared. You think that Joe Root should give the West Indies a sniff of a carrot?
If you want to win the game and you've got Brathwaite and Bonner in the opposition, I think you have to be a little bit realistic at a certain point if you want to win the game. And they're batting right now like they want to win the game, right?
Yeah.
Have you seen much of the West Indies play one-day cricket, by the way?
That driven out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But you know that Joe Root's not going to give them a chance. You know that, don't you?
But also know that Brathwaite's going to come out and probably knock a 40 not out of 120 balls if he can as well, right?
But Brathwaite's doing that anyway.
Well, except in the last innings where we talked him up and he did the opposite. But yes, but you know what I mean? They're not a very good one-day team, and by that I mean they're dreadful. They don't have a very good team to chase. If you're really realistic about trying to win.
Zari Joseph in once again, and that one is steered square of the wicket on the offside. They go through for an easy single. Joe Root doesn't want to have to worry about the runs, though, does he? I mean,
No, you might be right, but he's a bowler down. I think he needs the West Indians to at least go towards the target. Now, it might be 275, and Craig Brathwaite's just like, well, we'll get him in the next 2 tests anyway. It doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I would do it. I'm actually shocked they're even going this hard in the first test at the moment. But they're 200 up now, and they seem to be going towards it. I just think at 300, you're not going to get many West Indian shots.
That is Dan Lawrence playing absolutely selfless innings, I have to say. He's backed away once again and smashed this one down towards third man. It's I mean, what a team man. You know, here we were talking about trying to establish himself at number 4 and you know, put on display his credentials as a Test cricketer. Well, that's all. He's just playing absolutely for the team, completely and totally selfless. And he's raced up to 20 off 18 balls. The lead is 199. England are 263 for 2. And well, it is a long session, 2.5 hour session. That one is driven by Joe Root straight back to Alzari Joseph, and there's no run.
I look at the declaration total slightly differently. I don't look at it with regard to what keeps the West Indies tempted. I look at it as what makes them know that they're out the game and they cannot win it, because then you're going into bat with only a draw as a best result. Therefore, you feel some of their batters, Brathwaite, he blocks it, we know that. But he's only one, right? The rest of the team now know they walk out and play a bit of a rash drive or take on a pull shot and get a top edge. Batting with the pressure of having to play out for a draw can be horrible. It can be an awful amount of pressure. So if you know you can't win and you just got to block it, you can sometimes get yourself in a bit of a tangle. And England will hope, we know the new ball's the time you've got to attack. You get 1, 2, 3 quick wickets, you're right in the game. West Indies are then having to dead bat it, going nowhere, knowing they can only draw. Again, you build more pressure. You've got one hit at this. If England don't take new ball wickets, I think
it doesn't matter either way.
It doesn't matter.
If you leave 200 or 400, yeah, right. I definitely agree with that. One thing I would say is how many players we've seen go out in this Test match playing a defensive shot. We saw the tail basically bat for a whole day for the West Indies. It's very hard to get players out, and you don't have Mark Wood. In other situations, I'd be more on your side.
Jaden Seals in. Oh, what a shot from Dan Lawrence. Back and across, outside, off stump, and a little flick. He was looking to lash that over cow corner, I think. and in the end he just flicked it down to fine leg for a single. But getting into some strange positions, Dan Lawrence.
Again, for me, that's why you take the game away from the West Indies, because then it doesn't matter about runs, you can have whatever fields you want. Suddenly Leach can have 4 men around the bat, so now you're not blocking with no one around the bat, you've got 4 guys up in front of you. It's a different pressure.
But as you said before, unless they take 3 wickets in the first 10 overs, I don't think it matters what the total is, whether they're trying to give West Indies a chance or not, because it's just so hard to get old ball wickets here. Although that ball that moved a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it's a little bit of a reverse swing. And so this is tucked away off his pads by Joe Root for a single down towards deep backward square leg, and he moves on to 99.
The other thing I think, do we dare assume, is that Mark Wood would be fit to bowl, because if England are going to declare and genuinely believe they can win this test match and bowl the West Indies out, they're going to need their full armoury, which includes Mark Wood. He looked very tentative yesterday, and that was just hitting a few.
Jayden Seales in once again to Dan Lawrence. He backs away out towards square leg and thrashes this one, doesn't time it into the covers, fielded by Craig Brathwaite. The lead is 201 now. Remember, this is a 2.5 hour session, so we've only had 50 minutes. You know, I mean, if Dan Lawrence makes 60 at this rate and Joe Root finishes 130 not out, they could be leading by. They could be 300 ahead. They could be 300 ahead at lunch. Here is Jayden Seales to the crease now, and that's flicked away out towards mid-wicket. And there's no runners, and Krumar Bonner does the fielding. The reason I was hesitating there, Matt Pryor, is that I was just checking my arithmetic, because the average scoring rate over the first 4 days has been less than 3 runs and over, and suddenly England galloping along at 5 and over. 6 and over, actually. This partnership is exactly a run of ball. 40 runs off 40 deliveries. 265 for 2, lead of 201. Jayden Seales up to the crease again, bowls. Lawrence steps back outside off stump and lashes it over extra cover for 4. This is exhilarating stuff from Dan Lawrence.
It's fantastic stuff, isn't it? Again, very selfless. Steps back and I mean, we see Dan Lawrence hitting through the leg side a lot. We say that's his area. He wants to hit through mid-wicket the whole time. But this is a whole nother version of Dan Lawrence. He's hit 3 incredible shots, 2 of them over extra cover, and 1 straight back over the bowler's head. That time over extra again. Fantastic batting and such clean striking as well.
He's 25 off 22 as Jayden Seales thunders into him once again, and this time just knocks it out towards mid-on. He was thinking about playing a more expansive leg side shot there, but in the end just bunted it defensively out on the leg side. The lead is 205. The one man out today, Zach Crawley, bowled by a wonderful Yorker from Jason Holder for 121, just 4 runs to the good from his overnight score of 117. Jason Holder 1 for 44 from his 14 overs. 269 for 2, and the drinks break here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, England, resuming the day on 217 for 1 after the last hour and a bit were lost yesterday to rain. And England are trying to force a result here. They're playing very, very positive cricket, and 200 ahead. You'll have been doing some scenario planning, Jared Kimber. You've we all are. We're trying to work out. So, I mean, do you agree with Matt Pryor that if you take out any possibility, you say like, well, let's take Jermaine Blackwood's best ever innings, and let's say they put him up to number 3, and they tell him he's got free license to go for it, see if we can reverse the pressure back onto England. All of those things, you take them all out of the equation. Does that not make life a bit easier for Joe Root?
It makes it easier, but not if they don't take. Let's say they take 2 wickets in the first 10 overs, right? They then have to get 8 wickets with a dead ball on a dead pitch with no one playing an attacking shot. I understand the pressure thing. I understand that there's a lot of players with average defensive techniques from the West Indies. I also saw their tail enders bat for days on this pitch. I think it's a very, very hard pitch. If you want, I can go back through to see how many defensive shots have caused wickets on this pitch. I'm just not sure there have been any. That's my only thing. I suppose, you know, I come from the 90s point of cricket where you always declared where you gave the opposition a hint of a chance, you know, so that they would go for it and they wouldn't just block you out. I think this is an extreme circumstance because of this pitch, and perhaps because of Mark Wood's injury as well. Otherwise, I'm much more, you know, if this was a pitch you could nick someone off on, or you get a couple to shoot low on, I'd be much more in that mind. But I haven't seen it.
Other than Brathwaite and Bonner, how many of the West Indian top 7 do you think are attuned and capable of a 4-hour blockathon?
The only ones who definitely cannot do it off the top of my head is Campbell. Who I'm not sure he understands how to block. Blackwood, it's not made for. Holder could do. Who's the other bat? I'm missing someone, aren't I, in that middle order?
Shamar Brooks.
Shamar Brooks certainly can. Brathwaite certainly can. Bonner certainly can. Holder is the most dogged, determined cricketer almost in the world. He's been written off 83 times. He could certainly get on the front foot and block a lot. And De Silva's quite a defensive-minded batter. So they do have that sort of, you know, thing through them. They're not all great though.
I absolutely take the point when you look at the stats and analysis of it, but I've also been in the dressing room when you've got a bat for 2 hours and you lose 2 early wickets on the flatter. We played against Pakistan in Abu Dhabi. I mean, you don't get a flatter pitch than that. It was an absolute road. We got bowled out in 20 overs or whatever it was. You know, the pressure and the mind games when you are just having to bat out to not lose, it does play tricks.
England's lead is 205. The drinks break has been and gone. Joe Root is 99. The England captain is on strike. He's facing Alzari Joseph, and that one is driven out towards cover, and it's gone straight to the fielder. And there's no run. Just to remind listeners of where you had a couple of great saves actually, but your best save was in Wellington, wasn't it? Was it in? It's all right. We'll come back to that.
Sorry,
your best save, your greatest save. It was Wellington, wasn't it? When you batted the last day, was it Wellington? Or
yeah.
Yours?
Sorry, my personal.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah, New Zealand.
Here is Alzari Joseph once again to Joe Root. That's over pitch, steered away by the England captain down to third man for the single, which brings up his 24th Test 100. Off comes the helmet. No sign of a smile just yet from Joe Root. Now there is. The gloves are off. He takes the necklace out of his shirt and gives it a kiss. I'm sure that is a family souvenir. Joe Root 100 from 188 balls. Wonderful innings. Just the 6 fours. But he's worked hard, he's run hard, and he has made an emphatic statement at number 3.
Fantastic to see Joe Root, the England captain, batting at 3, scoring 100. He has looked fantastic from the minute he walked in. As you say, man, is so assured, calm, absolute quality, never in trouble.
A bit of a hoik here from Dan Lawrence, who has hoiked it very well in this brief innings. 25 from him from just 23 deliveries. On this occasion he tried to hoik it from outside off stump through the leg side and didn't time it. Thick inside edge, bottom edge. But what a wonderful innings from Joe Root. 24 hundreds, 53 50s. Alzari Joseph in. Dan Lawrence is playing games here. He's gone right across outside off stump now. Went a little bit early, and Alzari Joseph had the presence of mind and the ability to follow him. So he ends up playing a back foot defensive shot from a foot and a half outside off stump. And England remain 269 for 2 Beg your pardon, 270 for 2. Lead of 206 now. Joe Root 100 not out. Dan Lawrence 25 at a runner ball. With Alzari Joseph wide of the crease here. Lawrence back outside off stump once again, drives down the ground, and it bounces once before reaching Kimar Roach at long off. It's a game of bluff going on here between the bowler Alzari Joseph and Dan Lawrence. Lawrence is not standing still. He's either going outside off stump or stepping outside leg, and he's played some outrageous shots. Just accelerating this innings. Partnership now again. It's remained at a runner ball since Lawrence got to the crease. I don't think Joe Root will be actively looking to accelerate. Yeah, not in the way that Lawrence is anyway. That's wide outside the off stump. It wasn't technically wide of the return crease, but the umpire did warn Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, this is good umpiring for me. The bowler, you want to keep the contest between bat and ball. I understand what the bowler's trying to do. He's trying to hide it. He wants the ball to be out to reach so the batsman can't hit it, but that's ultimately not allowed. He's been warned by the umpire. You can't bowl it out there consistently. I will wide you, and that's what's happened.
Joseph in again. Oh, good delivery. That's Joe Root driving and is beaten past the inside edge. He did go wide of the crease to accentuate the angle into the right-hander, and Root, and I think it may even have been just a touch of drift through the air as well into the pads of Joe Root, but he looked slightly perplexed that he managed to miss that one. It flew past the inside edge. Jared,
you looked at me like you wanted me to talk, but then you didn't quite come. That's Joe Root now has the most hundreds as England captain. So he has 13, Cook has 12, Gooch 11, May 10, Strauss and Vaughan have 9.
I tell you what,
Bob Willis didn't get many, did he?
Who's that?
Bob Willis didn't get many.
No.
Really letting the side down there.
We need to change sport for a second. Alfie Reynolds is going to give us an update on the Six Nations. I can't remember who it is. It's Italy, Scotland. Of course it is. Alfie?
Yeah, 13 and a half minutes gone in Rome. Italy 3, Scotland 0. Italy with an encouraging start. Paolo Garbisi slotting a penalty after 4 minutes to give them the lead. Scotland are looking to return to winning ways following defeats to Wales and France. For Italy, they've lost their last 35 matches in the Six Nations. Long way to go, but a good start for the Italians. They lead 3-0.
Thank you very much indeed to Alfie Reynolds. Italy, Scotland. Now, Veersamy Permaul is into the attack. The experienced left-arm spinner. Those of you who were listening 20 minutes ago would have heard Jared Kimber. I mean, his overall career record is spectacular. He's got 520 wickets at an average of 20, but at home in Guyana, he's got almost 200 at 15 in first-class cricket. Reverse sweep from Dan Lawrence. That's outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. 4 runs, first delivery, and Dan Lawrence has just reverse swept him with nonchalance to the boundary. Absolutely outrageous. Brilliant.
It's worth talking about Guyana just briefly for those who haven't seen much cricket there. West Indies don't play test matches there anymore, partly because it doesn't attract the tourists like some of the other places, but also because the pitch is horrendous. The Guyana glue pot, I mean, if the ball gets above knee high on that wicket, you can't play pace bowling on it, you can't play seam bowling, no batters can play shots. It's terrible cricket, and if you're a spinner, it's about the best place on earth to be based. Not, as you said, he's got a great record outside there as well.
Outside leg stump here from Permaul, no run.
Averages 15.5 in Guyana and averages 23, just over 23 outside. So not that all of his wickets come from there, and he's certainly done well in other places, but you could certainly see why he's maybe not the most technically perfect left-arm finger spinner, but he's still been so good in Guyana.
Sweep shot from Dan Lawrence, whose innings has been outrageously selfless and entertaining in equal measure. But that was a leg by. He didn't get back to that one. 30 off 29 balls. I cannot help but admire the selflessness of Dan Lawrence here. You know, trying to establish himself in the Test team, but playing 100% for the team and giving no regard whatsoever to his own personal record. Sweep shot now from Joe Root. Vasami Permaul is bowling a long way outside leg stump, over the wicket and into the rough outside leg stump, a long way outside leg stump. Root's sweep shot bore no fruit on that occasion. This time he does sweep once again. The rough outside leg stump is obviously of no concern. I mean, it's there, but Permaul's getting no purchase from it, and Joe Root feels entirely comfortable sweeping up. I'm surprised that there isn't somebody just round the corner, maybe on the 45, just to put that thought in his mind that if he does top edge it, could result in his wicket. That's a full toss. That's not going to help. That's not going to spin. You need to land it in the rough in order to try and exploit it, and it's a single once again down the leg side. So Joe Root 101, Dan Lawrence 31, 279 for 2, England leading by 215. It's game on after a couple of days of at times tortuously tough Test cricket, but we've got plenty to talk about now, and to do exactly that for the next 25 minutes you'll be with Steve Harmison and Mark Butcher.
Thanks, Manners. Yeah, things have sprung into life here. It's caught one or two of the England fans napping a bit. I think they either didn't realise it was a 9:30 start, or knew and just thought, well, you know what, it's petering out into a draw, we'll kind of get up leisurely on a Saturday morning and make our way to the ground, as Joseph makes his way in towards Lawrence, who is skipping around the crease like it's sort of live rails underneath him at the moment. Whips it out towards mid-on in the air and pick up a single. But Lawrence's innings has put some time back in the game. I'm sure he's put Joe Root ahead of schedule. The lead is now, 216. There are 85 overs left in the day. We'll lose a couple for the change of innings as Joseph is in once more. Wide of the crease. Joe Root goes for a scoop, a dill scoop, and I think gets a glove on it, and it just bounces up in the air to square leg, and De Silva runs around and picks it up. There's discussion from the fielders and bowlers and Holder about going for a review, but I think it hit Joe Root on the glove. Yeah, it's been given as a run. So 281 for 2. Lead is 217, and Steve, that declaration is now hoving into view.
It is, yes. It's been an excellent little cameo from Dan Lawrence since he's come out. Zach Crawley, obviously 100 yesterday. Joe Root going to a wonderful 100. But Dan Lawrence has just given Joe Root just something to think about here.
Josephine jumps wide of the crease and fires in a really good reverse swinging Yorker that Lawrence had to be good to keep out. He digs it out and it goes probably a metre in front of the batting crease, and there is no run.
Getting Alzari Joseph getting himself frustrated with the umpire. Gregory Brathwaite, he's bowled a couple of wides, which he believed, because Dan Lawrence has given himself some room, that he feels as though he shouldn't be given a wide in a test match for that. And then obviously he was expecting, he thought that was when he given an appeal.
Wide of the off stump again. Lawrence goes out to meet it and fetch it and drags it into the leg side. It's fielded down on the long on fence by Permaul, and then he get one run for it. I thought the wides were a wide for me. I mean, they nearly pitched off the strip, the first one.
Yeah, you're talking to somebody who knows what a wide is when it pitches off the strip. So, yeah, I did believe they were both wides. I wasn't sure what he was getting at. Doesn't help him getting belted all round. It's a Vivian Richards ground, and sometimes bowlers do get hot under the collar when things are not going your way.
Have they got the tactics right for you? Why is Joseph trying to bowl wide of off stump when he's got the howling wind across the ground the other way and a reverse swinging ball? As this time he gets it right, fires it in towards the leg stump of Joe Root, leg stump in swinging Yorker, and all Root can do is dig it out on the offside and there's no run.
I also think that with a bowling full, don't quite get it right, there's more chance of a batsman being able to get underneath it, picking it up and hitting it downtown than it is if you bowl length. This is a fifth-year pitch, so why are you not banging it into the pitch with a 6-3 leg side field and bowling into the body of Joe Root, Dan Lawrence, like you say, with the wind howling across the ground? Didn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, 6'3", you could go 5'4" leg side, couldn't you? At the moment, they're still sort of hedging their bets. It's a very orthodox field to an unorthodox situation. As Root is forward and glides that ball that is wide of off stump again, down to third man. Gee, his touch has been good today and yesterday. His strike rate is 53 runs per 100 balls. A long period at the beginning of his innings, it was down in the low 30s. 283 for 2, 77 overs gone. England lead by 219. West Indies trying to slow things down out in the middle now. They're struggling to do it with the ball, so they're just trying to take as much time out of the game as they can in the field. A long conflab between Joseph, the bowler, Holder, who's sort of de facto vice captain, although I think officially the West Indies vice captain is Jermaine Blackwood. Craig Brathwaite. And Pamal has the ball in hand from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and he's been a massive disappointment. I don't know what you think, Steve, but the young lad Akil Hussain, who bowled left arm spin in the T20 series, as Pamal is in, and he's bowling over the wicket at the right hander, so he's trying to bowl it outside leg stump into the rough. He looks, to me, he looks like a better prospect than the 33-year-old from Guyana.
Yeah, and it comes down to, again, does he want to play Test match cricket? Does Akil Hussain want to play Test match cricket? The only logic answer I can think of that is he doesn't, because Vasami Pamal's playing. And
sweep from Joe Root from out of the rough. He tried to get it fine. He's got it so fine that it has gone to the third man fence rather than the fine leg fence. Actually, he's not got a bat on it at all. And Josh De Silva is really upset about that, because he feels as though the ball has hit something, whether it's Joe Root's pad or Joe Root's glove. But of course it's now gone against him as buys, so he's furious. Got a smile on his face now, he's seen the funny side. 287 for 2. Pamal, as he's done on more than half a dozen occasions now, sort of gets through his action but doesn't let the ball go. He's not looking to man-cad anybody, he just doesn't want to let it out of his hand. He lets it go this time, and again Joe Root is on that sweep, trying to get it fine. Does get it very, very fine, almost straight behind the stumps. Roach runs round, picks it up and hurls it back to De Silva. Root picks up another 289 for 2.
And Akil Hussain during the 2020s, and we've seen glimpses of him on TalkSport 2 during the India series when the West Indies were over there, that he's a very, very good left-arm spinner. He gets the ball to turn, he bowls it quickly, he's got a little bit more height than Vasami Pamal. He bats well as well. He came in number 7 in one of the T20 games.
He smashed a very quick-fire 40 odd, didn't he? What was it, 3, 4 sixes in a row to finish the game that West Indies won?
Yeah, at the end.
Off Saki, yeah. They ended up losing by 1 run. So yeah, I mean, he's a cricketer of real promise. Last delivery was knocked out to mid-wicket, no run. England up to 290 now, lead 226. Josh De Silva runs all the way up to the bowler to go and have a word. Something in the region of Lawrence is going to look to hit you over the offside. See, Dan Lawrence looks over towards square leg, hitting into the breeze that way. He's done so well, giving himself room and opening up the offside. What's Pamal got this time? He bowls it very wide. Lawrence does go outside the line of leg stump, but even he can't manufacture something to get that onto the offside of the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, good bowling that was. Dan Lawrence, he is looking to hit with the breeze and with the wind. Full fielders on the leg side, into the wind.
And that's where he goes. He gives himself plenty of room, and that's a terrific shot. Oh boy, that is magnificent. Let me try to do it justice. Pamal tried to bowl the ball slower and wider outside the leg stump. Lawrence knew what was coming. He stepped a long way back outside his leg stump, and then with a beautiful full face of the bat just lifted it over extra cover up into the wind. Well, with the wind, it got 1 bounce over extra cover for 4. It was magnificent. Think Viv Richards back in the day playing those brutal strokes over extra cover. That is what Dan Lawrence has just done to Vasami Pamal. 230 the lead, 294 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot. It was a little flighted 9-iron going with the wind, just dragging it back, drifting it back with a little bit of fade towards the flag. pitches, 6 foot past the flag, spins back, and he's got a nice little knock-in putt for birdie. That's what that looked like there from Dan Lawrence. It was a beautiful shot. Didn't look to try and hit it too hard. Used the wind to take it away from the fielder, and managed to get to the boundary. Beautiful.
Joseph, and again, this time angling that reverse swinging delivery, full delivery in at the stumps of Root. You can only bunt it to extra cover, and there's no run. So it's coming then. 2:30 is the lead. England, I think they're way ahead of schedule here. So we have 83 and a bit overs, make that probably 81 at the moment. I think Joe's going to end up with 8 to 10 more overs in the locker than he might have thought at the beginning of the day, as Joseph is in once more. Slower ball this time, and Root for the first time sort of inside edges it a little bit. Didn't go exactly where he intended. It flies out towards deep square leg, and they come through for a single. I think he was aiming it offside. It went leg side.
Yeah, he was aiming it offside, and he's again, Alzari Joseph's line with the field he's got 5-4 offside field, and he's bowling into leg stump. It's just a mixed bag from the West Indian bowler.
In the air and gone. Dan Lawrence tried to get across his stumps to whip it into that leg side. He closed the face of the bat a little too early, and a very simple catch has popped out to Veerasamy Permaul at backward point. Lawrence hangs his head, but he need not, because that was a really enterprising, fantastic, selfless innings from the young lad from Chingford, and he's put England ahead of the game. He goes for 37 from 36, just a little above a runner ball, and England are 295 for 3.
Yeah, it was a great little cameo innings. You mentioned about what England would need from a declaration point of view, giving them Joe Root something to think about and trying to get the game to fast forward as quickly as he possibly can. And Dan Lawrence has played an absolute gem there. I expected Ben Stokes, the longer that session went on, Ben Stokes to possibly come out, but now he does. Butch, I've got one for you. We've had the great man, Sir Curtly Ambrose, in the commentary box for the first half an hour. TalkSport put a poll out on Twitter. Who was your back garden? Who was the man in the back garden you wanted to be? And it was get your answers in to obviously TalkSport Cricket. That is @cricket_TS. Who was your back garden hero? Well, mine was Ambrose Walsh. Gough. I wanted to be Darren Gough, but when I was 13,
everybody wants to be Darren Gough.
When I was 13, I was bigger than him. So it had to be Walsh and Ambrose for me, and to spend some time with Curtly, it's a dream. It really is. To sit next to yourself and Ian Bishop and Curtly Ambrose, it is an absolute dream. But who was your garden hero? Well, I suppose you played a lot of garden cricket with your old man.
With my brother, actually, yeah, my brother Gary, whose birthday it was yesterday. He was 46 yesterday, Gary Butcher. Happy birthday, mate. Sorry you can't be with us. I think he's down at the Brighton Liverpool game today. Big Liverpool fan, lad from Croydon.
2-0 up, I think, Liverpool as well.
Did that. Now I'd be sort of Gower would have been my hero. I loved Larry Gomes actually as well. Batted 3 for the West Indies in that 84 series. I think he scored 300s there. He had a nice big afro. I had one of those back then when I could grow some hair. As Joseph is into Ben Stokes, who just glides it beautifully through what would have been first slip had there been one, and he gets off the mark with the boundary first ball. 299 for 3 now.
How's your luck, Alzari Joseph? You've got a wicket. Bowl the ball in a good area, and unfortunately with the field the way it is, Joe Root looking for fast forwarding runs and declarations, no slip in play. That would have gone to about third slip, and it flew off the edge of Ben Stokes' bat.
.235 the lead now.
No!
Full delivery that Ben Stokes tries to dead bat into cover, but gets more of the outside half of the bat, and it goes to Permaul at backward point for no run.
Umpire's just had a word with Ben Stokes there. He set off for a single. Must admit, think I'd be doing exactly the same. He's ran straight down the middle of the wicket.
Get the big long studs on and run up and down the pitch as much as you possibly can.
A lot of bowlers would be bowling in half and halves, but at this point I'd have the full spike on with the bowling boot behind it.
As Joseph is in and gets that across Ben Stokes, who dabs it in front of square on the offside. England go past 300. You wait 13 innings and then you get 2 scores of 300 plus in the same game. Superb stuff from England's batting lineup, and they have stretched the lead to 236. There are 83 minus 2 overs left in the game, and the lead is 236. So you're obviously Darren Gough, everybody's hero, Darren Gough, in the back garden. Who are the sort of the local heroes for Durham cricket? So I'm guessing when you were a youngster, Durham hadn't yet become a first-class county. So
hadn't become. So it was more the England. There was no county. The closest county to us was Yorkshire, and yet to be from Yorkshire, to play for Yorkshire. So it was you couldn't get to see the professionals play. And there was the odd game, Callis Pegasus game at Jesmond, England against the rest of the world. That was always a star-studded affair, but didn't really get to see some top cricketers close up.
Roach replaces Pamal, and Ben Stokes knocks him towards mid-on, who was right back on the fence, and England thought about scampering for 2. The ball didn't quite get outside of the imaginary 30-yard circle, but Roach sprinted and fielded it off his own bowling, and they just get the 1.
But you must have seen some of the greats of Surrey, having been in and around the Surrey dressing room at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean, I remember being there in a pram. I don't remember, but I know I was, because some of the older members of the club tell me that they'd bounce me around on their knee at the time as Roach is in to Root, who again just drops the bat on it into the square leg and takes all the pace off it. And they probably should have got 2. The 2 fielders rather got in each other's way, and neither of them laid a glove on it. But in the end, England only take the single. So yeah, I mean, some of the overseas players that were playing for Surrey at the time, it was Intikhab Alam, the great Pakistani leg spinner, Sylvester Clarke, of course, from West Indies, who due to rebel tours and various other things, well, the other things being all of the great West Indian fast bowlers that were in the team instead of him, knocking around. Jeff Howarth, who became New Zealand captain, we used to call him Uncle. So you know, it was around sort of high class, high quality cricketers from day one, really. Single down to fine leg from Ben Stokes, who had a big old swipe at that, trying to hit it over extra cover, but only inside edged it to Holder at fine leg. 239 now the lead, 303 for 3. But and of course, you know, you kind of look forward to Test match time and watching the games on the TV. The holding was, you know, no exaggeration to say that was as beautiful as a sight as you could imagine. As Root is on the pull here, it's top edge, but lands short of Alzari Joseph down on the fine leg boundary, and Roach almost had his man, but on that occasion hitting it into the wind has saved Joe Root. 304 for 3.
Yeah, just gone into the breeze. Zari Joseph a couple of times this morning, when he's been in the field, he's not been quite at it. He's watching the ball. Jason Holder got very frustrated with him early on, not being when you're inside the circle trying to stop a single.
Roach round the wicket to Stokes. Stokes picks the bat up high, but can only inside edge it into mid-wicket, and both the England batters are sprinting along. Ben Stokes has lost his bat there, and it's something that happens towards the back end of Test matches, when the pitches get sort of craggy and old and rough around the crease ends. Run up and try and slide the bat in, and the corner of the bat actually digs into the ground. You can really jar your wrist as your momentum going forward hits the brick wall of the bat not going anywhere when you put it into the ground. He shakes his wrist, but he's okay. Roach in, wide of the crease, fires it down the leg side. De Silva fumbles slightly. England think about a bye, but don't get one. That's the end of the 80th over. 305 for 3. I'm guessing that West Indies aren't going to take the new ball here.
No, I don't think the new ball is in the equation. I think the soft ball that is not travelling too far with or against the wind is probably the best option for the West Indies at this moment in time, and England are in a good position. Joe Root is just tapping the wicket down. Ben Stokes out there alongside him, looking to get the game into fast forward, give his captain a chance to hopefully be in a position to try and take all 10 wickets and forge what would be a very, very well-earned victory. And just to finish off with that, on the Twitter, cricket _ talksport or TS, heroes McGrath, Akram, Younis, Walsh, Ambrose, Goff, they were all mine in the back garden.
Full toss from Joseph, and Ben Stokes has just thumped it over extra cover for 4. England charging. They have been pretty much all morning.
I think any young kids now of the age of under 15s have had Joe Root, Ben Stokes as their garden heroes, and these boys have not disappointed. Fantastic cricketers, great ambassadors for our game, and hopefully this is going to go a long way of setting Project Restart off to a good start from an England point of view. They've got 100 in the first innings, 200s in the second innings, gone past 300 twice. Can they get themselves in a position of a victory?
Joseph down the leg side. It's not a one-day game, although England are playing it like one, and so therefore dot ball into the hands of De Silva. Had a little look this morning at if there was any precedent for victories, sort of final day victories, final innings victories here with spectacular collapses, and there was one. India versus West Indies. India had set West Indies over 400 in the final innings. Joseph is in, the ball cannons into the front pad of Ben Stokes as he tries to work it on the leg side, and again they come through for a single, one leg by, lead 2-4-5. And the West Indies were bowled out for 100 in 26 overs.
I'd take that. I think we'd take that. I think England would take that. 26 overs.
Yeah. So
that is a monumental collapse.
There is precedent, and if you're the England stat man, you will be impressing those numbers upon the England team, who then in turn will be impressing that upon the West Indies batters when they come out. It's Joseph, he's bowled Joe Root round his legs. Much better tactics, much better thinking from Joseph. Use the conditions to your favour. Got the in-swinger going. Root stepped across his stumps to try to get it fine on the leg side, and he waltzed past it. Joseph got the Yorker in, and Joe Root's stumps, middle and leg stumps, are splayed apart, and now Zohri Joseph has his second.
Into reverse swing, ball going in to middle and leg. Joe Root's looking at square legs, just on square, fine legs, obviously a little bit finer than what he normally would be because obviously the wind and the swing. Joe Root seen a gap, gone for it, and unfortunately he just fell over just a touch. As he raises his bat, lifts his helmet up, acknowledges the Barmy Army and the rest of the England crowd that are in here. It's been a wonderful 100. And Project Restart, leader of this project, is going to be replaced by a centurion from the first innings. A wonderful 100 from Joe Root, and he's now going to go iron, take his pads off, get himself a cup of tea, get himself calm, put the calculations together and work out how long he feels as though he needs to bowl the West Indies out on this surface.
Yeah, 310 for 4. England lead by 246. Big roar from the England fans here in the ground because Johnny Bairstow has just made his way out to the middle. First innings centurion, brilliant 140 from him. Second consecutive 100. The last, of course, being the valiant effort that went a long way towards saving England that Test match in Sydney. Isn't it Project Reset?
Is it reset or restart? We've got to restart. So is it reset or restart?
Red Ball Reset. Yeah.
Well, the restart.
I think you just made one.
I always do.
It's perfectly good.
It is. Yeah, restart. Yeah, the restart and something, isn't it? So restart and the reset. Yeah, that's it. English was never one of my strongest subjects, to be honest. Neither was maths, geography, science. religious education.
Nutrition, though, you got a good
I
handle on that.
did all right in nutrition. I went to school once a week for PE. I must admit, I used to live the closest house to the school. I could actually still be in bed when the school bell rang and get to registration on time. Not a problem, but I still didn't have the greatest attendance.
Joseph is into Johnny Bairstow, stands up straight, back held up behind him in that Gooch-like fashion. He gets away first ball, just nudges it into mid-wicket region, and he'll pick up a single. 311 for 4, 247 the lead. Where are we now? 81.1 overs left, -2. I think England are going to have the chance of leaving themselves 70 plus overs to have a go at the West Indies here. And let's face it, I think it's one of those situations where you either have a monumental collapse that happens really fast, as Joseph is in, and bowls it at the hip of Ben Stokes, who clips it away nicely off the back foot down to fine leg. He'll keep the strike. It's 312 for 4, England 248 ahead. And that if that doesn't happen, you're unlikely to win the game. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to be a case of, you're chipping away, and then with 10 overs left, you've got 4 wickets to take. I don't see it happening like that. I think if England are going to win the game, it needs to be kind of bang, bang, bang with a new ball. Then they try and get the ball reverse swinging. Jack Leach gets men around the bat, and that's how the game gets done. And it's probably over with 20 to go.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the misfortune from England's point of view about last night and the overs that they lost last night, because that possibly would have given them, especially if they come out and started like this, you would have getting a second new ball and a second crack at them. But you've also got to be mindful that you might be a bowler down in Mark Wood, so Leach is going to have to come to the party and bowl a lot of overs.
Kemar Roach in then to start his 18th over. Ben Stokes has a massive swipe, and the ball goes underneath his bat, and there is no run. Time to head back to you blokes in the studio back there. It's a really lovely day here, by the way. I just thought you'd like to know. Andrew McKenna.
Well, it is here. It's just about 20 degrees cooler. It's a lovely day in London at the moment. Some blue skies, bright, breezy. It's a lot like Antigua, actually. Ben Stokes is on strike. 13 not out. England 312 for 4. Roach around the wicket to the left-hander, and Stokes is coming down the pitch at him, hitting into the offside, and there is no run. Just a reminder, by the way, keep getting us those who you impersonated growing up. Cricket_TS on the Twitter feed, and Jared Kimber will be reading you a few of those in the next few minutes after he revealed that his hero growing up that he copied was Sir Curtly Ambrose. I will remind you that Jared Kimber is a leg spinner, so I'd love to see a leg spinner bowling like Sir Curtly, but anyway, that's another thing. Roach in. Stokes has got a hold of this one, but he's got underneath it. It was an off break. It's not really gone anywhere, and Stokes will be caught by Shamar Brooks about 20 metres in from the boundary, back behind the bowler. Hits it dead straight to Stokes, and he is out for 13 at a runner ball. 312 for 5. England are definitely trying to get on with this, definitely trying to get some kind of position to declare, and the wickets are going, but at least they are getting a move on with it. Samuel Badri, your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
Quite pleasantly surprised by the enterprise shown by England. Many people were thinking about what the approach would be this morning, but from the onset they've come out in a positive manner, trying to go after the bowling, trying to score off every single delivery, and so far they've done an excellent job. The West Indies bowlers have tried to restrict the scoring of runs. They haven't been able to, but really pleasant to see that England are trying to force the issue, trying to be positive, and you never know how things can pan out in those final 2 sessions after lunch. They might just even give West Indies an opportunity to bat before lunch. An overall lead now of 248 England, but an excellent partnership from Joe Root and Zach Crowley that really set England up nicely to be in this position to see and to do what they are doing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Obviously they didn't have a great time in Australia, bit down on confidence, but this really is a stick your chest out, be positive kind of moment from them.
Yes, certainly, and especially given the fact that they've been talking so much about that Project Reset. This is their first game since they've made some changes in personnel, not only in terms of the playing squad, but also in terms of the coaching squad. So that sort of intent shown by the interim head coach Paul Collingwood, sending a message, sending a signal quite early that yes, we're here to play, to compete, but we also want to win. And that is the sort of positivity you want to inculcate in your team every single time.
Right, Folks is out there, but he's at the non-strikers end. He went so high they did indeed cross. So Bairstow is on strike, pushing into the onside and taking a single. So 3-13 for 5. The lead now 249. And as Samuel said about England being positive, looking for wins, you have to put runs on the board to do that. I can tell you that England have made 300 in an innings, in both of the innings in this match. That is the first time since we were in Gaul in November 2018 that they've done that. That was 42 test matches ago that England went past 300 in both innings. 342 and 322 for 6 declared. Folks made 100 down in Gaul. He's off the mark, turning this through square leg for a single. 250 is the lead as they go to 314 for 5. Samuel.
It just goes to show not only how good the pitch is, really a good surface here. And I say good, and I use that word guardedly, because some people might think it's a bat in paradise, but not much in it for the bowlers. But you still have to bat well. You still have to bat good. You have to put those partnerships in and spend time at the crease. This one is just outside the line of the off stump. Bairstow wants a quick single. He's sent back. Direct hit.
That could be seriously close. Bairstow had gone 4 or 5 paces down the pitch, got sent back by Folks, shy at the stumps from backward point, and it's a direct hit.
Can I have your best side on angle, please?
So here we go then. Nigel Duguid is looking at the replay, and we see it. Bairstow is diving.
Bat's grounded. Can you take it back? Take it back before the bat is grounded.
I think Bairstow's just safe.
The wicket is now broken. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. My decision for the big screen is not out. Repeat, not out.
Well, they are safe, but Samuel, that's the sort of thing that can sometimes happen in these situations. There's that thing about wanting to get on with it just a little bit too much, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want to give your wicket away, especially in a test match situation where so many of these players are concerned about their records and their averages. But you're quite right, trying to get on with it and take on the bowling, and in this case the running a little too eagerly just might bring about your downfall. But from a West Indian standpoint, that's one of the ways in which you can restrict the scoring of runs, by getting wickets. They've gotten 4 wickets in quick time today, and they'll want to continue to do that.
Alsari Joseph then to start the 83rd over of this innings, and he goes in inside edge of Folks' bat, chops it onto the stumps, middle pole line out the ground. 314 for 6, and it's just worth pointing out the West Indies haven't taken the new ball, so they're actually doing this with the older ball, and they're taking wickets. And England, well, although they are putting runs on the board, they are now starting to lose them, and so the declaration might actually be taken out of their hands at this rate shortly. Samuel.
Yeah, excellent bit of bowling once again from Alzari Joseph, bowling from the circuit, the Ambrose end. The wind in his favour, taking the ball into the right hand, as we've seen a bit of reverse swing already during the course of the morning. And once again, the inner portion of the bat from Ben Foakes onto the stumps, and another wicket for the West Indies. So England have been scoring quite freely, but these flurry of wickets will just set them back a bit and maybe prolong how long they want to be out in the middle batting, and that will work in the favour of the West Indies. They'd want to ensure that England stay out in the middle as long as possible, and making their second turn at the crease much shorter. We've already seen how brittle their batting can be over the last 12 months or so. So they will have that in the back of their minds. They lost a test match against India here a couple of years ago when they were shut out for 100 in the 4th innings of that particular test match. So there still might just be something in this game, but certainly in the favour of England at the moment.
Well, the players are all gathering together. We're going to have a couple of moments before we get the next ball. I think we're getting towards half-time in the Six Nations game. maybe we'll get some details in a bit on that one. I think Scotland have got themselves into the lead. Alfie Reynolds was telling us early that Italy got the first points, but I think Scotland are leading at the break in that one. It is an official drinks break now, which you can tell because the leaf blower man is on the pitch to blow away the dirt. So just a reminder that at the close of play at the end of day 4, England were 217 for 1. At drinks on day 5 of this elongated first session, it is now 314 for 6. They were 310 for 3, but Joe Root bowled by Alzari Joseph around his legs. That was 310 for 4. 312 for 5 when Stokes hit one up in the air off of Roach. That was 13 at a run of ball. And now Ben Foakes inside edge onto his stumps for a single, 314 for 6. Samuel, we've been talking about declarations and how each team would approach that. England are now 250 ahead. Let's put you into the West Indies dressing room first of all. What would they be happy in terms of, I mean, I'm presuming we're talking about time here, or do we think the West Indies would chase a target?
I don't think so. I think the pitch isn't necessarily the easiest to score runs on, and then of course England will have the luxury of bowling wide if they have to and bowling one side of the field. So I don't think that a run chase per se is on the cards in the West Indies second inning. It's more about batting through the remainder of the day to ensure that they don't lose. So everything is in the favour of England at the moment. A lead of 250 at this stage. If they can push that up to 280, 290, and possibly have a go at the West Indies batting lineup before lunch. We still have over 45 minutes play, so that possibility still exists. But certainly from a chase point of view, I don't think that the West Indies are likely to go after anything. It is in fact the first test match of a 3-match series, so they don't want to take any risks. Neither team would want to take any risks. And also, when you look at that West Indies batting lineup, there isn't any player who can score freely, more accumulators of runs as opposed to scoring freely. So yeah, I don't think a run chase per se is on.
Okay, Chris Woakes is the new man to the crease, right-handed batsman. There is an in-outfield for him. There's sort of 3 effectively in what would be a 30-metre circle for a one-day game, and then the other fielders are spread deep, trying to keep this run rate to a minimum. England 314 for 6. It means they lead by 250 runs.
Right, gentlemen, let's play.
Right. Umpire says play, and Joseph can continue his over. Second ball of it. That's an absolute ripper to Chris Woakes, past the outside edge, through to the keeper, no run. So Samuel, if then from an England point of view, we've seen how hard it is to take wickets on this. They would need to take 10 to win the match, obviously. How many overs do you think realistically it would take them to win, and therefore the declaration from that point of view?
Yeah, I think they need upwards of 60, 70 overs. Matt Butcher this morning was talking they need maybe over 100, as this one is on the line of the leg stump, goes further down. Chris Woakes gets an inside edge, goes down towards the fielder, fine leg, gets off the mark. But yeah, it's been such a difficult pitch to prize wickets out. And I think the wicket of Craig Brathwaite in particular at the top of the order has demonstrated time after time that he can spend long periods at the crease, not fazed by the situation. If they can get him out early, also the leader of that batting, that top order batting, I just think if they can get him out early with that new ball and just send some panic down the batting order of the West Indies team, who knows, anything can happen.
Indeed. Joseph in, Bairstow pushing forward. There is no run. Speaking of the anything can happen, test match going on in Bengaluru between India and Sri Lanka. India, it's a day-night game, remember. India bowled out for 252 batting first. In the 24th over, Sri Lanka are 70 for 5. So maybe as expected in the evening, it's starting to do a bit. That wind is really picking up. You can hear that through the stump microphones. Joseph, it's wide. Bairstow is just able to guide it down towards a very fine third man, and they will take a single. Samuel, in terms of the breeze, I mean, it's the sound it's making. It makes it sound like this is probably the strongest that it's been throughout the match so far.
Yeah, it's howling. It's almost a gale force wind across the stadium here. We're quite used to that because of that open eastern side, unobstructed flow of breeze coming through, and it really is howling at the moment, and that's what Alzari Joseph is using to his advantage, bowling from this to Curtly Ambrose and trying to angle that ball, and this one is outside the line of the off stop. Chris Wokes' shoulder and arms goes through to the wicketkeeper, brings it over to an end. 316 for 6 England after 83 overs, an overall lead of 252.
Now earlier on we were talking about who you modelled your bowling action on growing up as a kid. After Jarrod Kimber revealed as a leg spinner, he modelled his on Sir Curtly Ambrose. No, it doesn't work, you don't have to tell me. So Jarrod, we've got people to be tweeting us in. Who have people copied?
It's important to note that was when I was bowling with a tennis ball in the backyard, and as Samuel will attest, it's very hard to actually bowl leg spin in the backyard with a tennis ball. But we've got some rippers here. Asana Kazmi says Shoaib Akhtar. Roger has said John Wright, which is great because John Wright's famous for sticking his hand on the handle, so I'm hoping that's what Roger did.
Kemar Roach goes in, down the leg side. Bairstow turns this around to square leg for a single.
Certainly one of the more odd ones. Paul Smith has said Ian Austin, which is not, I'm going to be honest, not one I was expecting to come through. There's a lot of Wasem Akrams, Rahul Dravids, Darren Goffs, Ian Bothams out there. Our own John Norman has said Bob Taylor. There weren't that many Bob Taylors on this list that I have managed to see so far. There's a boycott, but with a laugh emoji at the end, so I can only assume that person's having a bit of fun. Graham Dilley is what the cricket draft says. Some people have gone to Ollie, our producer, has got batting Robin Smith, bowling Lance Klusner, and fielding Jonty Rhodes.
Roach goes in, straight ball. Wokes back to the bowler, no run.
Oh my God, I've just found a second Ian Austin. Incredible. Okay. Richie Richardson, for those who never saw Richie Richardson play, I don't think you could watch Richie Richardson for more than about 3 innings before you try and fail, in our case, Macca, to try and do that. We've got a Gladstone Small here, which would have been interesting to watch a child try and replicate that. Graham Hick, Bob Willis.
Roach straight. Wokes turns to mid-on, and they will set off for 1. They're coming in quickly. Brooks, they're going to take on the arm, and they will take a second. The lead goes to 255, England 319 for 6.
And AD says Graham Pollock, so that might be a slightly older member of the Twitter community, AD.
Could you do me a favour and just check the people who've sent in D. Goff? It just hasn't come from an account of D. Goff, because it wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, I don't know if Darren Goff has a burner account. I don't know if you know what a burner account is, Macca, but it is possible. No, we've got a lot of Goffies. I think that's a good action. I think Wasem Akram, Darren Goff, and Curtly Ambrose of that era of 90 guys was a very good one to imitate. If you're an 80s person, I think Bob Willis was probably the one to imitate. Maybe Richard Hadley and Dennis Lilly a little bit as well. Although they were quite similar.
Checking an Imran Khan, the big lean back in the delivery stride as well. Roach goes in. That is too far down the leg side. Wokes will turn this leg side, and a single will be taken.
Sadly, so far we haven't had a single Patrick Patterson. If you remember, studs up. One of the last bowlers.
Put your back out doing that.
That's probably why no kids managed to do it. We did get a few Jonty Rhodes. As far as batting as well, there was a few batters came through. Some Graham Goochers as well. Someone's written Daulat Zadran, who's the Afghanistani quick bowler, who was, to be honest, if you've watched any of Daulat, he was so upright. But I would have thought Shapur Zadran, the other Afghanistani.
Shortest ball to Bairstow. Just turns it around the corner, and they will take 1. 320 for 6.
I would have thought Shapur Zadran might have been a 1. And we've had quite a few Bothams and quite a few Warnes come through. So, I don't know for you, Mac. So, because I bowled spin when I was young, I didn't really know how to bowl pace because I was about 8 when I started bowling spin, 8 or 9, and I didn't know how to do it. The only way I could bowl, even in backyard cricket, if I was trying to bowl pace, was either Curtly Ambrose style or Wasem Akram, because at least I could imitate them.
Kimar Roach to finish the over. Wokes pushes back down the pitch, gets it past the bowler, and they're able to sneak a single. That's really good running from an England point of view. Wokes goes to 5. It's 3:22 for 6. It's the end of the over. They've just kicked off the second half of the Italy-Scotland Six Nations game. Let's get the details from Alfie Reynolds.
Yeah, 1 minute into the second half, Italy 10, Scotland 19. It's been one of Italy's better performances in a Six Nations match in recent memory, but they're still going to have to come from behind. 1 try for Sam Johnson and 2 for Chris Harris has given Scotland a bit of breathing space. Callum Brayley with Italy's solo try. Italy are in this, but they're going to have to come from behind to end their 35-match Six Nations losing streak. We're 1.5 minutes into the second half. Italy 10, Scotland 19.
Cheers, Alfie. So, Samuel, you've heard who's been nominated, who people copied growing up. Who was the person that you copied as you were starting to bowl growing up?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see Jared Kimber. Might have been him if I had that opportunity.
I promise you it wouldn't have been.
Yeah, but it was as so many young spinners during that time. Shane Warne, the now departed, this one is on the line of the off stump, just gently prodded through the offside, comes through for another quick single. But yeah, during that time, Shane Warne would have been the man that I imitated and copied initially, and I stress on initially because I started turning the ball quite a lot, but as I grew into my career, I turned it less, and then I started to imitate Shahid Afridi, who had more pace on the ball and was getting that flatter trajectory, and I think that's how my career started in terms of T20 cricket, by trying to emulate and copy Shahid Afridi. So initially Shane Warne, because I didn't see Jared Kimber, and then Shahid Afridi.
Can I ask you, you just said something really interesting there, it turned a lot to start with and then it changed. Joseph goes in, it's down the leg side, it's a glance away by Bairstow, it'll go away for 4 runs. No, buys, he didn't catch up with it in the end. It's 4 to the total. That's the all-important thing from an England point of view. 3:27 for 6. Why did it suddenly start turning less for you, do you think, Samuel?
Because in trying to turn the ball, obviously that would bring about some loose deliveries and you'd get punished, but also provides opportunity to get wickets. But a lot of teams and captains and those guys, if you're conceding runs, you aren't necessarily picked in the following game. So I started conceding runs. This one is on the line of the stumps, played across to Craig Bradwood at the cover region. There is no run, so I started going for some runs, although I was getting wickets. And then because of that, captains and teams decided to pick bowlers who were more economical, and in trying to make sure that I was playing, I started to bowl flatter and try to turn the ball a little bit less, took away my wicket taking ability just so that I got an opportunity to play more games.
I get you. Fascinating. It was all about control more than anything else. Here comes Alzari Joseph, bowls an off-break cutter. Bairstow's trying to squeeze this to points, and there is no run. Of course, the interesting thing about that, Samuel, is that, speaking of the great Shane Warne, whenever we've heard him speaking in the latter years, the question, any advice for a young spinner, he always says, go out there and try and give it the biggest rip you can possibly do.
Yeah, and try to take wickets, and I think that is what really stands out for Shane Warne and his ability to take so many wickets, 708 test wickets in his career. And another thing that he always says, that the more you turn the ball, the greater the chance of taking that wicket, and this one is played to Craig Bradwood once again in the cover region, no run. The result, good full delivery from Alzari Joseph. Not for the first time we've seen him using that particular length. Yet the greater spin you put on the ball, or energy you put on the ball, the greater the danger for the batsman. And another thing I'll say, growing up, you don't necessarily have that coach, especially here in the Caribbean. You were self-taught and you learn by trial and error, as opposed to having a coach. This one is angled down the leg side. Bairstow tries to turn it, misses it altogether, goes through to the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, brings the over to an end. 327 for 6, England after 85 overs, an overall lead of 263. So you're looking at guys on the television, you're listening to them on radio, etc., and you're trying to pattern what they're doing, but again, by trial and error, because you don't have that formalized sort of coaching setup. And even as you went deeper into your career, you still didn't have that, because here in the region, we don't have that many spin bowling coaches, and the guys that have come through learned by themselves and by trying different things and experimenting, because we have been so fascinated by fast bowling. We haven't really spent much time trying to develop the spinners through the region, and we're seeing that manifesting itself once again in the Test arena. Versamy Pumol struggling in that first innings and once again in the second innings.
Many thanks to Andrew McKenna. It's Neil Manthorpe here as Jason Holder is in. Slower ball bouncer, an attempted pull shot from Wokes, and that has looped off his gloves into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. And, well, Jason Holder is convinced it's out. He's got his arms up, he's celebrating. Craig Brathwaite can't understand why the umpire hasn't raised his finger, and they're going to review it. I don't know what that came off, maybe the batsman's shoulder, but certainly Wokes was shaking his head straight away,
TV
just
umpire to director.
Involuntarily, just immediately saying, I didn't hit it, I didn't hit it.
Decision is not out.
Okay, well, this will be interesting. I mean, it's clear deflection, and I'd be very surprised if Chris Wokes was standing there if it came off his gloves. He's, as I said, he was shaking his head.
Keep rolling. All is close to the bat.
Yeah, it's come off his shoulder.
Can I get ultra
Samuel
edge to see if
Badri?
there was any
Off the players, off the batsman's shoulder?
Yeah, it appears as though it has come off his shoulder, looking at the replay here on the monitor, but very close to the bat, and they might just need ultra edge to confirm whether or not there is any bat involved. An ultra edge, as I am looking at the monitor here, confirms that it is off the shoulder. So Chris Wokes will survive this review from the West Indies.
No contact with the bat or
no contact whatsoever with the bat or the gloves. So that decision is upheld from umpire Joel Wilson, much to the chagrin of the West Indian wicketkeeper, fielders and bowler.
Yeah, not controversial though, was it? Clearly the right decision was made. England lead by 263. 327 for 6. First time in 4 years that England have passed 300 in both innings of a test match. As Andrew McKenna was saying, last time was against Sri Lanka in Galle 4 years ago. Short pulled away by Chris Wokes, nicely done to deep backward square. It's fielded by Alzari Joseph. They go through for a single. Johnny Bairstow has 5. Chris Wokes now has 7. It's been a morning of action, plenty of action. Joe Root scoring his 24th Test century, 109. Dan Lawrence smashed 37 from 36 balls, 4 fours and a 6. Ben Stokes been and gone for 13 from as many balls, and Ben Foakes was bowled off an inside edge second delivery. So England resuming at 217 for 1. That's a low full toss from Jason Holder and driven down the ground by Bairstow for a single towards long on. England resuming at 217 for 1. Now 329 for 6. An elongated session. We started half an hour early, 2.5 hours of cricket to make up for the time that we lost at the end of play yesterday. Over an hour lost because of rain. But it's been, as I said, an action-packed session with 5 wickets and 113 runs so far. We've still got 35 minutes to go. Another single, low full toss, clipped away by Wokes once more, and England move on to 330 for 6. It's been well, I mean, it's been a session of cricket to begin the 5th day, which has seen the Test match accelerate at some pace, a great deal more pace than we've seen for the last 3 days, in fact. Here is Holder once again, another slower ball bouncer, a little gripper, and it's rising up towards the rib cage of Johnny Bairstow, and he pulls it. No pace on the ball, so quite difficult to hit it hard, and he just paddle pulls it down towards fine leg, and they go through for another single. All of his one-day skills being used here by Jason Holder, and the ball is it's almost gripping more for the seamers than it has been for the spinners. There's been almost nothing in it for the frontline spinners. And well, we have a lot of cricket left if we are able to get through to the end of the day and use up all of the time and don't lose any. Last ball is punched down the ground towards long on. It's just worth bearing that in mind, Samuel Badri. I mean, I don't know what the likelihood is that we get all 76 overs. that still remain in the day. It's a 98 over day, and we tend to forget, we think, we're heading towards lunch, so time is running out. But there's a lot of overs if we get them all.
Yeah, quite a lot of overs, and I don't think that we would have any interruption in terms of the rain. The weather seems to be quite clear. We had some interruptions and punctuations yesterday and previous days. I don't think we'd have any of that today. So you're right, it's an elongated day. Lots of overs remaining in the day's play. Half an hour before lunch. I don't think we'd see England declaring before that stage, but so West Indies will be thinking about having to bat at least 2 sessions in the afternoon.
Here is Alzari Joseph begins a new over, and it's short, banged in. He's not backed off on his pace at all, Alzari Joseph. He's still bowling in the 140s. That's a single pull shot from Chris Woakes down towards long on. Many thanks indeed to Samuel Badri. I think he's had to make his way off into the television commentary box. We'll be joined by Sir Curtly Ambrose in a moment or two. But all credit to Alzari Joseph. As I said, he has not backed off. He's not bowling within himself. Here he is, big in-swinger there, a little bit of reverse swing. We're still bowling with the old ball. It's into its 87th over. Obviously, it was the new ball was available after 80 overs, but not taken. Johnny Bairstow 8, Chris Woakes 9, 334 for 6. The lead is 270 now as another single guided away by Bairstow to third man. Alzari Joseph 3 for 70 into his 23rd over. And here he is once again, top of his run-up. He's certainly not looking weary at all. Great credit to the 25-year-old. Plenty of stamina and aerobic conditioning. Another single, banged it in short, tucked away behind square on the leg side, and they trot through for Chris Woakes to move into double figures on 10 from 13 balls, 335 for 6. I suspect that Joe Root is taking the number of overs into consideration if and when the time comes for a declaration. He'll have an idea in his mind of how many overs, how many spells he'd like his front line seamers to bowl. That one is pushed out gently out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So if the light holds and we don't get any rain, the forecast suggests that there aren't any impending showers, those squalling showers that we've had through most of the test match. It's a lot of cricket still to be played today. We go the distance. Here is Joseph once more, another in-swinger, nicely driven by Johnny Bairstow, nice and full. Again, not hit hard by any means, just a push through the offside. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, chases after it, and Bairstow joins Woakes in double figures. They've got 10 apiece now, 336 for 6. The lead is 272. So I'm sure that Joe Root will want to lead by 300, but there is that second part of the equation, the number of overs remaining. I mean, he isn't, towards the end of the 5th day, with only 3 days between test matches, he doesn't want to have Woakes and Overton bowling 20 overs each. I wouldn't have thought. That's driven down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Chris Woakes. He's a quality all-rounder, and if he gets a proper run in the England team, I'm sure that we'll see just how good he is on a consistent basis. Another single there, last ball of the over. 87 overs gone, still the old ball being used by the West Indies. And the reason for that, not only because they're getting a little bit of reverse swing with this old ball, but also because the new ball tends not only to bring wicket-taking opportunities, but also it comes off the bat a bit quicker. If the bowlers aren't taking wickets and the batsmen are being positive and aggressive, then that new ball tends to fly off the bat a lot quicker.
Someone's pitching it there, then.
There's a great deal of discussion amongst the Brains Trust of England. Joe Root sitting alongside the bowling coach and the acting head coach Paul Collingwood. That's flicked nicely off his pads. That's, again, a quality leg glance from Chris Wokes. Brings him 4, takes him up to 15. 341 for 6. England now. How they battled to get to 311 in the first innings, but they're flying along on the back of hundreds from Zach Crawley and Joe Root today, and Dan Lawrence galloping along in a selfless manner, entirely team-centric rather than individual-centric. 37 off 36 balls. Played some outrageous cricket shots. This is full again and straight from Jason Holder, and nudged out towards Jermaine Blackwood on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Runs are flowing here. It's a great example of being how to score at a runner ball without necessarily hitting boundaries between Bairstow and Wokes. And they did need to just settle things down a bit but keep scoring, but keep ticking along. There are lots and lots of gaps. There's 5 fielders on the boundary, so you know it's perfectly possible to score at a runner ball, and that's exactly what they're doing. Bairstow now pushes Holder straight back to the bowler. He picks up and feigns a shy at the batsman's stumps. He duly puts his bat back in his crease. The score remains 342 for 6. Strong wind pumping across the ground from east to west. Matt Pryor's got the calculator out. He's got his pencil and notepad in front of him. He's working out when England, how many overs. Maybe that's what he's working out. How many overs do they want to bowl at the West Indies? That one is driven up towards mid-off. And again, they take a single. Lots of singles being taken. Matt Pryor, you keep an eye on the rugby.
Rumbled.
Scotland, Italy. Italy have lost how many consecutive Six Nations games now? What's it, 34? 35?
We need Mackie here, don't we?
35. He's got it right on the tip of his tongue.
Yeah.
35 consecutive losses. That one is driven out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. That's 88 overs gone, 343 for 6. No, it's not. There's 1 ball to go. Did I miss a no ball? There's a question for you on the subject of rugby.
I was going to answer your overs question first.
Oh, you do that at the end of the over.
Oh, okay.
I was going to ask you, if and when South Africa join the Six Nations, should Italy be tossed out? Here is Holder once again, driven down the ground. Lovely shot from Chris Wokes. Just a single to long off. One of the 5 men on the boundary. 344 for 6. Wokes moves on to 17. Alfie Reynolds, how do put the rest of us out of our misery and tell us how Scotland-Italy is going.
56 and a half minutes played. It's Italy 10, Scotland 26. Darcy Graham, early on in the second half, has scored Scotland's bonus point try. He broke through following an inside pass from Finn Russell. We had 3 Scotland tries in the first half as well, 1 for Sam Johnson and 2 for Chris Harris. Callum Brayley got Italy's only try. So despite all the best efforts of the Italians, they've got a seriously uphill battle to be able to get anything out of this game. It looks like that losing streak, as things stand, will move on to 36 matches. 57 minutes gone, Italy 10, Scotland at 26.
Many thanks indeed, Alfie. We've got 24 minutes to go until lunch on this day 5 of the first Test match. Here is Alzari Joseph, driven down the ground. Super shot again to long on, fielded by Nkrumah Bonner. All right, so Matt Pryor, overs. How many overs do England want to bowl?
Well, the simple answer would be England would want to bowl as many overs as possible. So I don't think the discussion is necessarily about overs. The discussion will be about runs. And how many runs do they feel is safe? The conversation we were having earlier with Jared about do you dangle that carrot or not? Joe Root would want to keep attacking fields for as long as possible.
Joseph in again, short ball pulled by Bairstow down towards fine leg. He's got a good piece of that and it's gone away for 4. It's gone very fine, but off the middle of the bat I reckon, and Bairstow races up to 15.
What we got, 20 minutes to lunch roughly.
Oh, hello.
What?
Joe Root's declaring. He's called them in.
Nice.
Joe Root's declared. Well, how about that? That's taken us all a little bit by surprise. So Curtly Ambrose has joined us in the commentary box as well. England have declared. So Curtly, we were all assuming that England would definitely go until lunch, but that's a pretty positive move, isn't it?
Certainly a positive move, because I share the same sentiments. I figured they would bat until lunch, probably get to that 300 mark, and then have 2 sessions to have a go at the West Indians. But we were all wrong. Captain Joe Root have different ideas, and you have now made a declaration. I would have a few minutes, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, a few overs to bowl the West Indians prior to lunch. That could be a little bit unsettling for the opening batsman.
Target is 286, Curtly, and by my calculations, we take off 2 overs, obviously for the change of innings, and I still think there are 70 overs to be bowled in the day. I don't know, you would know, obviously, better than myself and Matt Pryor, whether the light is likely to hold towards the end of the day and whether we're able to get those 70 overs in. But target of 286 in 70 overs, 7, 14, 21, 28. So 4 and over, give or take. Do you think the West Indies will be interested? Not initially. They'll just want to, obviously bat until lunch and then for some time after lunch. But 4 and over. What do you reckon?
It's not going to be easy, because throughout the whole game, both teams haven't really scored 4 and over on a consistent basis. So it's going to be difficult. England, of course, they are 1 bowler short, because I don't think Mark Wood will be bowling again in this match. But I believe that in terms of getting 70 overs in the day, they probably will get close to it. I believe Jack Leach will have to do a lot of bowling from one end, and then the seamers will be rotated in short spells from the other end. I mean, after the new ball has got, the shine has gone from the new ball. So I believe the spinner will have a lot of work to do. But it's not going to be easy. But strange things have happened in cricket. How would West Indies approach the innings after lunch? Because obviously, with a couple of overs before lunch, it's just about surviving till lunch without losing a wicket. But what would their approach be? I reckon they should come out with positive intent, because if they just sit back and decide to play in a negative frame of mind, they could get bowled out. So they got to be positive, look to score as much as they can up until tea, and then you reassess the situation, and then you can decide, okay, we can't get these runs, or we could, but they got to play in a positive frame of mind.
Could you tell us a little bit about the characters and personalities of the top 6, or let's go top 7 batsmen? Because it seems, statistically anyway, and we saw in Nkrumah Bonner with his incredible patience and application in the first innings, making 100, facing 350 deliveries. But with the captain, Craig Brathwaite, Shamar Brooks and Nkrumah Bonner, those 3, if it comes to playing for a draw, would seem to be ideally suited temperamentally. Those who might be tempted to chase the runs, John Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood. I think Jason Holder could probably play both roles, couldn't he? So, I mean, it just seems that this West Indian top 6 is quite well suited if it does come to having to play for the draw.
I think that they should come out looking to be positive, especially against the new ball. Try not to let the England bowlers get into a nice rhythm or groove. Take the attack to them early enough to put them on their back foot. However, it's not going to be easy. Some deliveries keeping a bit low on this day 5 surface. So I think at the moment, England would feel a little more confident as opposed to the West Indies. But the last thing the West Indies would want to do is to come out and be too negative in their approach. because there's still 2 long sessions, 70 overs or so to go in the day. There's a lot of overs. So you don't want to start the innings, your final innings, on a negative note. Come out looking to be positive without being reckless and see what happens.
So Curtly, just before I hand over to Andrew McKenna, a word about the bowlers. We expect nothing but the best from Kemar Roach, who's the leader of the attack, 253. But one man who really stood out, and not bowling within himself, bowling at full pace, full commitment, 100% effort, was Alzarri Joseph today, and he got 3 wickets as reward. But his pace never dropped, and he never stopped believing. He ran in, and 23.2 overs when the declaration came, 3 for 78. That was a super effort. You'd have enjoyed that.
He certainly did bowl well. He had a spell yesterday as well where he didn't get any wickets but conceded very few runs. So he's that kind of player. Alzarri, when he's in a good frame of mind, he can bowl well. He can bowl pretty quickly if the situation suits him. But I'm happy for him to come back and get a couple of wickets. That should do his confidence the world of good. But it's up to the batsmen now to see which direction they take.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Neil. It's Andrew McKenna taking over until lunch. And got to say, first of all, thank you very much to the players of both sides for what's been a fabulous morning so far. We were a little bit concerned that it might be a bit turgid, it might be a bit of a hard grind, but it's actually been anything but. England resuming today 217 for 1, have declared 349 for 6. Let me take you through the scorecard of the England second innings. Lees was LBW to Roach for 6, Crawley bowled Holder 121, Root bowled Joseph 109, Lawrence caught Pamol bowled Joseph for 37 from 36, the innings that really gave the impetus today. Stokes caught by Brooks off the bowling of Roach for 13, Bairstow not out 15, Folkes dragged one on from Alzarri Joseph for a single, and Chris Wokes was 18 not out. The bowling figures: 2 for 53 for Roach, 0 for 57 for Seals, 1 for 56 for Holder, 3 for 78, as Manners mentioned, for Alzarri Joseph. Pamol, Brathwaite and Bonner all went wicketless. Pamol 12 overs, 0 for 64, Brathwaite 4 overs for 14, and Bonner bowled just 1 over for 8 in the innings. The England players are just gathering on the side of the pitch before they make their way out onto the field. I can see Jack Leach just got an old ball, spinning it from hand to hand, just getting it loose. So the target is 286. We've got, well, it's 15 minutes till lunch. We'll be underway in about 3 or 4 minutes time. From a bowler's point of view, Sir Curtly, I mean, you're only going to get a maximum of, well, probably 2 if you get the first over, and if you got the second over, probably only 1. How do you approach this? Because you barely got time to work up a sweat.
Yeah, it's always a difficult time to bowl when you only probably get 1, maybe 2 overs, because I believe that as fast bowlers, you need at least 1 over to get your legs going, get your rhythm going, and then from your second over, you start to really up your pace, hit your straps. So it's always difficult to bowl just 1 over before the break. Then you got to come back after and start again. So it's not an ideal situation for the bowlers, but it has to be done, and let's see what happens.
Well, absolutely, and from a batsman's point of view, it's an even worse situation, because there's absolutely nothing positive you can really get out of this other than walk back off in 15 minutes time. But of course the negative side, that there's a much bigger downside than there is an upside at this situation if you're a batsman.
It certainly is. I think it's worse for the batsman, because the last thing they would want is to be dismissed just before the break with only 1 or 2 overs to go. So they are under a bit of pressure. So it's a lot harder for the batsmen to cope with 1 or 2 overs before the break.
Right, just a bit of housekeeping. Ollie Pope is coming out once again as England's 12th man, which means that Mark Wood is still off the field, and that is going to be one of the factors for Joe Root in terms of, we were wondering if they might get 1 or 2 overs out of him, but that's not going to happen. And in fact, we're just being told now he's not going to take any further part in the test match due to the soreness of his elbow. and at this stage, no update on a possible replacement for him. Obviously, if they are going to make that call, that's got to happen pretty quickly, with the test match in Barbados starting on Wednesday. But that's to be dealt with in the hours to come. It's going to be Chris Wokes to bowl the first over, and if we're entirely honest, Sir Curtly, England in the first innings with the ball, first 10 overs are absolutely key, and England completely wasted it. Here is a chance to right some wrongs from the first innings.
Yes, I think that they didn't bowl particularly well in the early stages. Thought maybe because of the surface they probably tried a little bit too hard, and they were trying too many different things to make something happen, and that's not really the way you want to go. So it's a chance for them now to make amends.
So here we go then, final innings of the match about to get underway, with Wokes bowling to Brathwaite, 2 slips, a gully, a catching mid-wicket. Wokes, it's too straight, and in fact it's not actually straight, it's down leg side, and it's going to be folks going away to the left-hand side taking it, and that is the first ball sent down. Our analyst Jared Kimber is looking predatory as he picks up his microphone.
Yeah, we were talking with myself and Matt Pryor before about the declaration and what direction it was going to go in.
Oh, hang on, you want to blow your own trumpet here?
No, because they could be wrong.
As Joe the trumpet starts up.
They could be wrong, but I think they're thinking about this wicket in a similar way that I did.
Wokes, right arm over in. That is an inducker to Brathwaite. He will turn it through mid-wicket. They will take 1, come back for a second, and it's still not been picked up, just pulled in inside the rope. So in fact it will be 3 to get the West Indies up and running as they try and make 286 to win this game. So carry on, Jared.
So according to CricViz, in Test cricket, the global average of a wicket, of the amount of wickets that go to defensive shots in tests is 29%. In this test, it's around 12% at the moment. So they're thinking there has to be a carrot there, especially because they know they have to get early wickets. They especially, you don't want someone like Campbell to block out 40 balls. You really want Campbell to play like he does, take his risks, hope he drags one back on or hits one straight up in the air or whatever sort of mistake that he makes. So I think they've thought about this. I don't think this is how many modern teams think, but on this particular pitch, I can see why they've made this declaration.
Wokes then around the wicket to Campbell, 2 slips in play. It's on the hip, work to the leg side. Not really timed and with any degree of power, so it'll be a pretty straightforward amble down to the other end for a single. 4 without loss there for the West Indies, and 286, as I keep mentioning, is going to be the magic number. From that, Sir Curtly, what Jared was just talking about there, we were talking earlier about declarations and about the balance between giving the batting team a carrot to make them think, well, can we get there, and does that make it easier to dismiss them if they are thinking about potentially playing an attacking shot rather than just solely being in defensive mode? Wokes comes forward, Wokes is in, Brathwaite comes forward, it's through to the keeper, no run. From a bowling point of view, did you believe it was easier to bowl out a side if they were at least thinking about the scoring rate?
Not on a surface like this. We've seen how the surface is playing.
Wokes, end of mark, on his way in once again. Again, it's a little bit of in shape. Lees will field at short mid-wicket as it's turned by Brathwaite onto the leg side.
The thing with the surface, if there was some assistance for the bowlers, then yes, you could say, dangle a carrot a little bit for the West Indians, but this pitch has been so flat throughout, and it's not misbehaving either, so it's going to be very difficult.
Final ball of the first over. Brathwaite waits and bowls right arm over, and again just coming in towards middle stump, turn to Ollie Pope on the leg side, and that is the end of the first over here on TalkSport 2. Just a reminder, of course, next week is Cheltenham Festival Week. TalkSport will have you all the action next week. Hawksby and Jacobs will bring you commentary from 1 o'clock with the TalkSport Breakfast live from Cheltenham from 6 a.m. and if that's not enough for you, there's a daily Cheltenham preview show here on TalkSport 2 from 10 a.m. So then, Sir Kirtley, 282 more to win. And in terms of the overs, realistically, how many do you think will get in today in terms of the light? I mean, we've still got, what, a good sort of 70 odd or so. How many of those do you think realistically we can get in?
I think realistically we'll get in close to that, because I think even up until 5 o'clock this evening the sun will still be out a little bit. So I think we can get in close to that 70 or so, especially if the spinner bowls a lot. And speaking of spinner, he's in the attack straight away, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yes, I did mention as the team were waiting as a little group huddle that Jack Leach had a ball in hand and was just flicking a few to get his fingers loose, but Jack Leach is straight into the attack. So it's Chris Wokes and Jack Leach opening the bowling for England. Leach 2 for 79 from 43 and a half overs in the first innings. Right, it's to left-handed John Campbell. That keeps a little bit low as it turns into him. It's turned on the onside and there is no run. Of course, the other thing this does is it means there's should be a third over. If there was a seamer at the other end, you might have been struggling to get that through and get with the time, but with what, 7 minutes or so to lunch, unless something goes horribly wrong, as Leach goes in, brings Campbell forward, pushing out on the offside. This should therefore ensure another over. Jared.
The cricketer's George Dobell is just saying that Mark Wood went into the nets apparently and bowled 6 deliberately, or it does say approximately, so the ECB's not sure exactly how many. It could be 5, could be 7, Macca, but he had a lot of pain and they just didn't think it was worth it, obviously.
So they've given it a go and therefore decided it's not going to happen. So Jack Leach goes in and Campbell is deep in his crease, turns on the onside, no run. So we're not expecting to see Mark Wood basically again in this game. So then we're going to have a decision to make. Harmy's already said, in fact he said it yesterday, he doesn't think that Mark Wood would be ready for Barbados. Do they therefore have to make a decision? That's turning from outside of off stump by Jack Leach. Campbell turns round the corner. Fielder at backward square leg will pick it up. There's no run. So 4 balls of the over have gone. West Indies 4 without lots. Brathwaite has 3. John Campbell has a single. Jack Leach is really working that ball in his fingers to get the feel of it. Brand new Duke's ball. Leach, it's well outside of off stump, to the extent I can see all 3 stumps and daylight behind the legs of John Campbell on that occasion. So England really are wasting their time with that appeal, and as a result they're not even thinking about reviewing it. Although just watching the replay, that one did actually take a little piece of the surface just as it landed. Final ball of the over from Leach, and Campbell safely behind it, plays it out, no run. Sir Kirtley, a nice tidy over all round, really?
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, Jack Leach bowled very, very well that first innings. He bowled in excess of 40 overs, only gave up 70 other runs, a couple of wickets. So we know that he can keep things nice and tight, and of course have the knack of taking wickets as well. So I think he will play a big part if England are to dismiss the West Indies second time around.
Chris Wokes is going to get the third over. First one went for 4. He's on his way to Brathwaite, and a little bit of in shape. Brathwaite put it back, pushing it back down the pitch to the bowler. There was lots of talk, and actually for about 2 days really, Sir Curly, that both sides thought this pitch was going to break up, and they felt it would break up more than it has. But just that last over with Jack Leach getting at least 1 just to take a little bit of the surface will be a good piece of news from England. Wokes is on the way, in swinger, pushed up to Joe Root at mid-on, and there is no run.
It's a very, very dry pitch, and I too thought maybe like after day 3 it may start to break up a bit, but surprisingly it has held up very well.
Yeah, we've had the up and down so far, but not really going through the surface. Wokes is in and bowls, beats Brathwaite on the outside edge, a little bit of bounce through to the keeper, there's no run. And it's just dawned on me that I just said that Joe Root was fielding at mid-on. It's Johnny Bairstow at first lip, with Zach Crawley at second, and Joe Root has stationed himself at mid-on so he can talk to the bowlers and just keep things under, I suppose, in control really, which they weren't really able to do in the first innings. Three balls left of this over, 2.5 minutes or so to bowl them before the break. Now England put in a leg slip to Brathwaite. In goes Wokes, and it's down the leg side. Folks takes quite a long way down the leg side and doesn't really have to do too much to flick it on to Craig Overton, who is the man at the leg slip position. England bowling that in swing. Not as much control as England would like so far, Sir Kirtley. Wokes, right arm over, in, turned on the leg side. England have Lees about 5 metres in front of square leg. Turned on the leg side, it's straight to him, and there is no run. 1 ball left of the over. Is there enough time for England to get this in and get another over? 5 dot balls so far for England this over. Final one then from Chris Wokes. That one is round about the off-stump line. Brathwaite will play it out and all eyes will go onto the umpires. We should just have enough time, yes or no? Umpire Brathwaite is just staying in position, and yes, it looks like we are going to get another one, Sir Kirtley.
Yeah, I don't think Captain Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell may be all that happy. They were hoping to see the bails removed and to go into lunch without any loss, but umpires decided that we can get one more over in. England are happy for that. The West Indians are not. Let's see what happens.
Well, I've got to say, if the West Indies is disappointed, I think they've only got themselves to blame, because there was very little delaying tactics on their part during that over. If they were looking at the clock, and maybe the clock that they're being guided from is slightly different to the one the umpire's using, there was very little attempt to actually slow that down and make sure it was the final over. Right, England are going to, we'll put 3 men round the bats. I thought they might have put in a silly point as well, but there's a slip, a short leg, and a leg slip for Jack Leach, bowling to the left-handed John Campbell. Leach started with a maiden. This is his second over. Campbell solidly forward, and there's no run on this occasion. Campbell waits, and Leach is on his way. Again, not huge amounts of spin on that occasion. It's angling in towards middle and off and pitching outside of off stump, pushing safely back along the pitch, and there is no run. England also have a mid-wicket relatively close for the clip off the toes. Leach over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, turn to Ollie Pope at short leg, no run. 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the UK, midday in Antigua. Coming to the end of a 2.5 hour session as we make up the time from yesterday. 98 overs today. Leach goes in. Campbell playing from the crease line, and there is no run. So the time we've made up has basically all been made up in the first session, so it is then normal 2-hour sessions for the rest of the day. England declaring 349 for 6. Campbell goes a long way across his stumps here, gets virtually both feet and pads outside of off stump. And that's the 5th ball of the over, successfully negotiated. Here we go then, for the final time this morning. Leach in, solidly forward is Campbell. And you hear the umpire say time, and that is lunch. So we've reached the interval, or the first interval, for the first time today on the final day of this test match. England, well, they've given themselves a chance. They've declared their second innings, 349 for 6. Crawley with 121, Root 109, Lawrence 37 were the significant contributors today. The bowling figures, well, Alzari Joseph finished with 3 for 78. So the target for the West Indies to win is 286. The target for England to win is 10 wickets, and that is still the case because the West Indies have gone to lunch 4 without loss, with the men at the crease, John Campbell and Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite has 3, John Campbell has a single. England opening the bowling with Chris Woakes and Jack Leach. Woakes 2 overs have cost 4 runs so far. Leach has sent down 2 overs and 2 maidens.
Back here in North Sound, Antigua, the sun is shining. We have 1 or 2 very, very pleasant looking white fluffy clouds moving aimlessly above the ground from east to west. The breeze is still here. The breeze is still very strong, but perhaps not quite as ferocious as it was at times yesterday. The England team are out there on the park. Chris Woakes has the ball in hand. Openers Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell are at the crease for the West Indies. Campbell is the left-hander who is at the non-strikers end. Skipper of the West Indies, Brathwaite, stands with his bat in right hand over his shoulder, rather like a bricklayer with a hod full of nice shiny new bricks for whatever he might be building. Well, he's hoping to build a wall against England bowlers, let's put it that way. Field for England at the moment is leg slip, 2 slips, gully, and the only other man on the offside being mid-off. We've got mid-on, and that is Joe Root, who's taken himself out of the first slip position. Johnny Bairstow is there in his stead. I think he wanted to get closer to his bowlers during the course of this innings. We have Ollie Pope on the field for Mark Wood. That's a real shame for England that Mark Wood won't be taking any further part in this contest. So Ollie Pope is at short mid-wicket. We've got a square leg in front of square, fine leg, and Chris Woakes is in and fires that down the leg side. Ben Foakes tumbles away to his left to gather it in, tosses it to Craig Overton, who is standing right next to him by the time he comes to a stop at leg slip, and there is no run. Steve Armstrong is with me. This actually promises to be quite an exciting finish, doesn't it? We can kind of be sarcastic about the pitch all we like, but this is what it's all about. Get down to day 5. Are you good enough to win it?
Yeah, down to business time, Butch, definitely, and it is business time. Just be interesting to see who opens the bowling alongside Chris Woakes.
Again, down the leg side, there's a shout from England. Overton absolutely loves it, and he's got a really good view from leg slip. Chris Woakes, it was a little half-hearted. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite unmoved, and England are still talking about it. Joe Root likes it. There's 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds left on the DRS timer. He doesn't decide to go upstairs, and the England fielders return to their places. Now that would have been a strangle. I mean, on decks like this, sometimes it's a slightly fortuitous dismissal that gets you on a roll.
Yeah, 100%. Ollie Pope is saying to the England captain, who is the closest fielder to him, saying Brathwaite's bat was away from his pad, and it was a case of away from his pad, but didn't hit his bat. It just clipped side of the pad and went in a good take down leg side for Ben Foakes.
Foakes in again, it's angled towards that leg stump, and Brathwaite plays it, keeps it down, tries to get on top of it, keeps it down. It goes to Alex Lees at forward square leg, and there's no run. Tricky one this for Chris Woakes. Chris Woakes is naturally more of an away swing bowler, isn't he? If he's going to move the ball at all, it'll be away from the right-handed batter, and he's bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where the wind is blowing across in completely the opposite direction, and at the minute he's just having a bit of difficulty locating the right line to the right-handed Brathwaite, who stands bat in the air and plays it sort of on the crease out into the offside, but brilliant bit of fielding. I think that's Ben Stokes who anticipated that superbly from mid-off, ran all the way around to cover and stopped the West Indies batters from rotating the strike.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding by Ben Stokes, but when you look at how the West Indies are going to go about this next, 67 and a bit overs, they're still going to have to be of a positive intent movement, in defence.
Woakes in, better line this time, but it's a little bit on the short side, and Brathwaite gets up on his toes, punches it off the back foot, dead square. So it goes to the right of Dan Lawrence, who has to turn, chase it. And he does so with some style. Little slide, picks up, throws it into Wokes, and there's a single. West Indies move to 5 without loss. What did you make of the declaration? I thought it was a good one.
I thought it was a really good one, and fair play and congratulations and well done to Joe Root for excuse me, having the foresight to knowing that he's going to need overs. He's going to need overs. It's a huge amount of runs at a run rate that England have set over 4 and over. Haven't had that throughout the Test match.
Yeah, Wokes in round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, and again that's wide. He's really struggled to locate the line there at all, Chris Wokes. That's the end of the first over after the lunch break. West Indies 5 without loss, 281 more runs to win. England needing 10 wickets to take a 1-0 lead. England have never won a Test match in Antigua, ever.
Well, Brian Lara broke the record here twice, so
Lara scored as many runs in 2 innings against England in Antigua as has been made in this Test match. Actually, that's not quite true, but it felt like it at the time.
And it felt a lot like it bowling at the time as well. But we'll move on from that. We've had our look into the past. We look into the future. We got Jack Leach, who is going to bowl. Interesting, intriguing that Leach is going to bowl from the Sir Andy Roberts end with a brand new ball. There are little pockets around the off stump of Craig Brathwaite where there's a little debris, a few missing pieces. Nothing that I think would worry the West Indian captain too much. Not as much as what there is on the other side for John Campbell on the leg side. So it'd be interesting to see how Joe Root goes with these bowlers. He's decided that Chris Wokes is going to go from Skirtley Ambrose end, and he's going to bowl in swing. He's going to bowl into the right-handers, pads probably across the left-hander to go with the breeze and use the breeze. But I'm always intrigued, Butch, about Jack Leach's field. Has Joe Root, it's a good declaration, but has Joe Root got enough runs on the board with overs to go to really crowd the West Indian batsman, or will he, as the game goes on, get more personnel in front of the batsman as the run rate goes a little bit higher? It's a conundrum for the captain.
Certainly is. Leach is going to start around the wicket to Brathwaite. He swings the bowling hand behind himself before joining it up with his right hand to pluck the ball out of it. Bowls a nice flighted delivery at Brathwaite. There's a bit of a it wasn't a whoosh, but he kind of followed through on the defensive stroke, and it went aerial into the leg side for a moment, and there was no run. A little bit loose from the West Indies captain. First ball from Leach. Leach is in again. That's a better stroke. The ball come to him, punched it with real commitment this time to mid-on, and again there's no run. I think this serves a couple of purposes. This from Leach bowling with the new ball, because I don't think it's the preferred end for him, as he comes in again and really bursts of energy over his front foot and drives the ball into the surface, and Brathwaite defends stoutly on the offside. But you've also got the chance to dump the ball in the rough often with the spin bowler, which might speed up the process of getting the ball to reverse swing, as Leach is in again and aims this one more at the leg stump of the right-handed Brathwaite, who again finds Joe Root at mid-on, and there's no run.
Brilliant, bud.
So, if he picks up a wicket, he's also going to be, he should be tight. He should be a lot tighter than Pamal was, put it that way. So he's starting to drive the rate up. But I think there's also more scope for the ball to take scuffs and to bring reverse swing into play sooner with the spinner bowling.
Yeah, and I think that would be a plan of England if the ball doesn't swing conventionally.
Leach in again, and again it's an on drive. Again it's picked up by skipper Root at mid-on, and that's the end of a maiden over for Jack Leach. He's bowled 3 overs, no wickets, no runs, 3 maidens, 5 without loss. 281 is still the score, and no alarms yet for the West Indies. I mean, and that I think is a pretty salient point. If the West Indies have the right sort of mindset and the right sort of attitude, they really ought not lose this Test match. I don't think that they're going to get there. I think that the declaration is, some of the fans around the ground were going, "Oh, that's a bit generous." I think, nah, not really, not unless England bowled dreadfully. Wokes is around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell again. So I don't really think the runs come into the equation in terms of a run chase, but I do think that England have given themselves a chance to win a Test match. They've lost time in it. It's a very flat pitch, and they've done the best they possibly could to get it going.
Yeah, they've lost time in it, but they've bought time with the way I thought Dan Lawrence played superbly well this morning, and to give Joe Root the time that he needed. I agree. I think the business area of the pitch, good lengths, good lines, they're still intact.
Big shout from Wokes. I think it's too straight and potentially too high. It looked as though it hit sort of the bottom part of the thigh pad of left-handed Campbell. And there was excitement briefly, but Wokes is on his way back to his mark, and the field changes over between that for the left-handed Campbell and the right-handed Brathwaite. 6 without loss.
And I also think that it's about scoreboard pressure for the West Indies to lose this game. If they're die in a hole and all of a sudden to lose a couple of wickets, go bang bang, then all of a sudden the scoreboard pressure of the amount of overs left in the game, that's what will beat the West Indies. I don't think the surface will beat them too much.
Wokes is in, and it's a lovely punched back foot drive through mid-off from Brathwaite, who seems to have all the time in the world right now. Really sweetly timed. Stokes turned and chased after it, and they pick up another couple. I mean, it's one of the things that strikes me. Yes, that this pitch has been very flat, and hopefully we'll have a bit more pace and bounce in the surface at Barbados. In fact, I'm 100% sure we will. But because of the loss of Mark Wood, no bowler on either side has got that real X factor of pace or of sort of mystery spin or a leggy that can really rag the ball. As Wokes runs away from us again and gets a much better line, gets a decent bit of carry actually through to Ben Foakes, and there's no run. So yes, it's been very flat, but we have seen they're workmanlike, aren't they, these bowling attacks? I don't think there's nothing particularly special. Given a certain set of conditions, there are bowlers on there that will be able to take bags of wickets, but on something like this, unlikely.
Yeah, 100%. And what you've got as well, to throw in the fact that you've got to fast forward 4 days because you've got to pick a side for Barbados.
Wokes is in, and that's a fuller length. Brathwaite is forward. He doesn't quite time it. In fact, it was a really good delivery, but Brathwaite played it nicely, had his weight coming forward, and manages to block it the other side of Ben Stokes, the sort of stump side of Ben Stokes at mid-off, and they come through for a single.
And I think what you've just mentioned it a little bit earlier, just off air, that if England go on and win this game with 2 dobbers for this surface, the left arm spinner and Ben Stokes, do they then replace Mark Wood with Ollie Robinson and say, well, we'll grind the West Indies down and grind them out?
Round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. And there was a little bit of something for Chris Wokes. But the angle from right arm over round the wicket to the left-hander, it just angled in towards off stump and then faded away from him. Perhaps there's a little bit of something starting to happen with this ball already. It's 7 overs old. West Indies are 9 without loss. They need 277 more runs to win here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And I use the word dobbers because of the wicket, the surface that they're on. There's not a great deal happening for the likes of Alzari Joseph into 80 mile an hour, Jaden Seals into 80 mile an hour, so is Kemar Roach, but pretty it's not been a wicket where you feel as though we can blast somebody out. So I think that will be in the mindset of the management team on how do we replace Mark Wood. If the containing bowlers have done their job and put pressure on the techniques of the West Indian batsmen, it could just simply be Ollie Robinson, who's bowled quite a bit of a full run, replacing Mark Wood.
Leach is in again. That's a good delivery. He gets Brathwaite slightly the wrong side of the ball. He then had to reach around his front pad to access it with the bat. The ball popped out in front of, who's that in there with the helmet on? Is it Ollie Pope? He normally fields there when he's in the 11th, so I think it is young Ollie Pope at short leg with the helmet on as Leach is in again. And that's over pitched on leg stump, and this time Brathwaite allows it to come, whips it away in front of square leg, and again they'll pick up a couple.
Just noticed that I think it's Matt Fisher. Matt Fisher's on the field at this moment along with Ollie Pope, and it means Ben Stokes is captain because I think it's Joe Root that's gone off the field, and Ben Stokes It's a quiet word before the over was bowled to Jack Leach, and I think he was asking him, does he want a man in front of Craig Brathwaite on the offside to really sort of cramp and put another man in and the West Indian captain's eye line.
Well, the field that Leach has got at the moment is 3 men catching. One of them's a leg slip, and I cannot remember ever seeing a left-arm spinner get a right-handed batter caught a leg slip. I might be wrong, but my memory is normally pretty sharp on these things, and I can't remember ever seeing it. As Leach is in, and it's whipped into the leg side. They take on Ben Stokes at mid-on, and they win. A nicely called and run single. Brathwaite moves to 10. It's 12 without loss. So I'm not entirely convinced that position is being used particularly wisely. And also to the right-handed Brathwaite, they've got a man out the sweep on the offside. And again, I think that's a fielder set out there for a bad ball. So at the minute, I go back to the idea that Leach is as much bowling to trying to get the left-hander out in the rough, but also when he's bowling at the right-hander, can we try and get this ball reverse swinging a little bit faster? Campbell comes down the track and rather yorks himself in doing so. Like he was trying to bang the ball straight back down the ground, but got too close to it and scuffed it back to Leach, who picked it up in his follow-through. Last ball of the 8th over. One man back on the fence is a deep mid-wicket to the left-handed Campbell. Campbell has a massive swipe. It's a terrible shot. Oh, and Zach Crawley's put it down. There's an absolute hack that John Campbell has had at Jack Leach there, and England should have had their first. Crawley had to sprint backwards. It wasn't a dolly by any means, but once he'd made the ground, he really ought to have held on to it. But that's one gone begging for England.
It has one gone begging for England. I just wonder if the wind's had some effect. The wind is Zach Crawley. He's got to go down to his left, then turn, big man, then get himself back up to try and make the ground. He has done 2, 3, 4 strides, and then the wind, I think, has just drifted it back on him. I'm not making any excuses. He should have took the catch, but then he's got to get his hands sorted, and he didn't quite get it sorted. He got them in the wrong place, and all of a sudden Jack Leach doesn't get the wicket. And when people will be wondering why that man is at deep mid-wicket for John Campbell, well, it doesn't matter whether he's at deep mid-wicket or not. John Campbell is still going to try and play that big booming shot, and that just down to pressure. Jack Leach put the ball in the right area. John Campbell cracked under the pressure.
It's a terrible stroke, it really was. 13 without loss. Overton replaces Wokes from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's also round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. The batsman got a single in the midst of all of that excitement. Shoulders, arms, and it goes through to Ben Foakes. I think you're absolutely right. Zach Crawley had to turn to his left and run with the ball going over his shoulder. It didn't go particularly high in the air, and he was sprinting sort of like a man out of the blocks, I guess, and he got going really quickly, but I think the ball actually came back to him. The wind just held it up. Overton into Campbell, back foot punch, and it goes out to Alex Lees at backward point, who fields and throws it into Ben Foakes. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why it got spilt. Crawley had got motoring. I mean, he is very, very quick. He's a terrific athlete. The ball just lobbing over his shoulder, and in the end he overran it. The ball ended up being closer to his face than it was. He outstretched his arms, and the ball was probably 6 or 7 inches closer to him than he'd expected. Hook shot from Campbell, and that goes out to one of 2 men on the hook on the leg side, and West Indies pick up another single. But that again, talk about getting a filthy strangle down the leg side or something, or a big mistake or a bad mistake by the West Indies captain. You get one, and suddenly new man coming in is under a bit of pressure, and England are going. So it could have been a pivotal moment. Back over the wicket now for Overton. Sweatband on the left arm as he bustles in and bangs the ball into the surface. Top of off stump line. Brathwaite on the back foot defends. Thought he bowled well in the first innings, Craig Overton, and I think in terms of a role for Overton going forward, you'd say he's first or second change, isn't he? I think if you're telling me that Craig Overton is going to be England's new ball bowler to replace one of Broder Anderson in the future, then I've got a garden bridge to sell you. As Overton is in full this time to Craig Brathwaite, who times it rather sweetly. It's uppish for a second, and Overton stops it in his follow through, no run.
I just feel as though you've got two bowlers or two roles who are pretty much similar in Wokes and in Overton. Both can bat at that number 8 spot that England have found it troubling over the winter, of dynamics of how you get an extra bowler in that can bat in that number 8 spot, and I think Overton fills that gap as well.
Full delivery this time from Brathwaite. Overton looked as though he was buffeted a bit by the wind in delivery on that one, and that's the end of his first over of the last innings of this first Test match between West Indies and England from Antigua. First of 3, second match is in Barbados. It starts on Wednesday. Steve's mentioned that England will have 1 or 2 selection issues. I just seen a story flash up on Twitter, on social media, from Tim Wigmore of the Telegraph, saying that Liam Norwell will be called up if Mark Wood doesn't make it in time for the Barbados Test match, or at least he'll be joining the squad. Can't verify whether that's true or not, but that's a story coming out of one of the cricket writers here on the tour, writing for the Daily Telegraph.
Noel's he's the substitute. He is the reserve in, obviously the reserve not travelling, I think it's what it's called, along with Joe Clark for the batting department. I think he got 51. Yeah, they got 49 or 51 wickets. I have to chase that up, but he got wickets last year. He bowled very, very well for Warwickshire.
Leach in and gets the ball wide of the stumps. Campbell has to stretch to defend, but he does it well. Knocks it between Stokes and Wokes into the offside, and they pick up another single. Yeah, I mean, there was obviously speculation from some people saying, well, you know, that which one of the big two are they going to call to come back out again? I was like, no, not going to happen. Not going to happen. We pretty much the next time we see one of Broder Anderson, it'll be back in the green grass of home. A few field changes now. Brathwaite, the right-hander, is on strike. The leg slip has gone. Thank you. And has now moved into a schoolboy silly mid-on position on the leg side, obviously. And Brathwaite is forward and defending. And the ball just kicks a little. It probably hit up on the stickers of the bat in that forward defence. And Leach is in a nice little groove here. He's bowling very tidily.
And what we'll say for that is whoever's going to play in the Barbados Test match, I would have thought you'd want to try and get some miles in his legs in the field.
Nice, Leachy.
Defensive shot from another length ball from Leach, from Brathwaite. I get what you're saying. So you're looking out there and going, the substitute fielder out there at the moment is Fisher. Is that what you're angling at?
That's what I'm angling at. You know, is Fisher the one that's going to play?
Over the top from Brathwaite. That's a really good shot. I mean, it's a risky one because he didn't try to hit it for 6. He wasn't looking to clear the ropes, and it just got over the man at mid-on by probably, metre and a half, and then bumbled its way all the way out to mid-on for a boundary. The first boundary of the innings. 19 without loss. Came off the bottom of the bat too. I mean, captain gets out doing that.
Yeah, a little toe of the bat. If it was Fisher that he got over, he's not a small man, Matt Fisher, so he controlled that very well.
Leach finishes the over with a flatter delivery that just holds, I suppose, a tiny bit of turn, and Brathwaite defends. There's a couple of big shots played by both West Indies batsmen in the last 2 overs from Jack Leach. Perhaps they do have harbour ideas of perhaps getting themselves into a position before the last session, and then assessing whether or not to have a dip at the 286 that Joe Root and England have set them. And if they are, then good. It means we're in for an exciting afternoon.
We've talked enough rubbish in the last 2 days, from wicket being not very responsive. It'd be nice to see a finish which would be very exciting.
You speak for yourself.
Trust me, I am.
4 defensive from Campbell, first ball of the next Overton over. And there's no run.
I think the intriguing thing for me, Butch, is where England go. I mentioned what the options could be. England draw the game or lose the game with this sort of attack. They might need some impetus in Mahmood. But the one that intrigues me is when I've seen them bowl before the game, I think Fisher looks a better option.
Overton in, and that's a really good line and length outside off stump, but Campbell plays it very simply and very well off the front foot into the covers, and there's no run. I mean, I know exactly what you mean, because Fisher's a taller bowler. He bowls from a much higher release point, in close to the stumps, and all our experience of playing in the Caribbean tells you that you'd rather have, if 2 bowlers are going to be 85 miles an hour, you want the taller one. As Overton is in, the tallest of England's bowlers on show, and again Campbell's forward and there's no run.
Especially in Barbados, we've seen in the T20s, Sajid Mahmood is just a little, he's a bit quicker than Matt Fisher, but the skiddier comes onto the bat, and I think Fisher's got a little bit more, he's a little bit more skill, but he's a little taller, he's higher release point, and for me that's why I'd punt for Matt Fisher, another one whose body hasn't always held up.
Short ball from Overton, and Campbell is very, very adept on that pull shot. He just rocks onto the back foot, lifts up the front leg a la Greenwich, a la Lara, and just punches it down to the man out at deep backward square for 1.
Could England play 2 spinners?
They could, but I mean at Barbados you'd say that's probably not necessary. Just looking at their numbers, Fisher has played 21 matches, 63 wickets at 27. Sakib's played 25 matches. As Overton's in again, and rather over pitches, leg stump, half volley, and it's whipped away between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Brathwaite picks up another single, 21 without loss. So yeah, Fisher 21 matches, 63 wickets at 27. Sakib 25 matches, 70 wickets at 27. There's not much in it really. Of course, Sakib has got international experience under his belt, but Fisher is a real sort of bolter, young tearaway. So it's an interesting decision that the selectors are having to make. They're taking a little bit of a punt either way, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, but that's what the trip's about as well.
Sure is. Overton in, and that's a really good line and length from him, and Campbell had a decision to make. He made the right one, letting it pass through to Ben Foakes. The end of the 11th over, the chance off John Campbell aside, there have been no other alarms for the West Indies as England probe away and try to make something happen, either turning the ball into a reverse swinging missile, or getting Jack Leach to make the ball spin, kick and bounce out of the rough from the Sir Andy Roberts head. 21 without loss, 265 more runs to win. And I wonder how long it'll be before we get the swap and we see Leach come up to our end here, Sir Curtly Ambrose end, and bowl at the end where he'll get a bit more drift, either away from the left-hander into the rough or back into the right-hander, and we might see Ben Stokes from the Sir Andy Roberts end where he bowled so well in West Indies' first innings. As Leach is in, it's another. Oh goodness gracious me! Brathwaite has tried to hit that over mid-on again, and has leading edged it, and it has gone over Ben Stokes at mid-off. Stokes thought he was in business there for a second, but he just got enough of a piece of it, and it flew over the England vice-captain's head and has gone away for 4. Dicey stuff.
Have we got a game on? Are we going for it? West Indian captain is the one that make that decision. He looked as though he was coming down to hit it on the leg side, and then last minute he just opened himself up, hit it with the wind, got it over Ben Stokes. It's one thing about being positive, but it can quickly turn into being reckless. Difference between what Brathwaite's thinking at the minute.
Leach it back on a good length on Midland leg stump, defended by Brathwaite. Whatever the West Indies are thinking, Leach is creating chances here, not by virtue of the ball turning masses either, as he's in once again, and Brathwaite gets on the back foot, whips it attempted to whip it, I should say, to square leg, but it hits Ollie Pope on the boot at short leg and they get no run.
We're also mindful that no Mark Wood, if they dispatch Leach out of the attack, England have got, obviously that's one less option for Joe Root to turn to.
Good from Leach. I mean, length ball defended on the front foot by Brathwaite. I mean, I don't think that he or Root or Stokes, who's de facto in charge at the moment, should be unduly concerned about the odd big shot here. It's a heck of a long way to go. A lot of runs in the final innings on this surface here for the West Indies. Brathwaite is on the back foot this time. Defends to Overton at silly mid-on. Joe Root is actually back out on the park. I didn't see him. He snuck out.
Just come out on this over, I think.
Mid-on, yeah. So he's not... Ben Stokes is not captaining the side. The captain is back out there again. Overton has to get down and defend an on drive from Brathwaite. That's the end of the 12th over. It has not been without incident in the initial salvos after the lunch break. 25 without loss. West Indies need 261 more runs to win. Now I shall hand you back to the ever-present, ever-eloquent Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, far too kind, Mark Butcher. 25 without loss. Well, we heard Sir Curtly Ambrose saying just before lunch when the West Indies began this fourth innings that he hoped that they would play with some positivity and that they wouldn't adopt a defensive or negative mindset. And it's hard to say that they've been positive as such, but it does appear, and it's understandable that, you know, it does appear that they've said 4 runs and over is not going to be possible in the fourth innings on the 5th day. The target is almost exactly 4 runs and over. 286 in a total of 71 overs. Craig Overton in for his 3rd over, and it's steered into the gully straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I suppose, if people will say, well, England scored 349 in 88 overs, which is 4 and over, but there's very, very different situation when you're chasing a winning score in the 4th innings and run the risk of losing, and to do it as England did when the game was pretty much already safe, and you start whacking a few boundaries and you're only 2 wickets down. I mean, Dan Lawrence did superbly. He was absolutely brilliant. 37 from 36 balls, and Ben Stokes and Chris Wokes and Johnny Bairstow also scored at a run a ball, but by then the game was pretty much safe. 25 without loss. Here's Overton once again, full and wide outside the off stump. John Campbell, the left-hander, leaves alone. So it would appear, Matt Pryor, as if the West Indies, they may well have said, let's just let's bat normally and let's not be too defensive, and then we'll see where we are at tea. They may have done that, but 25 off 12 and a half overs, I think they've pretty much made their minds up, haven't they, about this run chase?
Yeah, I think so. I think they would have wanted to set their stall out.
Overton to Campbell, punched away to backward point, nicely fielded by Alex Lees.
With any run chase, if they know you get the game safe first and then see where you are, reassess, and if you're in a good position to go through the gears, then you do that. But you have to do it from, I think sometimes people can go about a run chase incorrectly and go too hard up front, lose a few early wickets, and then you're right behind the 8 ball. So I think West Indies actually going about it the right way.
Full and wide outside the off stump. That's good delivery. So it was full enough to be tempting to drive, but John Campbell ignored the temptation. Alex Lees fielding at backward point, by the way. What does Alex Lees have in common with Hugh Morris, former captain of Glamorgan, Wilf Slack, Mike Smith, MJK Smith, Len Hutton, and a few others from an earlier era? Here's Overton once again, banged it in short, nudged out towards deep square leg.
I have no idea. Good honesty.
England openers to make single-figure scores in both innings on debut.
Nice. It's the stat you want, isn't it?
Russ Hargreaves, please tell us what's happening between England and Ireland in the Six Nations.
Unbelievable game. It's England 3, Ireland 8. England have just won another penalty after Marcus Smith stuck one between the sticks. Ireland up early. Charlie Ewell's red carded for England for a no arms tackle. Boos rang out as Johnny Sexton banged over the pen. James Lowe streaked away for a try for Ireland. A second for Caelan Doris ruled out, and despite being a man down, England edging back into this one. 23 gone. England 3, Ireland 8, with a chance to maybe make it 8-6.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Russ. I wonder if Russ was on TPC Sawgrass duty later on this evening. That's using his feet now. John Campbell down the wicket to Jack Leach, drives, but doesn't get any power behind it, and it's fielded by Ben Stokes at mid-off. Jared Kimber.
You know, the Crick Viz has their pitch viz, where they rate the pitches from a 0 to 10.
Leach again. Campbell defends. 26 for none.
0 being you're batting at Rawalpindi, and 10 being that you're batting at the Wacker on day 5, and the cracks have opened up.
So what's the actual measurement? Ball movement, difficulty?
Yeah.
Difficulty, right, okay. Campbell comes down the wicket again to Leach. Misses it, hits him on the pad. There's oohs and ahs, but he was a couple of metres down the pitch. No run.
So it's worked out on, you know, how many plays and misses, what the ball's been doing all the way through the game, and then compared to all the other test matches. On day 1, this pitch was rated a 6.
Here is Leach once again, and flicked away behind square on the leg side. Sorry, just again, 10 most difficult, 1 easiest, 6. Ooh.
And day 2, it was rated a 6. Day 3,
6.5.
6. Day 4 was rated a 6.
Here is Jack Leach again, and that's punched down the ground towards mid-on. I would have thought like 7 or 8, but anyway, so it hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed
through 4 days.
All 5 days. It's 6 again. It's still 6 on their rating, and I'll tell you why I think this is, because I could see Macca and Matt about to lose it.
Clipped away by Campbell up towards mid-on, fielded again by Joe Root, who's back on the field. He spent a couple of overs off it. Single taken, 27 for none, 14 overs gone.
I would assume it's just because of how hard it has been to play attacking shots on, rather than actually. It's not hard to bat on. You know, you could probably put on some, you know, this would be the ideal place for Jimmy Anderson. What did he make, 70 or 80? Like that Nottingham pitch in Trent Bridge years ago. You know, but it's not if you're actually trying to bat normally on this pitch, I think that's where that would come about. But it's incredible to think that this pitch has been basically the same all the way through when you're looking at those sorts of metrics. So just, I don't know, uncomfortable? Is that the way? It's not bad, it's not dangerous. You're not worrying about the ball flying around or rolling along the ground or anything like that, or too much spin or anything like that. But if you do try and play a shot, it gets a little bit icky. But if you just use a straight bat, you'll probably be able to bat on it all day. It's not ideal, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
When Jimmy Anderson made that 80 and Joe Root, they put on a 185, I think, for the 10th wicket. Does that, my question is, here's Craig Overton, short-armed jab from Campbell out towards deep square leg, they go through for a single. Does that partnership come into the top 10 all-time most unlikely partnerships?
No, because you'd need someone at the other end to have also you need the double end. Don't you?
Right, okay.
I mean, Joe Root having a big partnership is not that unusual.
Wait, 180 with Jimmy Anderson.
I know what you're saying. That test also, Mohammad Shami made 45 or 50 as well. It was basically a pitch they'd made that only number 11s could star on. It was the weirdest thing.
Do you remember what that rating was for that pitch?
It was -7. Although, to be fair, Alistair Cook got Ishant Sharma out.
Overton, bouncer, ducks underneath it, Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. He remains on 19. I'm chuckling because I'm remembering that.
Bob Willis ball. But I think we know who Alistair Cook imitated in the backyard when he was a kid. Bob Willis. It was great.
I took the catch
down the leg side,
and I promise you, my eyes weren't even open. As Cookie, I was just like, what are we doing here? And then he nicked it. I thought, oh dear.
Forward comes Brathwaite playing defensively. No run.
I just threw a hand out, and thank goodness it stuck. Because
It was one-handed.
No, it was one. I didn't even
left
move.
hand,
I wasn't. Honestly, I promise you, I was paying no attention to what was. Alistair Cook was running in a test match, mocking Bob Willis. So there was a caught behind effort.
You probably wouldn't have seen it because you would have been celebrating the stupidity of the whole moment. But Ishant Sharma just looking like, how it looked like he just lost all of his money.
Short and pulled away by Brathwaite down towards fine leg. It's fielded in the deep by Jack Leach. He looked completely disconsolate, utterly disconsolate. It was the wicket didn't mean anything, but he was a broken man for a moment. Oh, horrendous!
I mean, every element of that wicket was horrendous.
Was that 2011 or 2012?
Good question.
Because the funny thing about that is, of course, like 3 or 4 years later, Broad destroys Australia in about 8 minutes at the same ground. Like, they overcorrected incredibly.
Overton again around the wicket and punched away by the left-handed Campbell for no run.
I think it was 14, wasn't it?
Oh, so it was even closer to the other one. And then, so 2013 was the one where Anderson was bowled into the dust, where Australia almost got home. They lose by about 20 runs, Australia, in that. But that was where Broad didn't walk. So 3 very, very different Test matches that Andrew McKenna's Trent Bridge gave us in a short period of time.
Forward comes Campbell once again. Pushing it out towards mid-off once more, no run.
Before that was Broad's hat-trick, and was that the Ian Bell run-out when you completely burnt him on the tea break? I'm joking, it's the one where he thought it was a boundary. And
I wasn't batting with him.
Oh, I thought you were out in the middle with him.
No.
Next bat?
I think I was either next in or maybe next but one. I do remember watching from the dressing room thinking, what are you doing here? They're going to run you out, mate. Why are you walking off at lunch? And that was ridiculous, wasn't it? So he hit the ball out to the boundary. He thought we went for a boundary, but it didn't. So it was lunch. Started walking off.
He ran off. He didn't even walk off.
That's right. He just started running off for lunch. Obviously hungry, old belly. Didn't mind a feed. And they took the bails off. And Dhoni had to talk Dhoni into calling him back out.
Who was your coach? It was Flower and it was Flower and Strauss must have gone in.
Strauss
went into the change room to talk to them and say, "Come on now." It was ridiculous. He should have been run out. It was such a obvious mistake to make. There were so many people in the ground going, "What are you doing right now?" Good times. Anyway, Trent Bridge has had there's been a lot of weird stuff that's gone on at that ground.
Fair to say that MS Dhoni would have been entirely within his rights to say, look,
he was the one who took the bails off.
Yeah, I know.
If I remember correctly.
And he should probably have said, well, why? Why should we reinstate him? You know, it's the laws of the game. Oh, good leave. Oh, Wokes back into the attack, and that's left alone by Craig Brathwaite. And it's a good leave, only because it didn't hit the top of off stump, but I couldn't think it was much. Couldn't have got much closer without hitting it.
If anyone saw the Joe Root dismissal first innings, that leave that just clipped the top, it was almost identical. Even the way Brathwaite sort of hopped back to leave it off the back foot. Just this time it didn't clip the bails, unfortunately for Wokes in England.
16th over in progress. West Indies target is 286, and that's a half volley on leg stump, and an attempted flick away through the leg side. It hits the batsman on the pads, and Johnny Bairstow is fielding in a catching position at short mid-wicket, and he is the lone voice who thought he'd try his luck with an LBW appeal, but it was missing leg stump by some distance. It would have actually, we often joke about it wouldn't have hit another set of stumps. That possibly wouldn't have hit 2 more sets of stumps. It's actually pitched outside leg stump and is going further down leg stump. Anyway, he's cleared his throat, and the leg bye means that John Campbell, the left-hander, is now on strike. We were talking about how John Campbell likes to play his shots. He's got 8 off 44 balls and has been dropped on 1. Here's Wokes once again, full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Campbell again. Campbell had faced 25 deliveries for his 1, and in a moment of inexplicable madness, he swung wildly across the line against Jack Leach and top-edged the ball, seemingly over the head of Zach Crawley, but it looped up and Crawley was able to run back from slip and got his hands to it and somehow managed to drop it. Wokes in again, full and left alone outside the off stump by the left-handed Campbell. Craig Brathwaite has 20 off 48 balls. Campbell, the freer scoring of the two, supposedly, has 8 off 46. Just a recap for those, I know that there are lots of people who are following their favourite football teams on over on TalkSport, flicking between TalkSport and TalkSport 2 just to get a catch-up, an update on the cricket, and I'll give you a quick update in just a moment, a recap. Here is Wokes again, punched nicely off his pads by Campbell out towards deep square leg, be tidied up by Alex Lees, and they go through for 2. So England resumed on 217 for 1 and declared on 349 for 6 after Joe Root completed his 24th Test 100. He made 109, Zach Crawley 121, and then some quick runs from the middle order. Dan Lawrence, a selfless and highly entertaining 37 off 36, 4 fours and a 6. Ben Stokes made 13 off as many balls. Johnny Bairstow 15 and not out, and Chris Wokes 18 not out to hasten the declaration. Last ball of the over is full and wide outside the off stump. Declaration came 20 minutes before lunch on 349 for 6, which left the West Indies a target of 286 in 71 overs. They had 4 overs before lunch, and we've had 12 overs since lunch, and they've reached 32 without loss from 16 overs. West Indies need another 254 more runs to win. Right, update on the Six Nations. Russell Hargreaves.
32 minutes gone, still England 3, Ireland 8. The Irish with Lowe's try, Yules' red card for the home team, Dollis' try then ruled out. 1 penalty from Marcus Smith. England then kicked to the corner with their next chance, which Ireland disrupted. Smith has then missed a good penalty opportunity. He's lining up another. Oh, he doesn't miss twice, does Smithy? He's got that one, and it's England 6, Ireland 8. What a comeback in the offing potentially.
Good on Marcus Smith. 32 without loss. Craig Brathwaite is on 20. John Campbell has now finally reached double figures on 10. West Indies 33 without loss. Craig Overton 4 overs at a cost of 6 runs. I wonder who might be in line for a surprise bowl. Dan Lawrence, surely. You've got to give Dan Lawrence another couple of overs. Maybe not now in this session. It's still very much full intensity for England, looking for a first wicket, but that's left alone by Campbell once again with that idiosyncratic method. He plays almost like a short arm pull shot, but when the ball has gone by. Who Matt Pryor, so when the time comes for Joe Root to think about resting his frontline bowlers for the next Test match, only 3 days between games of course, who will pick up the slack? I'm just wondering whether Joe Root only bowled 5 overs in the first innings because he's got this back issue, doesn't he? He's been off the field a couple of times already in this innings. That's left alone by Campbell once again outside the off stump. So Dan Lawrence, anybody else who can turn their arm over?
Looking at Dan Lawrence the first innings, I'd give him a long bowl. He gets proper shape on it, doesn't he? Good drift.
Yeah.
He turns it, gives it a rip. I'll genuinely have a look at him. Throwing the footholes.
I'd just be happy to watch him run up. Here is Overton once again, and that's right up in the block hole and dug out rather than driven to Ollie Pope, the substitute fielder at extra cover. It is, I mean, honestly, his right from the very beginning, from the first step of his run up, it's a thing of peculiar beauty. It's like a combination between a ballet dance and a Jackson Pollock painting. Peculiar and and absorbing at the same time. I think he's terrific, and what he does with the ball is equally impressive, as you said. I mean, I think here's Overton once again. Campbell plays defensively, and there's no run. And I mean, no disrespect to any of the other spinners, including the front liners on both sides, but you know, I think Dan Lawrence puts more revolutions on the ball than anybody else we've seen in this game.
Yeah, he definitely does from what we've seen. He does give it a rip. I've seen him bowl a couple of times before as well, and he's always spun it. And if you put in revolutions on the ball, you're gonna get drift. You look at Warne, Swan, got a lot of drift, put a lot of revs on the ball. It's another option.
Overton again, short, pulled by Campbell out towards deep backward square leg, and they go through for another single.
It's just, Manners, I don't know about you. This for me is all just a bit obvious from England. It's just, you know, they've done it right all day. Don't get me wrong. They've come in, they've attacked the West Indies. They got themselves in a position to declare and have a go at the West Indian batsmen. You know, I'll give you an example. Campbell, can you remember them bowling over the wicket to Campbell at any stage? All the seam bowlers have come round the wicket to Campbell. Now, there will be a plan, there will be a strategy. They obviously know that it's a weak area of his, whatever the analysts would have said before the test match. But he's lining it up pretty nicely. So why not go over the wicket, just for an over? Change the field around, do something, because the pitch is not doing anything. We know that. So don't just set a ring field and keep bowling around the wicket and hope for him to do something different. Do you not think they could be a bit more proactive?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yeah, definitely. Here is Wokes once again, and that's pushed out towards mid-on. The one thing that England have done when they need to make something happen or do something different, it's the kind of modus operandi has usually been to throw the ball to Ben Stokes and say bowl short. You know, the Stokes bouncer barrage, but the poor man bowled 28 overs in the first innings, and I see he's stretching.
Can't just be Ben Stokes when we need something to happen. Again, these guys are here now. They're leading this attack. Fine, let's work on something.
Works again, full up to the towards the stumps, defended by Campbell.
Wokes again to Campbell, round the wicket, bowling into off stump. Campbell steps forward and pushes it back to him. How many times have you said that? What about Wokes coming over the wicket? Take it to the slips, try and swing it back into him, or push the ball across him, get him changing the angle, having to open his stance up, put a different fielder in, put a short leg in, put someone in front, do something than just run up and bowl, block, run up and bowl, block.
Becoming a touch predictable. That's angled in towards the pads, a little leg side-ish, and it's flicked away easily by John Campbell to Alex Lees, who's fielding it at square leg. Even the Barmy Army have begun to doze off. I think they've lost their enthusiasm for this.
And my main point here is England did the job, they got the declaration. That means they want to try and force a win. If you're going to try and force a win and you've done that, then you've got to try things. Got to challenge the West Indies. The pitch is flat, we know that. Otherwise, why aren't you just sitting in the dressing room, feet up, and let the West Indian bowlers do this and get exhausted for the second test?
Slip gully in a shortish mid-wicket. It's fielded by Johnny Bairstow, and there's no run, trickling gently out on the onside.
And I know if Joe Root was sat next to me right now, he would go, Matt, you know fully well the best way to take wickets is to build pressure. And what we want to do is build pressure, set ring fields, and not let the West Indian batsmen go anywhere, which they're not. They've got 35 runs of nearly 18 overs. And I get that. But England don't have time.
Here's Wokes once again, and it's chopped out towards backward point and misfielded by Alex Lees. I'd be disappointed by that if the plan is to dry the runs up, and you don't need to be misfielding it and allowing them to go through for 3 when it should have been a dot ball. 53 overs remaining after this one has been completed. I mean, the point about going nowhere is the finish line is in sight for the West Indies. You know, if you're going nowhere in the first innings, or you've got another day to go nowhere, then you can build pressure. But for the West Indies, the finish line is in sight. The finish line's the end of the day. The finish line, and their gold medal is a draw. Here is Wokes once again. Forward comes John Campbell, and there's no run. It's like running a marathon. If you develop a bit of a calf strain and you've still got 12 miles to go, it's a lot more painful trying to carry on than when you've only got a couple of miles to go. And as I said, the finish line is in sight, so I don't think the West Indian batsmen will get frustrated. I'm not so sure that building pressure is going to be effective with a session and a half to go. Well, 53 overs to go. I know that's a lot of cricket still, but nonetheless.
And you're exactly right. England don't have time. They need wickets. They need to force the situation to get quick wickets. Otherwise, the finish line is right there for the West Indies. And here we're going to have another look at Jack Leach. Another very good example. The first innings we mentioned. And look, please don't for 1 minute think I'm criticising Jack Leach. Bowling, there's so many reasons why he would want to just get into this game and bowl many overs and bowl his best ball, etc, etc. But now in this situation, let's not keep doing the same thing. I assume Leach will bowl round the wicket to the right hander, and he'll bowl it into middle and leg and try and spin it past him. Why not? Let's bowl a different line. Throw it outside off stump, get a silly point in front of the batsman, change the angles, do something slightly different.
It is going to be Leach to bowl the 19th over of the innings, 38 without loss. And then he is around the wicket. Oh my goodness, Brathwaite swinging across the line there. It's only just gone above the top of the stumps. Brathwaite aims a big one into the leg side and misses. Matt, could maybe one reason for some of these suggestions, it's a relatively new side, obviously some senior players missing out. Ben Folkes is relatively new back in as keeper. Could there maybe be some people in the squad who almost maybe feel like they can't go to Joe Root and suggest maybe some of these things?
I would hope not.
Leach around the wickets, beaten outside edge to Campbell, and Folkes takes once again 2 in 2 balls.
I would hope the culture is one that anyone can suggest anything to the captain. It doesn't matter how many games he played. You should have a culture that allows anyone to speak up and make suggestions.
Brathwaite 24 not out, facing Leach around the wicket. Leg slip. This one he gets bat on. Propping forward, out on the offside, no run.
Just want to talk about what Matty was talking about before with Plan B seems to be Ben Stokes in almost any environment. He wasn't supposed to bowl coming in here, or that wasn't the plan. Maybe that's the best way of putting it. And he ended up bowling 28 overs in the first innings, which is the equal third most overs he's ever bowled in a test innings. So maybe don't overload him today, is all I'm saying.
Leach around the wicket for the 4th time. Brathwaite off the back foot, punching. Finds the fielder at point to his Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run. 52 overs left in the day at the end of this. 286 the target for the West Indies. 10 wickets the target for England. Before everyone heads off to Barbados, in goes Leach. Brathwaite coming forward. Just threatens to slightly come across the ball there and find the outside edge.
I mean, they've got a leg slip in here for Brathwaite. I just don't see how the ball's getting to leg slip. I would bring him in and put him at silly point.
Leach for the final time this over. That's pitched outside leg stump. That's whipped away through mid-wicket. It's going to make its way out towards the boundary and will beat the field. It's the end of the over. 42 without loss, the West Indies. Brathwaite goes to 28, Campbell 12. It's half-time at Twickenham in the Six Nations. England-Ireland, the details of an eventful first 40 from Russ Hargreaves.
Absolutely. England 9, Ireland 15. England down to 14 men after 2 minutes. Charlie Ewels for a dangerous tackle. Ireland score through James Lowe. I think they scored again through Keelan Doris. That one's ruled out. Hugo Kiernan scores with 3 minutes to go before the break as well. But England clinging on despite that one-man disadvantage, Macca. 3 penalties from 4 from Marcus Smith. They're not out of it at the break. England 9, Ireland 15.
Cheers, Russ. We'll keep you up to date with the second half, but it is TalkSport 2. It is live and exclusive Test match cricket. First of 3 Test matches coming your way. The second, as I mentioned, starting Barbados on Wednesday. It's all about who can go into that game potentially 1-0 up, or will the surface beat all of us? Well, this is interesting. Joe Root hasn't been fielding at slip. We were led to believe because he's had a bit of a back problem. He only bowled 5 overs of the 157.5 when England were in the field in the West Indian first innings, but he is coming on to bowl, which means that England are going to have spin at both ends. So Joe Root will bowl at John Campbell, off spin around the wicket to the left-hander. Short leg and slip in place. Campbell off the back foot, pushes into the offside and will take a single. Matt Pryor's been replaced by Samuel Padry. Samuel, what have you made of this West Indian effort so far and the England bowling?
So far so good from the West Indian point of view. They did what they wanted to do before lunch, going into that interval without the loss of any wickets, and so far after lunch it has been more of the same, more of a positive intent from Craig Brathwaite in particular in that last over, playing one of the shots that I've never seen him play before. Hoiking across the line, this time Joe Root on the line off the stumps, neatly defended by Craig Brathwaite, no run.
It does appear to be that he's found a slightly different game in this match at the moment. He's almost going against everything that he stands for in his strike race in the first innings. Root is in. This is roundabout off stump, and Brathwaite pushes back down the pitch, no run. As you say, we then saw that hoik across the line in the last over. We're seeing Craig Brathwaite 2.0, really.
Yeah, we saw him in the first innings recording that that fastest Test half century as Joe Root comes in once again. This one is outside the line of the off stump, plunge forward, misses it, goes through to the wicket keeper, very close to the bat. And they might have a little discussion as to whether or not they want to review that one, but an appeal, a strong appeal from behind the wicket anyway.
Well, I'm going to be honest, I thought I heard something in terms of an edge before folks even whipped off the bails. I might be wrong, and it might have just been the sound of a stud being scraped or whatever. No, maybe not. Well, the one thing is definite is Brathwaite's foot was back, so that's not an issue. England did celebrate it, but it was short-lived. Root then for the next delivery. Brathwaite deep in his crease, pushing back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, this effort after lunch has pleasantly surprised me in terms of the positivity and the effort to score runs. Anything that's loose, they've gone after it. They've played some attacking strokes as well, as this one into the line of the leg stump this time from Joe Root, worked away to the fielder at mid-wicket. There is no run, brings the over to an end. 20 overs gone for the West Indies in their second turn, 43 without loss. At this stage, West Indies still need a further 243 to win, and the umpires have decided to take a pause in play as the fielders get refreshment, some water and rehydration, and so too will the batsmen.
So 43 without loss then is the equation at the moment. We've got to 20 overs of this West Indian innings. Just a word about Craig Brathwaite. He bats and has done for the last few months or so with that badge on his shirt, and not in the same way that all the other players play. He's actually got a badge on with a photo of his grandparents who he lost recently, just as a little reminder to him of them. It's unusual for a player to have something quite so overt as that.
Yeah, it is. I know batsmen would have written certain things on their bats as they in their stance, they look down and they see that. But you're quite right, he always wears that just under the badge of the West Indian flag on his shoulder, on his chest rather. He's done so for quite some time, like you rightly mentioned, as a mark of respect and in their memory. Grandparents who he was quite close to and close with. It's really nice to see that he has that understanding of what our parents and grandparents do for us, and trying to make them proud even in their absence. So it's nice to see.
So, well, let's see, we're coming up 1:45 in the afternoon in Antigua. There are some clouds, but they're pretty high and pretty broken as well. And the direction that the wind's been coming from the last 4.5 days has shifted them along quite happily as well. So, in terms of the playing conditions, it's really decent at the moment, Samuel. So, with regard to the overs, I mean, there are still, where are we? There's 51 left, a minimum of 51 left in the day. Realistically, if England are going to win this, they're going to need a great big chunk of that 51. Do we think there is enough time for a result in this game, or at what point are we starting to think, okay, the draw is really going to take over?
I think the draw is the most likely option at the moment, but you never do know quite with this West Indian batting lineup. Shamar Brooks slated at number 3, back into his first test in some time, and Nkrumah Bonner played really well in the first innings. And then Jermaine Blackwood, who we know the attacking style of play will give you an opportunity as well. And then you're into Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva and the bowlers. But in terms of the conditions, it remains quite good for bowling and difficult for batting rather, and difficult for the bowlers to prize anything. They had a look at the surface during the luncheon interval, and it does look much worse than it actually plays. So if you're going out there for the first time and you have a look at the surface, you'll think that the bowlers will have a field day out here. It's deteriorated, it looks really dry, bits and pieces of the turf missing just on around the off stump for both the right-hander and the left-hander, particularly from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. But in the end, the ball still hasn't misbehaved in any grand fashion. So if you're looking at the surface, you might think that it's going to be difficult for the batsmen, but once you've played on it, it's really quite easy.
Drinks is just about over. Jack Leach is going to continue. John Campbell will be the man on strike. Slip, leg, slip, and short leg going to be in place for him, and also a relatively short mid-wicket. In goes Jack Leach. Campbell is playing this from, he's landing it quite wide into the footholds outside of off stump. Campbell opens the blade and just guides it to point. And there is no run. Cristiano Ronaldo, by the way, scored for Manchester United against Spurs over on TalkSport. So Manchester United 1-0 up. If you want to listen to that, then head over to TalkSport, but stay with us for the cricket, because John Campbell's just carved one up in the air. Can England get a fielder underneath this? No! Ben Stokes it was who gave it the biggest effort to get back, going back from mid-off. This is the thing about John Campbell. You always feel you're in the game when John Campbell's batting. He might just be a ball away from playing a shot. We've already seen him dropped on 1 when the score was on 12. He's had a great big hack at that one, and that's landed 3 metres away from Ben Stokes running backwards at mid-off. Leach in, and again Campbell's playing an off drive. That one he's played absolutely beautifully. It's away for 4. If there were ever 2 balls to show up John Campbell, one after the other, those are those 2 balls. Campbell's now 19, he's 49 not out.
Yeah, that previous delivery was excellently played all along the ground, well in control as compared to the delivery before, when he was trying to force something that wasn't there. Unfortunately for him, he connected just well enough for it to land safely. And you're quite right, you're not too sure in terms of temperament what you're going to get from John Campbell, and I think that's something that might play in the favour of the West Indies, the fact that he will continue to go after the ball and continue to look to score and just bring down that target more and more, and just maybe force Joe Root to be thinking about something more of a defence, as this one is on the line of middle and leg, worked away neatly to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
I would counter that though, Samuel, by saying if John Campbell's playing that way, I've got a feeling I've got more chance of getting him out. It was interesting, straight after that shot, England took the leg slip out, and suddenly they went more defensive in their line. Oh, hang on, Campbell's going to come slightly down the pitch to this one. Goes to Overton at short extra cover. I know what you're saying from a West Indian point about him playing shots, and that makes them happy. From an England point of view, I wouldn't be unhappy. Joe Root immediately went over, and almost as if to say, right, we need to get more defensive. I'd be happy to see him doing that as he's in behind this one, no run.
Yeah, brings the over to an end. 21 overs bowl. West Indies 49 without loss. But I much rather see him playing the way that he is accustomed playing, as opposed to going into a shell and being ultra defensive and no runs are scored and 1 or 2 wickets fall quite quickly. Then the entire team is under pressure. Joe Root will then have the opportunity to surround the batsmen with fielders, as opposed to if they try to score, they get runs on the board, and Joe Root has one eye on the scoreboard and maybe still has to have somewhat of a defensive feel. So I much rather him play, and I use this word rather guardedly, his natural game. I know that at this level, at the elite level, you want to play according to the situation and ensure that you're adapting to what the situation requires. But I much rather see him play the way that he's playing, as opposed to going into a shell.
Absolutely. I think we'll all take this one. Right, it is going to be Joe Root to continue. 49 without loss are the West Indies. Brathwaite is the man on strike. He's taken this one from roundabout middle and off, and it's fielded at short leg, and there is no run. Out of interest, Samuel, do you think the comments, and there's been an awful lot of comments about this pitch from about an hour into the first day, do you think that could have any implications on the pitch in Barbados for the second test? Root goes in, Brathwaite just pushes back down the pitch, no run. Do you think that almost there's a situation that they might be forced to have a slightly more sporting pitch, leave some live grass on, as Sir Kirtley wants?
I don't think so. I think they will be very independent in the way they prepare the pitch in Barbados at the Kensington Oval. I don't think that this pitch will have any bearing whatsoever on the decisions they make with regard to the surface for the second test. Hopefully it is something that has something more in it for the bowler, as Joe Root bowls this one outside the line of the off stump, cautiously watched by Craig Brathwaite, works it away to the offside, no run. So I don't think that what we've seen here in this test will affect that test in terms of preparation in any way.
Brathwaite waits for Joe Root. Root drifts one into the leg side, and it's just a flick away down the leg side by Brathwaite. It'll be Overton going down to the fine leg boundary, turns and throws, and a couple are taken. That brings up the West Indian 50. 51 without loss. 130 balls have been sent down. Brathwaite has 30, and it's at 19 to John Campbell. Just a reminder, I mentioned this stat a couple of times during this game. It is only a stat, but you can make of it what you want. The highest fourth inning score to win on this ground is only 102 for 1. And as Jared Kimber pointed out earlier, it's unlikely, though, the rest of the matches have been played on a pitch as quite as dead as this one. Brathwaite turns, leg side, they will amble through for a single, 52 without loss.
And quite pleasing for the West Indian supporters, management, selectors, to see consecutive half-century opening run partnership. Not very often. That would be an interesting start to find out. 2 consecutive half-centuries opening partnership in the first, for the first wicket. So they've gotten 83 in the first innings, and now so far an unbeaten 52 as Joe Root round the wicket to the left-handed John Campbell. A huge shot for LBW, tries to lap sweep that one. Confident appeal from Joe Root, and he'll have a discussion once again with the wicketkeeper as to whether or not he'll challenge that decision. And in the end, he decides to challenge the decision. Joe Root, I'm not too sure the direction that this one is heading. He's bowling round the wicket, wide off the crease.
Copy that, Joel. Player review
John
for LBW.
Campbell just tried
TV
to lap sweep that one,
we have a player
quite
review
fine.
for LBW.
It'll be interesting to see
Original decision
the
is
line
not
that ball is heading, the trajectory.
Can we
whether
start
or not
with
he
front
made
on spin
contact
division, please?
with the bat or the gloves. Everything
Front
will
on
be
coming up.
checked
Keep
and
rolling.
validated
Ball
by
is
the
close
third
to the
umpire,
bat and the
Nigel
gloves.
Duguid.
Can I get some ultra edge to see if any bat involved?
I think
And
that
from
might be off the glove.
Ultra edge coming up.
Yeah, looking at the monitor here,
Keep
it
rolling.
seems to be off the glove.
Yeah, there's gloves. Contact with the gloves. Satisfied with that? Can we go back to Joel on field?
Confirmation that it is
Joel,
in fact not out. So Joe Root and England, they would lose that review. The West Indies, they remain 54 without loss. That brought the over to an end. 22 overs gone in this, the West Indian second innings.
Well, Gary, our statsman, you asked a question about opening stands. I can't give you the exact one you've asked for, but I can tell you this much. The West Indies haven't had a second innings opening stand of over 50 since January of 2019 against England in Barbados. Brathwaite and Campbell, the partnership, that was 22 test matches ago. So that is the second innings. So it's obviously been a while, is the answer to your question, Samuel. New over starts from Jack Leach, and Brathwaite coming forward. There is an inside edge onto pad, but it dies to the ground immediately, and therefore there's no possible chance of a catch at short leg. England, because of the two spinners on, there's some pace between the overs, so they're trying to get it on. That's not that short from Leach, but Brathwaite has whipped it around to square leg, where it's fielded, and there is no run.
We're still having an attacking feel, as you'd expect. Joe Root, forward short leg slip in position, and Jack Leach would be looking to operate on about that middle and leg line. He does bowl that line, worked away towards that fielder at leg slip, well fielded, no run. But that's a line of attack, straight wicket to wicket. Ask Craig Brathwaite to play across the line, invite him to play the big shots if he wants to. There's no one protecting the boundary either side of the wicket. So good test match feel, and he'll be testing the patience. This one is on the line of the off stump and well defended, through to the offside, no run.
Brathwaite 31 not out from 71 balls. By Craig Brathwaite standards, that is a fairly healthy scoring rate. Not quite where he was in the first innings, but that was utterly out of character. This occasion, solidly forward. And there is no run. Of course, the West Indies only announced a squad for the first test of this three-match series. We'll therefore presumably find out this evening or tomorrow morning the squad going forward. You wouldn't imagine, as Leach goes in, off of the back foot, chopping into the offside, is Brathwaite. They will take a single, 55 without loss. End of the over here on TalkSport 2. Samuel, you wouldn't imagine there'll be any changes to the West Indies squad, would you?
Yeah, I don't think so, especially if this game peters out to the type of result that we expect it to be, a draw. I don't see them making any changes to this playing 11. They do have quite a large travelling group with them. A few of the players remain from that President's 11 game here in Antigua. I'm not too sure if they will travel with them to Barbados, but to answer your question, I don't see them making any changes in terms of the playing 11 for that second test match in Barbados. Everyone who's been given the opportunity, for the most part, they've done well. There might just be a question mark with the spinner Versamy Permaul, and that will all depend on the surface that is presented at the Kensington Oval, whether or not they think they might want to go in with an extra fast bowler or bolster the batting, or even in fact they will want to continue with him in that playing 11. I don't think it's fair to judge a player on just the solitary test match, especially given the fact that the last time he played in Sri Lanka, he picked up some 8 wickets in that game.
Well, Gary Morgan, our statsman, Samuel, has answered your question about 50s in either innings, and indeed that game in Barbados was the last time, because they made 53 in the first innings as well. So 53 and 52 in that game against England in Barbados 2019 was the last time that the West Indies had 50 stands in both innings. Right, now this is a moment. Ben Stokes is coming on to bowl. Discuss ... A man coming back from injury who wasn't supposed to bowled 28 overs in the first innings. England are a man down, but here we go. Ben Stokes is coming in, and Brathwaite's just playing it off the hip down to short, fine leg, and a single will be taken. 56 without loss. Is this a gamble worth taking, is the $1 million question.
Yeah, he did pick up 2 wickets in the first innings, didn't he? 2 for 42 did Ben Stokes. Got both Shamar Brooks and Jason Holder. And I guess that's the big question. Is it too much of a workload too early from injury for Ben Stokes? And you're quite right. A heavy workload in the first innings, some 28 overs. And here again in the second. A little choice as well because of the injury to Mark Wood. Means that he has to take that responsibility. This one is short and pulled away confidently by John Campbell, but there is protection in the deep backward square, so that limits the scoring to just 1 run.
If you heard in the noise in the background then as the delivery was sent down, yes, that was a bail coming off, but it was at the non-striker's end. A couple of times the breeze has actually blown the bail off, so sadly from an England point of view it isn't a wicket. There probably is a discussion though to be had from an England point of view about the number of injuries that they're getting at the moment. Obviously Jofra Archer, Mark Woods, they are picking up an amount of injuries as Brathwaite flicks this, well, pretty much off middle stump actually, down to long leg for a single. I'm not saying there is a coincidence, but maybe there needs to be an analysis to find out if there is an underlying issue here, because you can't be missing this many gun players when the amount of cricket that's on the calendar.
Yeah, certainly, and we'll have to find out what exactly is the reason for that. Predominantly the fast bowlers are the ones who are breaking down, and maybe they'll have to do a deeper analysis as to what might be contributing to those injuries. And Ben Stokes digs this one short. Thought about playing it for a split second. Did John Campbell in the end decided against it, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Foakes, no run. He also mentioned the bail at the non-striker's end. A couple of deliveries ago going down, and it was due to the wind. Had it been due to Ben Stokes, the bowler, then of course it would have been a no ball due to Stephen Finn that introduced because of what he had done previously and consecutively and quite often.
Well, at least it's a way of being remembered in the game. Stokes around the wicket, Campbell is across his stumps trying to play it to leg, and it just dribbles out on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, cross seam deliveries predominantly from Ben Stokes. He's just trying to see if there's anything whatsoever he can eke out from this surface. And as the days have progressed in this test, we have seen decreasing number of wickets being taken by the bowlers, except of course today where England were trying to go after the bowling and they lost some wickets. This one is outside the line of the off stump, angling back in. John Campbell decides to shoulder arms once again, goes through to the wicketkeeper Ben Foakes, no run. 24 overs now bowled by England in their second innings. West Indies 58 without loss. Chris Woakes 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. Jack Leach 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 25. Overton 5 overs, no maidens, none for 8. Joe Root 2 overs, none for 6, and Ben Stokes just completed his first over, no wicket for 2 runs.
Just while we're talking about that England innings earlier on today as they were trying to get a move on, just ask you your thoughts on Dan Lawrence's innings. 37 from 36, came in and just got on with it from the get-go and played some glorious shots, didn't he?
Yeah, I was really surprised. I thought that with him remaining in that number 4 position as Jack Leach angles this one down the leg side, just worked away to the fielder, shot backward of square, no run. I thought that the fact that they kept him at number 4 was a negative move as opposed to maybe promoting Ben Stokes or Johnny Bairstow, but boy, the way he played really made me have to second think what I thought about him, because he came out quite positively and purposeful. This one is on the line of the leg stump, prodded forward. Craig Brathwaite goes away to the leg side, no run. Really positive approach, and I quite enjoyed the way he came out.
That was bright and breezy, certainly. A bit like an Antiguan afternoon. Leach then around the wicket to Brathwaite, comes forward and just plays defensively. Back down the pitch, no run. Slip in place. Zach Crawley is that slip. There is a man under the helmet. Ollie Pope's got that duty. Short leg, and then the leg slip, Craig Overton. This one is in towards leg stump. Just played really soft hands by Brathwaite though, and just drops it down at his feet, and there is no run. There will be 46 overs left in the day, a day that is scheduled to have 98 because of the time being made up from yesterday. Leach goes in, Brathwaite stands tall, plays from the crease, no run. So we're already over halfway through the day. 46 to go after this one. Brathwaite taps the bat, waits. This is the 11th over that Jack Leach will send down. Brathwaite thought about it, whips it across the line, misses. They appeal for LBW. It looks like it's going down leg side, but Joe Root's going to have a conversation. Now the timer is running on the DRS clock, and they are going to review with 10 seconds to go on the clock.
Greg, player review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Let's have front on spin vision, please. Front on coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Let's confirm that with the use of Ultra Edge, please. Okay.
So to the naked eye, it
Ultra
seems
Edge
there's
is
bat in
building.
it.
Ultra Edge coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line. Flat line. No bat involved. Can I have ball tracking as available, please?
I think this could be a disappointment to England when they get the technology.
Wait on ball tracking. It's coming up. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, can you stay with your not out decision? We'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, signal.
So it is not out. Not enough of the ball was hitting the leg stump. I'm going to be honest with you and say a great deal more of the ball was hitting the leg stump than I thought at any particular stage there. Tell you what, before we start the new over, let's get a quick update on the rugby with Russ Hargreaves.
England 12, Ireland 15. England's scrum is just monumental in this game. They've been destroying Ireland left, right and centre, with Jack Noel, the winger, forced to play as an auxiliary flanker and Courtney Lawes moving to lock. Boy, is it working. Ireland still lead, but England have just won their fourth penalty that's been knocked over by Marcus Smith. 4 out of 5 for Smith. Another colossal hit from England as well. The crowd right behind the home team. 54 gone. They're 15-12 behind.
Here's Ben Stokes into John Campbell, and up goes the finger. LBW, it's hit him on the pad. We've become so used to decisions being overruled in this test match. We've had 9 now, so nobody's getting too excited. And is John Campbell going to review? He's not. He's not.
And that's a surprise to me. I thought he would review this. He should review this. You're one of the premier batsmen in the team. You're the captain. We've seen stranger things happen. And if you have an opportunity to take a review, I think he should have taken that. Absolutely. In the end, he decided not to. Maybe because of the height that he was hit. He has to go. LBW to Ben Stokes for 33 of 82 deliveries. West Indies, they lose their first wicket. That of the captain, 59 for 1.
So Craig Brathwaite's on his way for 33, the West Indian captain. I think it probably was just clipping leg stump, but definitely worth a review. I would have thought it was definitely heading leg side-ish. And finally a wicket for England with a target of 286 now, almost certainly out of reach, out of thought as well. Shamar Brooks makes his way to the crease. First ball of the 26th over. John Campbell still there on 22 from 69, and as so often is the case, it's Ben Stokes who makes things happen for England. First ball of his second over. Shamar Brooks in his 9th test match, averaging just 27.5, but this is an opportunity for him to bat tax-free. There shouldn't be too much pressure on him. Jared Kimber.
I think it was Cricinfo did a study a couple of years ago when they were looking at Neil Wagner to work out why he was so effective. And one of the things that Neil Wagner was best at was actually taking set batters in the middle overs. And the only bowler who was close to him in world cricket was Ben Stokes. Neither of them particularly good with the new ball. Very good bowling in the middle and sort of forcing their way through. Obviously, they do it in very different ways. Neil Wagner has never pitched a ball that full on purpose before. But essentially, they're both very good at breaking long partnerships and also getting rid of set batters, which is a very good skill to have, especially a very good skill to have if you're the 5th bowler, because you can have a bunch of specialists around them.
By the way, the decision would have been umpire's call, so it would have stayed with the on-field decision had Craig Brathwaite decided to review it. But I think it was after a conversation with John Campbell, the non-striker said, I think you're gone, skipper. Let's save the reviews just in case we need them. in the final session. Here is Ben Stokes in once again. 2 slips in place, standing very, very close. And Shamar Brooks' first delivery is played away defensively on the offside. And once again there is no run. Remember that, in case you missed it, the West Indies target was set up by some very bright, entertaining, attractive, positive, proactive cricket from England in the morning session. Joe Root went on to complete his 24th Test 100, 109. Zach Crawley was out for 121, just 4 runs to the good from his overnight 117. Here's Stokes once again, past the outside edge. Super delivery. Shamar Brooks pushing at that one a little bit tentatively. So England declared 349 for 6, the first time in 4 years that they've gone past 300 in both innings of a Test match. West Indies were left with a target of 286 in 71 overs. It's an elongated day with an extra 8 overs added to account for the time that we lost to rain at the end of the 4th day. Here is Stokes once again, bangs it in short, nudged away off the thigh pad out towards square leg, and there is no run. England declared 4 overs, as it turned out, 4 overs before lunch, with an asking rate for the West Indies of pretty much exactly 4 runs to the over, 286 in 71. England still pushing, still pressing as we approach tea on the final day, but it's going to be a very long session if we get all of it. Here's Stokes once again up to the crease, bowls, and forward comes Brooks, pushing up towards mid-off. Samuel Badri, is it your understanding that if and when the teams decide that no result is possible, that they can't shake hands until the start of the final hour? Is that still the playing conditions? I beg your pardon. I think, right. Sir Curtly Ambrose is just taking his seat, and Samuel's left us now. So, as I said, 2 slips and a short mid-wicket catching, or a stationary mid-wicket rather than a short mid-wicket. And that one steered behind square on the offside to Alex Lee, set backward point, and there's no run. 45 overs remain in the day. West Indies 59 for 1, so far so good, solid from them. 50 opening partnerships in both innings, but Sir Curtly Ambrose, it's just that time of day and that time of the match where people are beginning to think once more about enjoying the sights and sounds of Antigua rather than looking forward to a result in this Test match.
It's going to be kind of difficult to probably get a result. It's too good a pitch, but you never know. We've seen collapses many times, so still 9 wickets to get. Can England do it? We don't know.
Here's Jack Leach to continue over the wicket, driven by the left-handed John Campbell up towards mid-off, and there's no run. You a big follower of football at all, Sir Curtly?
Of course.
You might be aware then that Cristiano Ronaldo gave Manchester United a 1-0 lead with an absolute screamer from the edge of the box, pushed away by Campbell out towards mid-on. Harry Kane equalised for Tottenham Hotspur, and moments ago Ronaldo struck for a second time, so Manchester United 2-1 up in that game. Who's your Premiership team, Curtly?
Liverpool. What do you mean now?
No. I was it was a pleasant sigh from me because they are going beautifully. Another comfortable 2-0 win today. They're winning all the games that matter. They're keeping the pressure on Manchester City, aren't they? Leach turns once again up to the crease, bowls, and that is driven up towards mid-on and caught by Craig Overton. I'll have to say that John Campbell has interspersed long periods of stoic defence with 3 completely inexplicable hacks at Jack Leach. First of which he was dropped, the second of which ballooned over the head of slip, and this time he swung it to mid-on. And it's just, he seems to have a finite period of concentration, and then he just has to have a swing, John Campbell. And on this occasion, he's holed out to Craig Overton at mid-on. And it's strange, Curtly, to explain, isn't it? I mean, he just seems to lose concentration every half an hour or so.
Yes, he's lost his concentration, he lost his patience, and that was uncalled for. It wasn't necessary considering the position that they are in, and it was a good catch by Overton, just above his head. And I don't think Coach Phil Simmons, Captain Craig Brathwaite, and the rest of the team would be happy with that dismissal. John Campbell, he got a reprieve earlier, and now he gave it away. But just reward for Jack Leach. He has been bowling very well, and he's now got his breakthrough. He got a reward, and he's a happy man. Good catch by Overton. Poor batting by John Campbell.
Jared Kimber.
I mean, the interesting thing about this is that this is the third time John Campbell's played essentially the same shot. He got an edge that went over Zach Crawley's head, should have been caught by Zach Crawley and was dropped. He got another top edge that he hit straight up in the air and happened to not go anywhere near a fielder or not close enough to a fielder. And again, he's done it again. It's just a swipe from the foot marks all three times, just after another wicket has fallen, just after his captain has left the ground. I mean, the mental capacity of John Campbell to play those shots, no matter what's going on around him, you almost have to admire it, but not one of his teammates will.
No.
Certainly it was irresponsible on the part of John Campbell.
So from 59 for none, the West Indies are now 59 for 2. There are now 4 men around the bat, 3 on the offside for Nkrumah Bonner, who plays back to a full-length delivery, and is backing his eyes there, and could possibly have been on the front foot to that delivery. Yeah, the timing of the shot and the dismissal is very unfortunate from a West Indian point of view. So 2 slips, a silly mid-off and a short leg as Nkrumah Bonner nudges this one out on the onside defensively, and there's no run. So 2 brand new batsmen at the crease in Shamar Brooks, who's only faced 5 deliveries, and Nkrumah Bonner has faced just a couple. Neither of them has scored. Curtly, you were talking about the importance of the West Indians batting positively, I think was the word you used, not getting into a negative and defensive mindset. But those 2 wickets now make it a little bit more difficult to be positive. You know, they now, I wouldn't say they've got a wobble, because they've still got 3 batsmen to come, but they could have just put themselves in an awkward position now.
They certainly have. I mean, from 50 odd without loss to now 59 for 2. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Shamar Brooks didn't get many in the first innings, so he'll be under pressure. And Nkrumah Bonner, who played well, first innings got 100. Can he do that again? You know, but they're both under tremendous pressure. England at the moment are really stepping up a gear or 2, hoping to get a couple more wickets quickly.
Well, England need another 8 wickets, and it's a long final session, as Ben Stokes is in once again. The previous delivery was a bouncer, which Brooks ducked underneath pretty harmlessly. It's not unprecedented for 8 wickets to fall in the final session. It's certainly not a regular occurrence, but if England were able to nip out 1 more wicket before the tea break, which is in around 22-23 minutes time, then they'd be looking at 7 wickets in the final session. And with Jason Holder batting at number 6, as Stokes in once more, and forward comes Shamar Brooks, pushing it up towards mid-off. You have to say that the pitch has not changed in character at all over the course of the 5 days. Batting was pretty straightforward once the new ball had lost its hardness and the seam had become a little softer, and that has remained the case throughout the Test match. So it's really just the pressure of the situation that England have to try and work to their advantage as Stokes is in again. That's left alone outside the off stump. And surely the confidence that Nkrumah Bonner has, that century in the first innings was his second 100, 350s in his 10th test match. He averages 46. He must be full of confidence and self-belief and completely trusting in his defence. So I'm sure the West Indians and he will be confident that he can bat through the final session. It's just a question of whether Shamar Brooks and everyone else can stay with him. Nkrumah Bonner's only faced 2 balls, so I'm maybe getting a bit ahead of myself. Maybe once he's faced 20 or 30 balls, he'll begin to feel confident in his defence. But it is remarkable how the pitch has retained its placid nature throughout the test match. And it was interesting that Joe Root at the toss 5 days ago was not alone in his assertion that he thought the pitch would deteriorate. He said it looked very dry underneath, a little bit of moisture right on the very surface, and there was general concurrence with that statement from Root that it would deteriorate, but it hasn't happened. Stokes in down the leg side, and there's an appeal for a catch. I don't think it's anywhere near the bat. It might maybe have flicked the pad going down the leg side. And, Ben Stokes is just beginning to contemplate whether to ask Joe Root to review that one, but I don't think that there was any contact. So the West Indies target is 286 in 71 overs, at scoring rate of about 4 and over, and they've made very gentle progress, or they had, to 59 without loss. And suddenly Ben Stokes trapped Craig Brathwaite LBW for 33, and John Campbell hacked Jack Leach in unattractive style and fashion up to Craig Overton at mid-on. Are you heading to Barbados, Sir Kirtley?
Yes, I will be in Barbados and Grenada as well. Continue with this commentary, something that I do enjoy.
Something else you enjoy is your music. How's the band? Are you still playing? Here's Jack Leach, chops this way defensively, no run.
Yes, I do enjoy music and still playing. It's a great passion of mine.
Here's Leach once again to the crease now, and down the leg side, nicely taken by Ben Foakes. Any gigs lined up in Barbados or between the tests?
No, none whatsoever. But we did, I think, 4 nights in the last week here in Antigua.
Now I'm really envious. Party time. Forward comes Nkrumah Bonner to the next one from Jack Leach. I must say, Leach, it would be a stretch to say that Leach has been threatening in any way. He hasn't extracted any turn or bounce, but he has been very consistent, and I think he's benefited from a long bowl over 40 overs in the first innings, and he really is consistent with his line and length now as Bonner comes forward to the next one, nudges it out on the offside square of the wicket, and there's no run. West Indies, we never really thought that they'd be able to challenge that target of 286 or press for it, but they are now in full defensive mode for the rest of the test match. 59 for 2 with 2 men at the crease yet to score, Shamar Brooks and Nkrumah Bonner. If we do go to Barbados tied at 0-0, sets up the series for the Barbados test and then the third test match in Grenada. 42 overs remaining, West Indies 59 for 2. Let's get a Six Nations update with Russ Hargreaves.
England 15, Ireland 18 with 12 minutes to go. England with 14 men since the second minute of this one. They trailed 15-9 at half-time. 2 further Marcus Smith penalties, some valiant defence and that unbelievable scrummaging. But Freddie Stewart burst clear for a potential interception try for England, called back by the referee. Penalty, a tight one given to Ireland instead. Sexton banged it over. They lead 18-15.
Plenty more time left in this one, as we have 29 overs bowled in the West Indian second innings, which means we've still got 42 overs left in the day. Ben Stokes has a wicket, and he's about to start his fourth over, bowling to Brooks. Brooks, no interest in playing that, and allows it through to the keeper. Sir Curtly Ambrose is still with us. Which band are you playing in at the moment, Sir Curtly? Are you still the Big Bad Dread and the Bald Head?
No, unfortunately, that band was dismantled a few years ago. We are now called Spirited. Same musicians, different lead singers.
Excellent. You have to get Mark Butcher on board one night. I'm guarantee he's taking his guitar with him. This one's outside of off stump from Stokes. Brooks has nothing to do with that one, and there's no run.
Yeah, just about every day Mark Butcher and I talk about music. I was tempted to invite him to play a couple of tunes, but I'm not so sure if he's familiar with reggae or calypso music, and I didn't want to put him on the spot.
To be fair, he can turn his hand to most things, so I'm sure just the chance and he would take you up on that one. Stokes is on his way for the third ball of the over. England got two slips and they're both pretty close at the moment. Brooks will get off the mark though with just a gentle push behind square on the leg side, and Ollie Pope will do the fielding, and it's a single to take the West Indies to 60 for 2.
Benny, last one tight on the front from the river.
It's going to be an interesting final session on the last day of the first test match. England would like to nip out another one or two before the tea interval, I beg your pardon. West Indies, on the other hand, would want to go into the tea break with just the loss of 2. So still a lot to play for both teams.
Absolutely. 15 minutes to go in this session. Now England have taken out the second slip and put him as a short catching mid-wicket. Stokes goes in and bowls the short one. It's down the leg side, and Bonner will have nothing to do with that, of course. And Kruna Bonner made a quite brilliant 123 in the first innings, facing 355 balls in the process. He was at the crease over 9 hours. I can't think of a more perfect man to come in at this stage, Sir Curtly, as you're trying to bat out time and get through to a position where you know there's not enough time for the opposition. Stokes on his way. Bonner covers up, pushing back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Yes, and Kuma Bonner showed that he can occupy the crease for a very long time. He did that very well in the first innings, but the situation now is a little bit different. There's a bit more pressure on him now. So can he do it again? He certainly has got the temperament to do so, but sometimes when the pressure is too much, sometimes you crack.
Final ball of the over then from Stokes. He's on his way past umpire Wilson and delivers. It's a waist-high ball. Bonner pushes out on the offside. No run. So 30 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. 60 for 2, the West Indies. Just on John Campbell's dismissal, we saw it. I mean, it was the third attempt that he'd had at trying to go big. He could have potentially been caught by Zach Crawley for the one that he sort of looped up. That was with the score on 1. He also had one where he only just cleared Ben Stokes at mid-off. Are the West Indies prepared to say, well, that's the way he plays, or do you get the impression that actually that they're going to have a word with him? He can't have that sort of, well, I'll play well for 15, 20 deliveries, but all of a sudden the switch gets flicked and he has to have that almost pressure-relieving shot.
No, I think some words will be spoken to him because it was an irresponsible shot in the context of the game.
Leach to start the 31st over. He will be Left arm around the wicket. Taken on the pad is Brooks. Now England want that one. It looked like it might be shaping down leg side. Well, they're having the discussion, you know. England are really going through. They are going to review this one. I wonder.
Copy Greg, player review for LBW. TV umpire to director. Have a player's review for LBW. Original this decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin vision, please.
So here we go.
Front on coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. There's a gap between bat and ball. Therefore, no bat involved. No need for ultra edge. Can I go straight to ball tracking, please?
I'll save them the trouble. I can't see how that is going to be hitting enough of leg stump for that to be overturned.
Ball tracking, guys. Ball tracking coming up.
Here we go.
Pitching in line. Impact umpire's call. Wickets missing. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, can you stay with your not out decision? You're on screen now. Signal.
So in other words, the impact was borderline being in line with leg stump anyway, so it was always going to take the natural angle and go down the leg side, and therefore the decision stays with the umpire, and it means England are down to one review left. In goes Jack Leach. Brooks plays back down the pitch, and there's no run. It was a review that didn't have a great deal going for it there, did it, Sir Kirtley?
That's a shocking review, to be mild. It was always clearly going down the leg side.
Leach in once again. Brooks coming forward, just plays out on the offside. No run. And the reason I mentioned the fact they've only got one left is there might be one later in the game. Of course, there was a certain Ashes test match of not too long ago where Australia had burnt them all on speculation. This is clipped by Brooks into the leg side. There is no run. Australia had burnt them all. Got what should have been a reviewable decision, but didn't have any left. That's why you don't burn them on speculation, for me anyway. Leach for the fifth ball. Left arm around. Bat and pad close together by Brooks. Pushes out, there's no run. Five dot balls from Jack Leach so far. England wants him to keep the pressure on nice and tight. Ollie Pope's in really close at silly point. There's four around the bat as he goes into bowl, but off the back foot is Brooks and safely negotiates that. Overs completed. West Indies 60 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. 40 overs to go now. We're ticking them off from a West Indian point of view. 40 overs to go as we get to 2:30 in the afternoon Antiguan time, 6:30 here in the UK. So we've got 9 minutes to the break. West Indian point of view, they've got to be only 2 down. England will be desperate for one more. And what's the old cricket phrase? One brings two. You never know. Well, we saw it in this game. 59 for 0 turned into 59 for 2 for the West Indies. They're only 60 for 2 now. This is outside of Bonner's off stump. And there is no run. And actually, that's something else worth pointing out, Sir Kirtley. When the second wicket went down, 26 overs and 4 balls. It's now 31 overs and 1 delivery. They've added the grand total of 1 run. Yes, you've got to occupy the crease, but also just push the 1s and 2s. Just enables you to be able to change ends and just makes that process slightly easier of trying to survive, doesn't it?
Quite agree. It's all good and well to try and survive, but they got to look to score as well.
Stokes then on his way. That is a straight delivery, and Bonner is pushing to mid-on where Chris Wokes is stationed. England have tried a lot of the bowlers so far. Chris Wokes has only bowled 6. Jack Leach opened the bowling. This is his 14th he's completed. Craig Overton has bowled 5. Joe Root has bowled 2. This is Ben Stokes' 5th over. He's got 1 for 3 so far. Leach 1 for 25 is the other man with the wicket. And in goes Stokes. Again, sort of middle and leggish. Clip to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, all along the floor by Bonner. And there's no run. Are England missing any obvious tricks here? because there's something maybe they could have tried, or have they played most of the cards you would have expected, Sir Kirtley?
There isn't much more they can really try on this placid pitch.
Stokes on his way once again. That's again leg side-ish. Overton is stationed at square leg, and he fields no run. 60 for 2 it remains.
I think the England bowlers are doing a wonderful job considering the surface they're playing on. The only thing that maybe they could try a little bit, especially Ben Stokes with a little extra pace, it may bowl a couple of short ones, try to entice Bonner into the hook shot.
Yep, certainly an option with Ben Stokes. He's always willing to prepare to do that. That one is slightly shorter towards Bonner, gets around about chest high, maybe a little bit higher, and he doesn't really time that. There is no run. And in normal circumstances you'd say Ben Stokes that would be fine, but it is a no ball in fact, so he's going to get to bowl that one again. So a no ball called by Joel Wilson. 61 for 2. The problem, I suppose, to Kirtley, is that we know that Ben Stokes is coming back from injury. He bowled 28 overs in the first innings. Do you really want him to hammer it in halfway down the pitch? Because that's what it'd have to be to get the height to the batsman on this surface. How much is that going to hurt him? Well, he's going to bowl another short one that dies through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run, and that kind of proves the point.
I think he's back to full fitness. I mean, he bowled a lot of overs in the first innings, considering just coming back from injury. And I think he's okay. He's running in really well, hitting the pitch hard, bowling with considerable pace on a slow surface. So I think he'll be okay.
Let's hope so. English cricket has got a few stars out due to injuries at the moment, Jofra Archer included. Stokes is in, outside of off stump, and that will complete the over. 32 have gone, 39 remain in the day. The West Indies 61 for 2. There is, where are we? Just over 4 minutes left of this session. So the question is there enough time to get this and one more with a spinner in play? Well, in fact, Joe Root's actually now in deep conversation with Ben Stokes. Jack Leach has just handed him his cap. So England are in no rush to make sure that they get in. Let's get a quick up full-time score from Twickenham in the rugby. England-Ireland, Russ Hargreaves.
Ireland have won it 32-15, Macca, but not a fair reflection of the closeness of the game. England with 14 men fought back from 15-6 to 15-all, courtesy of great scrummaging in the boot of Marcus Smith. But late on, subs Jack Conan and Finlay Beelan, bonus point win for the Irish. Their title hopes still alive. England lose. Great game though, great atmosphere, 32-15.
Cheers, Russ. The first ball of the Jack Leach over is played by Brooks, back down the pitch, no run. Well, that's got huge implications on the Six Nations Championship outcome. Of course, England going to France next weekend for what could have been a potential title decider. Brooks pushing forward into the offside to Stokes, no run. And just a reminder, of course, live Gallagher Premiership commentary tomorrow afternoon coming your way. The Bristol Bears taking on Harlequins. That one's underway at 3 o'clock. From 2:45, James Simpson, Daniel and myself will be bringing that to you here on TalkSport 2. Leach around the wicket, 4 waiting close in. Brooks plays it straight down the pitch though, and there is no run. Well, the close-in fielders are liking it. They're trying to get into the head of the batsman, trying to induce an error. Leach there. Brooks solidly forward, just pushes it on the bounce to the silly point fielder. No run. Brooks is having none of this. He's marked his guard. Now he's going to walk down the pitch just to clear some debris away. Whether it actually exists or not's another matter entirely. Craig Overton at leg slip has just made a signal to the square leg umpire as if to say he's time wasting here, sir. Well, he's back in his crease, back waiting, and now plays a paddle sweep around the leg side. That's a really good contact with so many men around the bat. There's no one out on the boundary. That's a glorious shot. It goes away for 4. West Indies 65 for 2.
Certainly was a good shot. Just badly lined this time by Jack Leach, and a good sweep shot by Shamar Brooks. Got to the pitch of the delivery and swept it away quite nicely and convincingly.
1 ball left in the over, so if they get through relatively quickly, there should be time for another one. Leach in, edge, taken, catch, taken. Crawley's got one. England have got a breakthrough. Jack Leach, lovely bit of left arm spin bowling, flight, finds the edge, just grazing the outside edge, and it only just carried to Zach Crawley. He's not had the easiest of matches in the field, but he takes that one. Brooks has gone for 5, and the West Indies will go to tea 65 for 3.
That's exactly what England would have wanted. Another wicket before the break, and that was a brilliant delivery, a hint of turn as well. After being swept for 4, took the outside edge of Brooks's bat, well caught by Crawley at first slip. Look at him diving away after he caught it. A little excitement to it. That was a good catch, very low down. And West Indies are in some trouble at the tea interval.
Well, is this game still alive as a potential one for England to win? They have the 3rd wicket, 65 for 3. It means the West Indies need 221 runs. Realistically, that's not been in the equation for a while. It's all been about, is there enough time on this surface for England to force a victory? There will be 38 overs at least in the last session. Brathwaite has been dismissed for 33, Campbell for 22, now Brooks for 5, and Kruna Bonner is still at the crease. He will resume not out from 18 balls. We assume Blackwood will be the new man. Then it's Holder, De Silva, Joseph, Roach, Pamal and Seals. Are they going to be able to see this one through and take the West Indies to safety and take them to Barbados with the series still level? It's going to be a massive last couple of hours or so of this test match.
First ball after tea, and it's bowled by Craig Overton, driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 65 for 3. Jermaine Blackwood is the new batsman. He's yet to score, and Kumar Bonner is yet to score. The West Indies can forget about the target now. I think we could have forgotten about it right from the very beginning. I think the way the West Indies started is Craig Overton runs up to the crease now, and that's back and across goes Kumar Bonner, nudging it away out towards square leg, and there's no runs, gone straight to the fielder. I must say it's unexpected in some ways that the West Indies are in this corner, and they've backed themselves into it, really. I think they were. It started with just a horrible hack from opener John Campbell. Overton in once again, and Kumar Bonner plays from the crease. He plays very late and doesn't move his feet a great deal. And if there is going to be any uneven bounce or low bounce in particular, it will be on the 5th day, although there's as much low bounce on the 5th day as there was on the first day, and every day in between. Nonetheless, and Kumar Bonner gave Overton a brief ray of hope as he played that extremely late. He does look like an LBW candidate, to be honest. That's nudged again defensively up towards mid-on and fielded by Jack Leach. 65 for 3. The score remains. There's a number of ways of looking at a defensive save like this, and the man alongside me is, I think, fair to say, an expert on the various ways of going about playing for a draw, just preserving your wicket when runs are of no consequence, because he's done it. He's been there, he's got the badge, he's saved test matches, and the popular school of opinion is that you shouldn't change your natural game too radically and do something with which you are unfamiliar. But one of my favourite saves that I've ever seen, fifth day saves, was from a man who adopted a completely opposite view, and that was driven by Nkrumah Bonner up towards mid-off, but fielded by Overton's left boot, which sticks out. And so yeah, there's this feeling that you must try and play naturally, play your normal game, and hit bad balls. Jared, Jared Kimbers, it's better be a good interruption. Oh well, you see, you can't interrupt because your microphone's not turned on.
We've got no one there. Here we are. I'm going to stop you before you compare John Campbell to AB de Villiers, which is what you're about to do. Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, AB de Villiers in 25 years' time, if he's got a metal hip and a foot fungus, is still going to be a better batter than John Campbell. You cannot compare those two people. With all due respect to John Campbell's ability, AB de Villiers is
I was talking purely about methodology. That's all I wanted to talk to Matt Pryor about, was methodology.
He could block out the test with the end of his bat if you're AB de Villiers. He probably thought it was funny to block for a day and a half.
Here is Jack Leach. New over begins. England with men around the bat. 2 slips, a short leg, a silly mid-off. And it's pushed away for a couple by Jermaine Blackwood, is off the mark. No, it's purely methodology. So AB de Villiers was of the mind that anything he was told he couldn't or shouldn't do, he would take as a challenge, just instinctively. And when he was told as a young man, when you're playing for a draw, you must still hit the bad ball, you must still take singles, because otherwise you can't go into a defence. Oh, there's a big appeal for a leg before wicket. There's a bat involved there, surely. No, Jermaine Blackwood played back to a delivery he should have been on the front foot to, and so that was a bad move first up.
10 seconds.
Anyway, yes, South Africa's 2012 Test match against Australia at the Adelaide Oval. They began the day 76 for 4, and some of the Australian newspapers had even early editions had already gone with Australia's inevitable victory on day 5. But so, as you know, I mean, AB de Villiers made 30 off 232 balls, didn't hit a boundary, batted 5 hours, and just blocked and blocked and blocked. You know what? And he did it because he was told that he couldn't. That and that was what drove him often through his career. You know. No, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. That's got to be out. That's a horrible, horrible shot from Jermaine Blackwood. If he hasn't hit it, he's gone. But I think he has hit it.
I think he has hit it. Yeah.
Hit it. He reviewed straight away, didn't he, the batsman?
Do you know what, Matt? This will be the 11th.
You have a player's review for LBW
of the Test.
Your original decision is out.
Hasn't been a great
the front foot is a failed delivery.
No,
can we start with front on spin vision?
It doesn't. Just the fact that he got an inside edge doesn't make the shot any less horrible.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can we confirm that with the use of ultra edge?
I don't know how
please?
Nigel Duguid, the third umpire, can say there doesn't appear to be any bat involved when we haven't seen ultra edge.
Ultra edge coming up.
Looks very close to the bat.
It looks extremely close to the bat.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Flat line as the ball passes the bat. Therefore, no bat involved.
Yeah.
Can I have ball tracking as available, please?
Well, it's hitting middle and leg then, isn't it?
Ball tracking coming up.
Must be, surely.
Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, can you stay with your out decision? You on screen now, signal.
Extraordinary there. Jermaine Blackwood took 1.4 seconds to review that.
He did, and he got it horribly wrong because that was out. Although I just assumed he must have hit it because he reviewed it so quickly. But Jermaine Blackwood has to go for 2 off just the 3 balls. West Indies now 67 for 4 and keeping England interested. Interesting thing for me here, Jack Leach, 2 wickets he's got. We spoke about England changing things up, not just doing the same thing time and time again. Leach changed his line. The first wicket he got, caught slip by Crawley. outside the off stump. They've moved, instead of having the leg slip, they've moved a man to silly point. Again, it's making the batsmen move their feet, push, different angles. It creates opportunities on a flat wicket. You've got to keep thinking. So credit to Jack Leach. Good bit of bowling. And he's now got 3 wickets for 31 or 15.3 overs. And out walks Jason Holder. What a wicket this would be.
If you want to attack the spinner, Matt Pryor, if you believe that your best way of defence, your best form of defence, is to hit over the top, and you come up with a specific plan, perhaps to hit straight back down the ground, or hit inside out, or play a proper cricket shot with a clear outcome in mind, and then you hole out, then that's different. But just to swing across the line like a farmer.
That was a slog, wasn't it? Oh, that was a filthy slog. And this is the point, when you get so far ahead of the game, and West Indies, the best result they can get is a draw. It changes your mindset, does funny things to you.
Jack Leach into Jason Holder, 6'7" former captain, batting at number 6. He spent the majority of his career batting at number 8 in the Test lineup, but he's good enough to bat 6.
But Manners, look how many people around the bat. Why didn't England do this earlier?
2 slips, a silly five round the bat. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, an optimistic one. Yeah. Well, two slips, kind of not silly point, but more of a somewhere between silly mid off and silly point. A leg slip and a short leg. 5 around the bat for Jack Leach. Ollie Pope's in the most dangerous position. He's at forward silly point, or squarish silly mid off. Good over from Jack Leach. Very good over from Jack Leach. 36 overs remain. Whatever happens from here, we're in for a nervy finish. And we could go the distance as well, because there are 36 overs left. And if the light holds, and England could well decide to bowl spin from both ends. They might be told they have to bowl spin from both ends. But the West Indies...
Dan Lawrence to take the final wicket for England. What about that, Manners? Can you see it?
Yeah, actually I can.
That would be brilliant.
Or Joe Root even.
Leach 5 for Lawrence to get the final wicket.
I'm just amazed that the West Indies have, they've really charitable donation 2 of the 4 wickets. That's flicked away out towards leg side by Nkrumah Bonner. John Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood should be made to sit on the naughty step for a considerable period of time. Hey, they've just played awful. 2 awful slogs. Bouncer from Craig Overton once again. He's not getting any quicker, Craig Overton, in this Test match. And when he does bowl a bouncer, it barely has the pace, not only to get over the batsman's head, but to reach keeper Ben Foakes. Jason Holder just got to the crease. And Nkrumah Bonner, 26 deliveries and hasn't yet scored, hasn't opened his account, go with his first innings 100. The West Indies have just backed themselves into this corner. Overton in once more, and that's flicked out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 35 overs left after this. That's a lot of cricket. Over 200 balls.
Did I see that right? West Indies have lost 4 for 8.
Yeah, 59 for none. They were 59 without loss.
That's how quickly it can change.
Here is Overton once again, and it's blocked defensively by Nkrumah Bonner, who does actually get onto the front foot. And there's no run.
4 for 8 in 57 balls.
You said things can change quickly, sort of metaphorically, in terms of runs, not
in
balls.
terms of runs and wickets, yeah. Well,
it's nice to call it a slow strangle, but the West Indies have hung themselves They've really played with just those two shots, honestly. And we nominated John Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood as being the weak links. We said that they were least suited to dogged, determined defence. And we didn't actually say they would both play horrible slogs, but that's what they've done. Really dreadful hacks. Farmer shots. Here's Overton once again, and that's pushed defensively up on the offside. That's not in any way disrespectful to farmers who perform a life-preserving task. I'm becoming sidetracked by Jared Kimber's large burger.
Man, I was about to say, I want someone to look at me the way Jared Kimber looks at his burger. Oh my goodness.
He's going to need a shower after he's finished with that.
No good, mate?
It's certainly going down well, isn't it? It's making his eyes water. Jack Leach, 5 men around the bat, 2 slips, silly mid-off I'm going with rather than silly point, because he is a couple of yards in front of square. Johnny Bairstow is at square leg, and Alex Lees is at short leg. So 5 men around the bat. This is tax-free heaven for Jack Leach here. It doesn't matter about the runs, he's full on attack. He's in his element, and he's got lots of work under his belt in the first over. 43 overs. First delivery, bang on the money once again on off stump. You can just see Jack Leach is, I mean, this is just spinner's heaven. Forward comes Holder playing defensively, no run.
Right, see, I like that line, Manners. I like that line. Just outside off stump, drifting into off stump. That the batsman has to play it, can't just leave it. But that's what will bring in your short leg, your leg slip. One spins past, brings in first slip.
Quicker one from Leach, like that too. Change of pace. Defensive, no run.
He's just bowled a bit leg side. Bit leg side consistently. It's much easier as a batsman to just play the line of the ball, but when you're throwing it a bit further outside off stump, asks a lot more questions.
Leach again, forward comes Holder. Blocks it out towards Pope at silly mid-off, no run. Lots of noise, lots of enthusiasm and encouragement, and a bit of belief as well, I sense, from England. That fourth wicket really has changed things. Leach in again, forward comes Holder. Push drive up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off. Just cannot get my head round Ben Stokes not being in the thick of the action. I mean, you know, he like Ben Stokes, he is slip. And he'd have to be one of the close men, but of course he's right index finger, wasn't it, that had the pin, the operation that didn't work out for him, and so he's still protecting that. He doesn't field close, hasn't fielded close to the bat in this Test match. Here's Leach once again, and forward comes Jason Holder again, blocking it defensively on the leg side on this occasion. I'll tell you what, with Nkrumah Bonner, you might as well, I'm not sure you can get another close fielder in. Where would you put him? There's 5 round the bat, 2 on the leg side, 3 on the offside, but Nkrumah Bonner's not going to play a shot. That's quite clear. He's I think it's good for England, the fact that he hasn't scored, he hasn't opened his account, he doesn't have a single run, having faced 31 balls. But it may well be that Bonner, it may well be that the West Indies have come up with a plan here, and you know, Nkrumah Bonner has said, listen, I back myself 100% against Leach. I'll face Leach, everyone else can face the bowling from the other end. Right, Craig Overton, what's he got into field? Just the one slip. It's a backward point. There's a close in man at behind square on the leg side, not close in, not short leg, but not an orthodox square leg distance either. He's maybe 10-12 yards away behind square on the leg side. Not sure why he's there, but that's why Matt Pryor's alongside me. Here is Overton going this sort of knee-high full toss. It's just a poor ball from Craig Overton, and it's punched away past Johnny Bairstow, who's also in a stationary position catching at short mid-wicket. That backward square leg no more than 12 yards away. I mean, if Overton was 10 miles an hour faster, I could understand it.
England again, their seams have bowled pretty straight, and I think it's more for the cutter that stops in the pitch instead of chips up. I mean, as you say, it's not going to be fending one off your ribs, is it? There'll be certainly some theory around it, not particularly obvious sat here what it might be, but it won't be full bungers on leg stump, I don't think.
No, he certainly missed his target there, Craig Overton. Really, really unhelpful conditions for a man like Overton, who's in once again, and it's nudged away behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. I can't think of a bowler or a bowling style which would be more handicapped by conditions like these than Craig Overton's. 76 miles an hour, used to hitting the seam and nipping it here and off a bit of live grass, getting a little bit of movement, and probing away, letting conditions assist him. But these, nothing for him. He doesn't really bowl cutters, or it's pretty much he relies on up and down line and length. There are now 2 short mid wickets and a backward square leg, all on the leg side. Here's Overton. The idea is for him to get the batsman chipping it up on the onside. It's an interesting field. We cannot blame or criticise England for not being imaginative here, and it's entirely fair enough to assume that the ball is not going to carry to the slip cordon, so there's no point having a second or third slip.
Yeah. I like this. Again, it's being inventive, it's trying things out, imaginative.
Overton in bowls, and forward comes Bonner playing defensively, no run.
And we saw there Overton that last ball, that was a bit of an off cutter. So I think that with this field, as I say, you're almost looking for the ball that stops on the batsman, and he goes through, plays the shot too early, gets through the shot too early, and chips it up to one of those 3 men waiting for the catch. Keeper up, it's not going to be the short ball, it's going to be the slower ball or the cutter that the batsman loses control of and picks out one of those men.
Here's Overton again, and that's worked away past Alex Lees, who is helmeted at backward square leg. In fact, Ollie Pope is also helmeted at the squarer of the 2 short mid wickets. Johnny Bairstow is the straighter of the 2 stationary mid wickets. Then there's Ollie Pope next to him, and Alex Lees at square leg. They're all stationary. They're all a similar distance from the bat, maybe 10 yards, perhaps even a little less, 8 yards or so. There's a solitary slip in place as Overton is in full and straight on off stump, and Jason Holder plays it away defensively. Holder is 4, and Kumar Bonner, by the way, is finally off the mark with the 34th delivery that he's faced. West Indies theoretically chasing 286, and now most emphatically not chasing 286, but looking to survive for the next 33 overs to take the series to Barbados at 0-0 with a draw. And to describe the next 20 minutes, you'll be with Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Manners. So that's another one of them ticked off for the West Indies. 33, sorry, a minimum of 33 to go in the day. That is the requirement. West Indies going 59 without loss to 67 for 4. Jack Leach has got 3 for 32, and here he is around the wicket. Bonner is just playing at that one, actually, hands away from the pad a little bit, and he hit quite high up on the stickers.
Yeah, much better line again from Leach. Much better line outside the off stump, making the batsman reach for it.
Leach, 5 round the bats. That one straighter. Bonner played that much more easily than he had the previous one. Will it be 1 in, 1 out, 1 in, 1 out? Just vary it around. Zach Crawley with the catch just before tee. He's there at slip. That's I think an arm ball coming into Bonner there. Plays it deep in his crease, pushes out on the onside, no run. There's a slip, a very short point, a man in front on the offside. And on the leg side, there are a leg slip and a short leg. Leach around the wicket, there's some grip there. That's pitching round about middle, then holds it line with the turn. But Bonner plays it with the middle of the bat. 72 for 4 it remains. Overton is now taken to actually kneeling down at the, well, let's call it a silly gully position. This occasion, Bonner swinging hard. It comes off the body and rolls to Overton, who is that close infielder. No bat or glove involved in it, though. Does feel like that every ball's an event at the moment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All these men around the bat, you can hear the noise. Pressure's building.
Bonner waits. In goes Leach. Quicker again, or at least it felt quicker. 86 kilometres an hour was the delivery, and that's the final ball of the over. So 39 gone, 72 for 4. You're listening to TalkSport 2, our exclusive coverage of this West Indies-England series. First test match of this 3-match series. Number 2 starts in Barbados on Wednesday, and we'll have, of course, every ball exclusively live of that for you. Then it's on to Grenada for the 3rd and final test. But at the moment, England are only worried about one match, and that is today. And can they find 6 more wickets in 32 overs? In truth, the goal map prior really has to be probably 3 more, doesn't it? Because once they take those 3, then they'd be into the tail, and they'd be thinking to themselves, we should be able to wrap up that pretty quickly. So sort of they need to sort of break it down, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they will do, and they'll know the West Indies tail is long. They did well in the first innings, of course, but this is a very different situation. The pressure on, walking out to bat. All you can do is, the best result you can get is a draw for the West Indies, but so much to lose, and that is a different pressure. Plays mind games. Tail walking in at that point, England will have to back themselves, but you know, a lot of hard work to go yet. They need these 3 wickets, and they do need them fairly quickly.
It's going to be Stokes to hold up, slip in place, leg gully, short square leg and short mid-wicket. This is in towards the body of Holder, but he's dropped it out on the offside, and there's no close-in catcher on the offside, so they're able to take the single. Holder can get up to the other end. 5 not out for him, and it brings Bonner back on strike. And Grinner Bonner is actually struggling to get Joel Wilson's attention at the moment to actually take guard. I'm looking at that. I think that's off. He's just taken there, isn't it? Because I think the camera's in middle stump, so I think he's roundabout off stump. He gets the bail, taps it into the ground to make his mark.
It's good news for Ben Stokes. He gets this right, wicket to wicket. Batsman batting on off stump. Once stays low, he will be in front of all 3.
He's waiting, and solidly forward, middle of the bat on that occasion from an England point of view. Joe Root does the fielding. No run, so Grinner Bonner's now faced 41 deliveries, having only scored a single. Neil Manthorpe asked the question earlier about would that affect him. I could be honest and say I don't think it would bother him in the slightest at the moment. The way he played in the first innings didn't seem to be an issue at all. He's just batting time. Here comes Stokes. He starts off with it in his left hand, then transfers it about halfway along the run and bowled straight. Bonner's solidly in behind this, and there's no run. So at this point, are you thinking of being inventive, Matt, or are you actually just thinking we've just got to bowl 6 wicket to wicket because there's a chance that one goes up, one goes down, and we just let the pitch do the work?
Well, the pitch isn't doing any work. The pitch is docile and doing nothing, so you have to be inventive. You have to put pressure on the batsman in different ways.
Stokes outside of off stump. Seems to tennis ball bounce as it goes through there. Very wide of the stumps though, through to the keeper, no run.
And the best way to do that is field placings. You know, there's no secret. You have men around the bat. There's pressure, and you're just sort of playing French cricket. Suddenly you think, I want to get these guys away from me. I don't want them all around me. It sort of entices you to play a big shot, and that's what draws out the bad shot. Look at the West Indian wickets today. It's not been because of the pitch misbehaving. It's been poor shots.
Stokes once again goes in. Bonner's in behind this, pushing out on the offside. Now again, England don't have a man in front of the batsman on the offside. They've got 3 on the leg. Is it worth just having someone, it doesn't even have to be under the helmet, sort of 2 yards away. Is it worth having someone just a little bit closer, the way that Bonner's trying to get everything into the offside?
Yeah, I see your point. I think what England have a plan here, and it's to go straight into the pads with a cutter. Those 3 men placed on the leg side will be for the cutter that gets chipped up.
Stokes goes in. That's not a cutter, that's a seam ball that is taken on the body by Bonner just below the left armpit to end the over. Stokes walks past him, doesn't make any comment, just makes eye contact as if to say, I know that hurt and you know that hurt.
That's a painful one. To be fair, Bonner's played it brilliant, because those 3 men I was wrong. I didn't think this wicket was fast enough to get the ball up, with the ball that's 40 overs old, but Stokes, he's a strong man and he's able to do it. And Bonner, instead of playing at it or being tempted to try and ride the bounce with those 3 men waiting, he actually just lifts his hands up and lets the ball hit him, but it gets him kind of under the armpit, which is unpleasant.
Come on here, lads. Come on, boys.
Absolutely.
Good job, boys. Brilliant, lads.
Right, so Jack Leach once again. He's going to be bowling to Jason Holder. Still the 5 men around the bat, and Jason Holder gets a stride in and plays it back down the pitch, no run. And when Jason Holder gets a stride in, it's a pretty big stride. Leach prepares, comes in, bowls around the wicket. Holder playing forward, and it's out on the offside, no run. Just thinking back to that last ball of the last over, if you're of a younger generation, get onto YouTube and see if you can find some clips of Brian Close, because that'll kind of give you an idea of what Bonner did there. He just accepted he was going to get hit. If you go to YouTube, you'll probably find millions of clips of Brian Close just doing that. All parts of his body. Holder forward, pushing into the offside. Ollie Pope does the fielding at silly point and flicks it back at the stumps, makes contact, no run.
Brilliant, Leachy. Come on, lads.
Crawley at slip, Bairstow at leg slip. Oh, that's taken on the pad by Jason Holder. England are wanting that as an LBW. It looked like it might be sliding down. Now England have got a decision to make here. They only have 1 review left. 10 seconds. Joe Root is asking the question. He's gone to the Brains Trust.
5 seconds.
5 seconds. 4, 3. Joe Root's decided not to. I'm going to say, because we're now going to see it, I think they've made the right call. To me, that looked like it was going down. We get the first replay come up, and it's taken Jason Holder. It's just on the front pad, brushed the right-hand side of it. There was no bat on it, but you can just see the base of leg stump between bat and pad, which I think, once they put the technology, will confirm that it was going down the leg side. So that's a good non-review from England for me. Leach, that's wider of off stump on that occasion, and it's through to the keeper, no run. Now we're getting the technology on it. The impact was in line, the pitching was in line, but the wicket was indeed missing. Good choice by England not to review. They keep 1 review. Leach in, Holder forward, back to the bowler, end of the over. As it was then here on TalkSport 2, 73 for 4. Well, at least they're creating some doubt and some appealing opportunities, Matt. That's all they can be doing really at this stage.
Exactly that. Yep. Just keep building pressure. Use some inventive feels. I'm loving that. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm loving that Leach has moved his line, changed his line to just throwing it outside off stump, making the batsman have to reach for it. He looks in the game the whole time.
Jack Leach He's been through so much over the last couple of years or so. Illness, struggle for form, struggle to get picked. It looks like he could be having a big day for England. It's going to be Stokes to continue. Oh, that's a beauty outside of Bonner's outside edge, and it goes through to folks. Crawley at slip was starting to appeal. That was an absolute ripper of a delivery. Day 1 or day 5, doesn't matter which. That is a fantastic piece of work by the bowler and no reward.
Yeah, absolute beauty. That seemed to zip off the surface, didn't it? I was looking to see if there was a bit of a reverse swing, because it definitely went away, shaped away from Bonner. I couldn't quite tell if that was reverse or just orthodox swing, but Stokes certainly got that one right.
Stokes is in once again. Bonner's in behind this. There's no run. Worth pointing out that the breeze is definitely getting up again. Players' shirts are really getting blown around. You might have just heard it on the stump mics in the last over as well. And it is getting a little bit darker now. Obviously 3:30 in the afternoon. The sun sets much earlier in the Caribbean than we're used to in the UK. But Joe Root just did have a little look at the sky at the end of the last over, as if to just check out the light and the weather. In comes Stokes again to Bonner. Short ball pulled by Bonner. Clears the 3 men who are catching on the leg side and will make its way out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it will just get there as well. Dan Lawrence isn't able to pull the ball in, and it means that Bonner goes to 5. 77 for 4 are the West Indies with that target of 286. Matt Pryor's moved out. Sir Curtly Ambrose has moved back in.
It's all England at the moment. Couple of crazy strokes from John Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood brought England right back into this test match.
Well, Stokes is into Bonner playing defensively out on the offside. You'd be amazed if he played a crazy strike, but 4 for 8 in 58 balls, wicket to wicket. I mean, that was almost England in the mid-90s against you, Sir Curtly.
Bringing back some fond memories, are you?
Not for me, it wasn't, I can promise you. 77 for 4 then. The West Indies, Holder and Bonner. Still to come. De Silva, Joseph, Roach, Permaul and Seals. A couple more and England would have a big chance. Oh, it's an outside edge from Bonner. That one got big from Stokes. It climbed on him and he wasn't able to keep it down as it went towards the gully. Ben Stokes, well, whether he should be bowling or shouldn't be, coming back from this injury, it's an incredible effort. He's getting balls to bounce and leap around here, Sir Curtly, that no one else seems capable of doing.
Yes, Ben Stokes is that kind of bowler. Hits the pitch very hard, and any kind of assistance that's there, he'll get it. And he's bowling very well at the moment.
He really is bending his back for his captain and his team. Final ball of the over to Bonner. Bonner, nothing to do with that one. And it's through to the keeper, and it is the end of the over. So Curtly, I mentioned just a moment ago that Joe Root was just having a little look at the sky. It did seem to be getting a bit more breezy, and obviously the breeze has been what's blowing the weather in. How does it look out of the window over to the left at the moment?
No, it's still looking very good. It's nice and clear. Still blue skies. So I don't think there'll be any problems with the weather. No rain around. It's very bright and sunny, so I think we're good.
Excellent news. We can carry on then for a while. Remember, it's a 98 over day today, making up time from yesterday. And we had a 2.5 hour session before the lunch break, 2 hour session in the afternoon, 2 hour session in the evening, and of course the end you end up with the 15 overs in the final hour. So it's a long old day. There are 29 overs remaining, and Chris Wokes is going to get his second spell of this innings, open the bowling. 6 overs, 0 for 14, and he's going to be coming in from the commentary box end, and will be bowling to Jason Holder. field getting set, and actually it's essentially the same field as Ben Stokes has been bowling to. 3 catching on the leg side. It's a short square leg just behind square, a man just in front of square, and then a straight mid-wicket, and straight away Ben Foakes is going to stand up to the stumps to Wokes, something we saw in the first innings. So he's up to the timbers. Zach Crawley is the lone slip. Wokes then on his way to start the 43rd over of the innings. In he goes, on off stump. Holder plays out on the offside, no run. I think I probably know the answer to this question, Sir Kirtley, but did anyone ever stand up to you as a wicketkeeper?
No, never. There was one instance where West Indies played Australia in Grenada, a one-day game, and the batsman, Darren Lehmann, I think it was batting out of his crease.
As Wokes comes in for the second delivery of the over. Solidly behind it is Holden, there's no run.
Yes, Darren Lehmann was batting out of his crease. He played very well on a very, very slow pitch. And Jimmy Adams, who was the keeper at the time, came to me and said, you know, he's batting out of his crease. You want me to stand up? And of course, my pride wouldn't allow that. I told him, it's okay, you stay where you are.
And I've got a funny feeling the end to that story is, and I got him out shortly after anyway. Lovely take from Foakes standing up as Holder is beaten on the outside edge, whips off the bails. Holder hadn't gone anywhere though.
No, it could be very embarrassing for me to check the scorecard and see Darren Lehmann stumped Jimmy Adams, bowled Curtly Ambrose. No, that's not a nice ring to it, no.
Well, there's a lot of chatter from the England fielders close in. Ben Foakes leading the way at the moment. Holder 5 from 21 balls. Bonner 5 from 51 balls. Wokes to bowl to the former West Indies captain. He's playing out on the offside. And there's no run. Dan Lawrence does the fielding.
Certainly a lot of encouragement for the bowlers. Another wicket here could really spell trouble for the West Indies.
Absolutely. Wokes, for the 5th time this over, is on his way, making his way in, right arm over. Holder solidly behind that, and there is no run. Was Jeffrey Dujon much of a talker and an applauder? And the other wicket keepers that you had in those great West Indies sides?
No, Jeffrey Dujon wasn't a big talker. Well, to be honest, most of the keepers that I've played with never really said a lot. They really encourage you, of course, but they're not really big on talking. Most of the talking comes from the slip fielders and the other fielders in the outfield.
Wokes for the final ball of the over. Goes in, bowls. Holder on the tiptoes just to get on top of the bounce, guides it past Lawrence. Zach Crawley will run back towards short third man, and a single will be taken. End of the over, 43 gone, 78 for 4 are the West Indies, 28 overs to go. Following us later on this evening, of course, we're bringing you coverage of the golf from the TPC. John Jackson's got the latest though.
Well, the second round is finally underway in Florida. First round finishing just earlier today after some very poor weather in the first 2 days of the tournament. Tommy Fleetwood and Tom Hoagie with the first round joint leaders on 6 under par. They're not out on the course just yet. They've been joined on 6 under par by the American Bryce Garnett. Her group starting on the 10th hole so they can get rounds in, with Dustin Johnson and Kevin Kisner going well early in the second round. Dustin Johnson 4 under, Kisner 5 under for the tournament. A lot of wind out on the course today. It's changing all the time, meaning some players are teeing off and playing a nice shot, playing a nice draw, and it's getting on the green. The next player will come up to the tee, try the same shot, and it's going in a completely different direction. Lee Westwood really struggling today. 6 over for the day, 7 over for the championship. So your leaders on 6 under par, Tommy Fleetwood and the Americans Tom Hoagie and Bryce Garnett.
Thank you very much indeed, John. 78 for 4, the West Indies. Jason Holder, and 6 from 24 balls. Nkrumah Bonner has 5 of 51 balls. And the next one from Stokes is pushed out square of the wicket for a single on the offside. Another run.
I think I found the scorecard that Curtly Ambrose was just talking about with us, where he declined the offer to have a wicketkeeper come up to the stumps. He said he was bowling to Darren Lehmann. Darren Lehmann made 110 in that game.
Who got him out?
Yes.
He was not out.
I can't remember, but he did score 100, yeah.
Yeah, a big win by Australia. I'm not saying it was your fault, Curtly. I'm not saying that your ego got in the way of you winning that game. I'm just merely saying that they're here as a scorecard.
check on my figures, see if I bowled well or not.
You went for 47 in your 10, which for you was quite expensive, but for a normal bowler, that's probably about par.
Here is Ben Stokes once again. 27 overs left after this one, and Stokes is in once again, and that's pushed defensively up towards Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'd like you to do a favour, Curtly, after this commentary stint. Before you came into the commentary box, you were sitting in the media box, I believe, just next door to the commentary box, and you were sitting next to a young English journalist. His name is Cameron Ponsonby, and I'll break off as Stokes is in once again, and that's pushed defensively up towards Bairstow again at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And a few minutes ago he tweeted, "It's a great honour. I'm sitting next to the great Sir Curtly Ambrose. He doesn't know who I am, but that doesn't matter." So after this commentary stint, I'd like you to go back and sit next to him and tap him on the shoulder and say, "Hi Cameron, I'm Curtly," if that's okay. Here's Stokes again, full and wide outside the off stump. It's left alone.
Yes, I'll go do that and probably give him a bit of a surprise.
Yes, I think it will.
Or he'll be shocked. Cameron, is his name is, right?
That's exactly right. Yep.
Okay, I will do that.
And report back. But you'd just like you describe the look on his face. It's a terrific finish to this Test match, you know, considering how much hard work has been put into it by both teams. Stokes in again. He's really running in, I promise you. He's giving it everything at the moment, Ben Stokes. When doesn't he? Never goes through the motions, but he's hitting the bat pretty hard with a ball in its 44th over, and the West Indies remain 79 for 4. It has to be said, in all truth and all honesty, without denying the reality, is that 2 of those wickets were given to England. Really, really indifferent shots from John Campbell and from Jermaine Blackwood. Just inexplicable slogs at Jack Leach, and taking nothing away from Jack Leach either. He's got 3 for 32. Here's Stokes once again. Forward comes Nkrumah Bonner, and he is resolute in defence. 27 overs remain, 44 have been bowled, and it's just a question of hanging on. But I don't mean to put a curse on Nkrumah Bonner. Gosh, he just defensively, Curtly, he's just so organised and confident in his game.
Yes, he's that kind of player. His concentration level is very good. You know, he exercises a lot of patience when he's batting. But my only concern at the moment is he tends to play back for most of the deliveries, and if one keeps low and he missed, he could be in serious trouble. That's my only concern. Maybe he should look to get out on the front foot a little bit more, because the LBW factor can come into play if you play so far back in the crease.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, I'm not saying he is an LBW candidate, but what I can say is that he looks like an LBW candidate because he doesn't get onto the front foot on a wicket that is low and slow. As Chris Wokes returns to the attack for his 8th over, first delivery. Looked like it was an attempted off-cutter, and it's pushed away defensively on the onside. There is a lot of noise, a lot of chatter, a lot of encouragement, a lot of enthusiasm for England, really trying to lift each other, lift the bowlers, make something happen. Another wicket. Gosh, Joshua De Silva is next in, but then it's the four bowlers. Woakes in again, and that's pushed outside the off stump. If it does come down to the bowlers, Curtly, it's a situation that you've been in your Test career, and actually I recall you playing a couple of very long innings, and you weren't obviously known for your innings, but you were organised in defence, and you could and did play long innings when you had to, but it shouldn't come down to the bowlers in these conditions, should it? On a pitch like this, the batsmen need to get the job done, and there are 26 overs left after this. It really should not come down to Alzari Joseph and Kemar Roach having to bat out the last few overs. It's the batsman's job.
Awesome work, awesome work,
I couldn't agree more. And if it gets down to Alzari Joseph or Kemar Roach, it simply means that West Indies will be in serious trouble.
Here's Woakes once again, running in up to the crease now, and bowls, and he's attacking the stumps. He's bowling full and straight. It's exactly what he needs to do. Jason Holder keeps it out defensively, and there's no run. Do you recall, by the way, your longest innings in Test cricket? Jared Kimber's going to find it for us, but just off the top of your head, do you recall how many balls you faced in your longest Test innings?
I have no idea.
Not even the opposition. Here is Woakes once again, and that's steered nicely, very nicely played. It's a Joe Root type of shot. The guide down to third man. Zach Crawley chases, flicks it back now, and goes over the boundary rope, and is up onto his feet and gets the throw in, but they've gone through for two. You must recall the Test match.
Yes, I've scored a Test 50. My only Test 50. I've had a few 40s as well, but I don't know which one. I have no idea, because I usually get my ones rather quickly anyway.
You usually do, but I remember you playing a couple of quite long defensive innings as well. Jared's got the info, Curtly.
Longest innings was that 50 actually. It was 53 of 110 balls. But there's a couple of 15 or 50 balls and 16 or 55 balls scattered around. 22 off 63 as well.
Forward comes Jason Holder, playing defensively again to Woakes, no run.
1998 was a very stoic year for Curtly Ambrose. He had 43 off 98 against England in Trent Bridge, and then at Port of Spain it was a 31 off 83. So that was, in fact, and also he made a 44 against Australia that same year. So that was his batting year.
Certainly sounds like it.
Well, there you go. So I could bat for long if I wanted to.
That was quite early on. Oh no, 98. Oh, you can't. Oh, sorry. There was some 88 years in there as well. So quite early on, there was some very big scores, and then after a while, you just you spent all your time with the bowling.
Yeah, well, I that's something I've always said to people. The first half of my career, I used to bat a lot better, and then the second half, my batting just, well, I was useless most of the time. The second half, maybe I spent too much time in the field bowling. Frustration maybe with my batsmen. So I don't know, but the first half I was a much better batsman than I was during my second half.
Serious question, Curtly. Did you bat less in the nets in the second half of your career? I mean, did you practice less? Back then in the 90s, there were less net bowlers, weren't there? That you basically had to sort of bowl. You used to have your own bowlers bowling to you, so it was always difficult. I mean, you'd spend most of the time bowling, and then maybe in the second half of your career you didn't fancy a bat.
Well, that's a good question, because throughout my career, I never really batted that much in the nets. I hated to be in the nets. I just feel a bit enclosed. I don't feel right about it. I never liked the nets anyway. I always have this saying, I'll take my chance in the middle. So I've never won for batting in the nets as much as some guys do. So it was never for me. I feel too, I don't know. I don't feel as free as I would like to be when I'm in the nets. So I never really did it much throughout my career. that I took my chances in the middle.
Claustrophobia. I mean, you're not the only one at all. It's a phenomenon that you're not really in control of, and it's not just bowlers who have that feeling. There are batsmen as well who just feel trapped. You know, like, I mean, after all, it is a net that you're behind, and you're trapped in there.
And to add to that, sometimes you're facing the bowler and the batsman on maybe both sides of you hitting the ball, and sometimes in the corner of your eye you see the batsman playing a big stroke, and they tend to, you know, I never liked it. You know, I never liked it.
Especially when you're in one of those old nets which had a few holes in them.
There you go.
Yeah, I can relate to that. It's just not pleasant. I mean, you're standing there trying to bat, and there's somebody playing a hook shot just 2 meters away from you. It doesn't matter if there's a net between you or not. Right, drinks have been taken, and West Indies are 83 for 4 as Ben Stokes begins another over. Up onto his toes goes Nkrumah Bonner, playing this defensively out on the offside. Nonetheless, you took the responsibility of being able to bat. You know, whether you were well coached as a junior or a kid, but you know, you were never known as an easy wicket in the right circumstances at the right time. You know, you had an organised defence, and so you took it seriously.
Yes, I did. You know, take my batting very seriously. Try to score some runs for my team. Here's
Stokes once again. 2 slips and a backward short leg, and sort of deepish short leg, I'd say. He is helmeted as Ollie Pope, but it's pushed out straight to him off the hip by Nkrumah Bonner, who remains 5 of 58 deliveries. Just a reminder that England, in case you've missed the majority of the day's play, resumed on 217 for 1, and there's some really bright, positive batting, assertive and proactive batting from England. Joe Root went on to score his 24th Test 100, which puts him second on the all-time England list. Here is Stokes once again. It's a bouncer, and Bonner ducks underneath it very, very easily. Only Sir Alistair Cook is ahead of Joe Root now, with his 33 Test match hundreds. Kevin Peterson is now relegated to third place with his 23 Test hundreds. Joe Root with his 24th 100 today, made 109 and 204 deliveries with 6 fours. Dan Lawrence came in and played with beautiful aggression, if aggression can be beautiful. Beautiful to watch. Played some wonderful shots, 4 fours and a 6 in his 37 from 36 balls. That's short from Stokes, and helped away behind square on the leg side by Nkrumah Bonner. Economy of movement is what I think characterises Nkrumah Bonner's batting. He's not overly expressive in any way, and when he does play an expressive shot like that, it's just economical. There's no huge flourishing backlift or follow through, just an easy swivel on the back foot, and punched away behind square on the leg side for 4. 87 for 4 now, the West Indies. Here is Stokes once again. Forward comes, well, barely forward comes Nkrumah Bonner. So Curtly Ambrose was talking earlier about the fact that he doesn't really get onto the front foot. He plays a lot from the crease, and in fact a lot on the back foot. Anyway, England declared on 349 for 6. 4 overs, as it turned out, before the lunch break, leaving the West Indies with a target of 286 in 71 overs. And things were going very nicely for the home team at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua. They reached 59 without loss, and then lost 4 for 8 in 51 balls, starting with a horrible slog from John Campbell. I beg your pardon, the first wicket fall was Craig Brathwaite. It's a bouncer again from Ben Stokes. So it started with Stokes, who trapped Craig Brathwaite LBW for 33, followed by the horrible slog from Campbell, who was caught at mid-on by Craig Overton off the bowling of Jack Leach for 22. Shamar Brooks then caught by Zach Crawley off the bowling of Jack Leach. Low, quick, difficult chance at first slip. Very good catch from Crawley, and Jermaine Blackwood played a similarly horrible slog to that of John Campbell. to depart LBW to Jack Leach for 2, but Nkrumah Bonner and Jason Holder are doing their best to settle things down for the West Indies, with Holder now 11 from 31, and Nkrumah Bonner's boundary in that over has taken him up to 9 from 61 balls with 2 fours. So the target was a required asking rate of almost exactly 4 runs and over, 286 in 71 overs. So that's now no longer in the equation. The draw is favourite, but England can still win this game with 25 overs remaining in the day. Jack Leach is into the attack once more. It's pushed away off the back foot defensively, out towards cover, and there's no run as Dan Lawrence trots after it. Wonder whether we'll see another over or 2 from Dan Lawrence. He did get rid of the Centurion, albeit caught down the leg side, and Nkrumah Bonner. So it might just be a little bit of psychological gamesmanship if Bonner is, well, he is settled. He is rock solid. He's 63 balls he's faced for his 9. So it might just be an option if he's on strike, Joe Root, to throw the ball to Dan Lawrence just for an over. Just it might just pose a question mark in the batsman's mind. Leach in once again. That's a bit of loop on that one, bit of flight, and pushed square of the wicket on the offside. It's possible, not likely, but it's possible that we might even get a bonus over or 2 here, with England cracking through their over rate. Jack Leach bowling a lot of overs. We might just get an extra over or 2. That one is a little too short outside the off stump, and it's chopped away by Bonner straight to cover, where Lawrence once again does the fielding. 24 overs remain after that. Still a lot of cricket, that. Still a lot of cricket. 24 overs, especially when you're in a defensive mindset like the West Indies. Leach again, a little bit of width outside the off stump, punched off the back foot towards point, and there's no run. I don't have that quiver of tension that I don't think anybody is feeling that at the moment, because there are two very fine cricketers, two batsmen of quality at the crease. In fact, Nkrumah Bonner averages 46, so the draw still favourite, but the West Indies haven't done themselves any favours. 47 overs gone, 88 for 4. You're not feeling nervous, are you, Sir Kirtley?
Not at all. I think that Nkrumah Bonner and Jason Holder are capable of batting out the remaining 24 overs, because they need 198 to win. That's not in the equation, so they should even look at the scoreboard. The main goal is to survive these 24 overs. They can do it. They're good enough to do it. Not going to be easy, but the flip side to it is England would want to break this partnership, get rid of one of these 2 batsmen, or if not both, get into the silver and then the bowlers, and create a lot of pressure for them. But this partnership here between Holder, well, I shouldn't have said partnership, because you're not looking to win the game, but surviving is going to be very important for both Holder and Bonner.
I promise you I didn't see Dan Lawrence warming up, honestly, but he has now been thrown the ball, and he is going to be bowling not to Nkrumah Bonner, but to Jason Holder. I shall hand over to Mark Butcher in a moment. First delivery, bang on the mark. So Kirtley, don't forget to go and find young Cameron, tap him on the shoulder and say, "Hi, I'm Kirtley." And to take you through for the next 20 minutes or so, it's over to Mark Butcher.
Thanks, Manners. Ministry of Silly Walks is back on again. Dan Lawrence, who has 2 Test match wickets to his name now, I think. He's 2 deliveries in to his first over of his second innings. He's got 4 men round the bat. He's just bowled a beauty, actually. He's just got Holder pushing forward, reaching for the ball, and it turned a little and bounced a little. Silly point, short leg, slip and leg slip. And back on the point fence and a mid-off. Mid-on saving 1, which is Ben Stokes. He's just he's going to go and position himself at sort of mid-on, I suppose, but level with the batting crease. So he's quite close. He's not quite silly mid-on, but he's close mid-on, next to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, who's having to turn and chase that one. Shortish delivery that Holder went back to and punched it off the back foot for one. 89 for 4. A notional 197 for the West Indies to win this match, but it's the 6 wickets that England lose. Can they crack open this partnership, get one of these two, and perhaps open up an end for themselves to make the final 20 and a bit overs to go? A nerve-wracking one, a nail-biting one for the home fans here in Antigua. Again, of course, England have never ever won a test match in Antigua and Barbuda, whether at the old Rec or here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And West Indies would like to keep it that way, as Lawrence comes in and jumps with both arms up above his head, fires one in and almost traps Bonner in front. Lawrence has got quite a long run up for an off spinner. Peter Such was the other off spinner that had a long run up. Maybe it's an Essex thing, but in he comes, whirling his arms around, both arms above his head, shirt untucked, so you can see his belly button before the arm comes over and the ball comes down. Bonner defends on the back foot. It's the end of the over, just one run from it. 89 for 4. He's had a good game, Dan Lawrence. So at least his contribution in the second innings allowed Joe Root perhaps a little bit more time than perhaps he was banking on in terms of making that declaration, getting to the 280 that he was after, leaving themselves 71 overs to bowl West Indies out. And let's face it, even 110 overs, I think you're still money on the pitch in terms of this surface. And with the time lost in the game, I think it was as good a declaration as you could reasonably expect. Steve Harmison joins me in the commentary box. Jack Leach will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Craig Overton is still fielding at the sort of second slip. He's down on his knees with both hands on the floor. It's not quite a downward dog position, but not far away from it. Jason Holder on the back foot played that previous delivery into mid-wicket. Wokes fielded it and there was no run. 5 men around the bat for the impressive Jack Leach, and then he goes, wheels that one on the breeze in towards middle leg stump. Holder uses his huge reach and gets out to the pitch of it and nudges it to mid-on where Joe Root fields, and again there's no run. Afternoon, Steve.
Afternoon, Mark Butcher. Afternoon, everybody at home. Yes, Craig Overton this morning was practicing slip field and catching with Carl Hopkinson, the fielding coach for England, of the bowling machine. Little bat on his knees, helmet. Oh, well, he didn't have helmet on, but on his knees, trying to catch them low catches. Holder forward and defends into point. He wheeled away almost immediately, as though he'd kind of half been foxed by the drop on that ball from Leach. Just goes to steady himself. England have moved silly point across, so there's now 2 short legs, 2 slips, and a leg slip catching for Jack Leach. He's in once more, and it's a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and it's a picture book for a defensive stroke from the former West Indies captain. Again, there's no run. Silly point. Sorry, second of the short legs. Ollie Pope goes back to silly point. So it's now 3 catches on the offside, 2 on the leg as Leach is in once more. Holder turns the face of the bat, trying to knock it square on the onside for a single, and he gets a leading edge, and it goes in the air for a short while, but is away, far enough away from Jack Leach that there was no risk of a caught and bowl. But that was an error from Holder, who again has wandered off away towards square leg. He's just taking his time to settle himself before retaking his guard. Statuesque figure standing there with his bat in the air. He crouches down his left bat and it's hit him in the pad. Oh my goodness me! He's played no stroke to a ball that he's gone back to, and it's hit him on both pads.
England have only got the one review left. There was no move from Greg Brathwaite, the standing umpire.
5. 3 seconds.
England discussing it. DRS timer has run out. 3 seconds, says Brathwaite. The timer ran out on the big screen. Brathwaite has given England 5 more seconds, but they've decided not to review it. Goodness me, that was a moment. Holder seemed to have a brain fade, Steve Harmison.
It did, it just seemed to leave it. It was going down leg side. First impressions were, that's out. Waiting for Gregory Brathwaite to put his finger up. Jack Leach couldn't believe it, but it just didn't turn. It just hasn't gripped enough to come back enough. Gone down with the angle on past leg stump and the last 2 balls in a row. Jason Holder must have had his heart in his mouth.
Again. He's hitting the stumps again. Jack Leach barely misses the stumps. It's hit the top of leg stump.
Flush as well.
Flush. Now, I must tell you, the listeners at home, we are, I suppose, we'd be at a very straight mid-on, looking down the pitch from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. So we're behind the bowler's arm, but we're not directly behind. So when we're calling these LBW shouts, it is a little bit difficult for us to gauge live exactly the line of that ball. But my feeling was that it pitched on middle and off, and therefore it only has to straighten a tiny bit with Holder on the back foot to hit the stumps, and it's crashed into the top of leg stump. England perhaps paying for the profligacy of one of the early reviews that missed leg stump by quite some considerable margin. But Jack Leach hits the stumps a lot as oh my goodness, Dan Lawrence has just made Bonner leave a ball that turned from outside the off stump, but it must have missed off stump by a fraction.
I want to see that Jack Leach one again, because I'm not convinced by what the DRS has said. It looks as though they've given it as though it's hit the back leg, but for me I thought it hit his front pad, then onto his back pad, and his front pad would suggest for me that it was going down leg side. So I'm not convinced by that.
Doesn't the DRS take it from the first point of impact?
Yeah, but I thought that was the front pad.
Well, I'll tell you what, I still think it was straight. Anyway, the next ball from Lawrence is played on the back foot by Bonner, who plays it with soft hands. It runs to the leg slip, and there's no run. Bairstow is having a bit of a play with Bonner. Bairstow at silly point, Bonner implacable. Lawrence is in again, arms and legs all over the place, belly button showing, fires it wide of the off stump, and Bonner sticks a pad out, but the ball doesn't turn back into it, goes through to Folkes, and there's no run. Folkes whips the bails off in a flash, in an instant. Just a bit of excitement in the last couple of overs. Lawrence in again, full toss this time, and Ben Stokes misfields at that close mid-on position, and Bonner and Holder will pick up a couple of runs. 9 for 4 now. Yeah, we're just hearing from the London studio that they've obviously got the benefit of the sound, etc., from the TV, and had England reviewed that, it was out. So one goes missing, another one goes begging for Jack Leach as Lawrence is in, and Bonner's on the back foot, defends, and it goes out to Johnny Bairstow at silly point, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's got now 3 in the second innings, 2 in the first innings. 3 that DRS said hit half the stumps and not out. 1 that hit the full stumps said obviously not out, and it was out and didn't reply. We could have been finished by now, Butch. Game could have been over. A few run punches on the beach at St James's, and it would have been a nice victory for England. But as it happens, it's just the fun of the fair. It makes it all the more special if England can get a win from here.
Big looping off break, swinging away from Bonner on the breeze, but it's very full. He lets it go, and that's the end of the 50th over. 91 for 4. West Indies need 194 runs to win. England 6 deliveries. That's all it takes. That's what they'll be telling themselves. 6 deliveries for a famous win, a historical victory in Antigua. would be the very, very first. And England have come here on on tours of the West Indies and quickly found themselves behind the 8 ball. Not a 3-match series since the 2004 win. 4 matches there, the rest have been 3. You go down in a 3-match series, you're in trouble often. Although England did reverse a 1-0 deficit, but that was at home. Into the West Indies in Southampton during the first year of COVID, 2020. Leach in, Holder drives to mid-on, Root runs around, picks up, throws it back to Ben Folkes, and there's no run.
You mentioned Ben Folkes. I have to say he has been so impressive behind the stumps. He's been standing back, standing up to the seamers, where he's kept to the spinners. I think he's been absolutely fantastic.
Shortish delivery to Leach, and Holder goes back and decides to hit it this time, which I think is probably quite a good move. Gets a thickest inside edge, and it runs down to the vacant sweet position, I suppose. Deep backward square. And they come back for 2, 93 for 4.
Just to see how long the experiment of Dan Lawrence goes from that Sir Andy Roberts end, and when do they go to, boy wonder, when do they go to Ben Stokes?
Leaches in again, and that is at full once more. And Root runs, dives, misses, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary at wide mid-on. Nice shot from Holder. Perhaps the little brain fades in the previous over have just woken him back up again, because that was a really fine piece of batting.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just drifting on to leg stump. Previous over before that, the ball he left, he got a leading edge by trying to defend it. This time he's not looking to defend, he's gone forward and he's hit it in the middle of his bat between mid-wicket, and obviously the England captain diving, not getting there. It was a fantastic shot there by the former West Indian captain.
Leach in right leg, nicely flighted delivery. Holder using his reach to defend, straight back down the pitch again. Interesting thing for me, Dan Lawrence bowling, he seems to have made it bounce more than anybody else in the game so far. Leach is in, and that's another half volley on leg stump, and Holder turns it away just in front of square on the leg side. Chris Wokes gives chase, and they come back for 2 more.
It's also got to turn more than I would say Leach and Tomo in this game. Dan Lawrence is, what would you say he is, 6'4"? I think he's about similar height to myself, 6'4", 6'5". He gives it a full flourish as he goes up and spins around about 4 times, and then he lets go of it, and then he gives it, obviously spins it from a tall height.
Again, one's a little short this time, and not the best over he's bowled today, Jack Leach, but he's bowled lots of very good ones. Figures of 3 for 41 from 22, West Indies 99 for 4, and we have 20 overs left, another 5 overs to go before the umpires call last hour. The umpires captains can agree to shake hands and call things off once we get to that point. I don't think England will do that until they get down to single figures in terms of overs, particularly if these two are still together.
Yeah, and Dan Lawrence being on, is probably a move for Joe Root to get. People might be listening and thinking, well, why is Overton not bowling? Why is Wokes not bowling? They're the seam bowlers. Why is Root not bowling? I think because of Joe's sort of batting, he's been off 3 or 4 times. I think there must be some exhaustion in there.
It could be that back issue that he carries around with him all the time. As Lawrence is in once again, it's wide of the off stump, and Bonner lets it pass.
I think because Lawrence is bowling, it's a lot easier to get the ball from both ends into the rough, which potentially scuffs the ball up to give England one last chance of being dangerous with this ball with reverse swing.
And again, Bonner is forced to play this time. He defends it well. Back to Lawrence, picks up and is followed through. Yeah, I mean, there's another consideration, of course. I mean, 50 overs old on this concrete pitch. That ball has got to have been going soft by now. There's Lawrence is in once again, and that's it's a loopy full toss, and Bonner just says thank you very much and guides it through the covers for 4.
If he's going to bowl full tosses like that, my theory of trying to get it to scuff for it to reverse swing, he's not going to be bowling for too much longer if I was Joe Root. Saying to him, go for 4 if it's a half tracker, but at least landed on the surface to scuff the ball, to give us one last chance of probably Ben Stokes from the Sir Andy Roberts end, with hopefully a reverse swinging ball to give us a chance to make an inroad and see if we can create some panic in that West Indian dressing room.
Lawrence in again. 5 men around the back. Bonner gives himself a bit of room and guides it to Chris Wokes back with a square on the offside. And again, there's no run. I mean, there is an argument to say that perhaps Ben Stokes should have a go from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end just because of the breeze. So if there is some reverse swing, and I know Ben's capable of making it go out to the right-handed batters, but to really get it to go late and go a long way, then perhaps he's better off trying to do that from the end that we're commentating from, with the wind assisting, as Lawrence is around the wicket now to Bonner. Pitches the ball on the stumps. It may be straight as a fraction, but Bonner just blocks it straight back down the pitch once again. No run.
Bonner the wall. He's been a brick wall in front of England throughout this Test match. Been great in defence, solid in defence. Been a real thorn in England's side.
Short delivery down the leg side and plucked nonchalantly by Ben Folkes. It's the end of the 52nd over. There are 19 overs remaining. 103 for 4. 183 to win. An inconsequential number. It's all about the amount of overs left and the amount of wickets that England need to force a famous victory here in Antigua. It's still going to be Jack Leach. It's a conversation between Root and Wokes. Ben Stokes has, I think, just got the 12th man to bring on a couple of little white pills. A bit of Brufen or paracetamol or something, try and settle down the pain in that left foot of his. He won't be going off the field, that is for sure, as Leach is in. And there's a fine nick. Folkes thinks there's a fine edge here. He has gone up as though he's absolutely certain that Holder has edged that ball. He also took the bails off just for good measure as well. Are England going to review this one? They have. Have they reviewed the right one? That is the question.
Player review for court. TV umpire to director. If a player is review for a court, the original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with front turn spin vision, please? Front turn coming up. Keep rolling, rock and roll lad. Ball is close to the bat. Can I get ultra edge, please? Okay. Waiting on the ultra edge. Ultra edge is building. Still waiting. Ultra edge still building. Ultra edge is coming up. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Next frame, flat line so far. No bat involved. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg, can you stay with your not out decision?
Have they reviewed the right one? The answer is no. And now England have no reviews left. Ben Folkes was absolutely certain. Went up straight away. No hesitation at all. What he heard, we'll have to ask him, I guess. But nothing on DRS, nothing on Snicko. Jack Leach didn't go up straight away. His reaction was a reaction to Folkes. And Holder lives to push forward and block another one into the leg side. He does a little dance. He's trying to get his feet moving, keep his concentration going. I keep going back to that LBW. Jason Holder literally left a straight ball on the back foot. It hit him. And it was hitting leg stump, and England didn't review it. On the back foot again to Jack Leach, and defends out into the offside, and there is no run.
DRS has not been a great friend to Jack Leach. in this game so far. Could easily have had 5 for by now.
Here comes Jack Leach. Holder's a long way forward and defends that. It goes into the hands of Lees at short leg. I think the issue, well, I mean, there are a couple of issues here. The umpire's call law is absolutely fine. The only thing is the amount of times the umpires have given it not out when the ball's been hitting the stumps. Leach gets that one to turn a little. Holder on the back foot, defends with half a bat, and it goes out to backward point for no run. And the umpires have the backup, don't they, of the batting side using reviews. I just think the amount of times, the amount of balls that Jack Leach is bowling that are hitting the stumps, and they keep saying no. As Leach is in. I'm not saying they're bad decisions, but just on the evidence of what we've seen, Jack Leach hits the stumps a lot. End of the over, 103 for 4.
And as well as that, the pitch that they're playing on, it's not really going to go over the top. So that's you would hope the umpire would take that into context, that a 50-50 call, there's not going to be too much height involved. So you'd like to think he would go, right, I'll give it out, and if I'm proved wrong, well, it's up to the batsman to go the other way and say, right, it's up to the fielding side. You're reducing the size of the stumps, to be honest, aren't you? So, as a former fast bowler who thinks everything's out, I would like to get the umpires to get their fingers out of the pockets.
Lawrence continues. Bonner defends stoutly, soft hands on the back foot. There's barely any difference between front and back foot with Bonner. He doesn't really push out a long way on the front foot, doesn't go far back on the back foot, but just has really good balance, and the back comes down in a very, very straight line when he's defending. Lawrence around the wicket, 5 men around the bat, 2 short legs, and that ball is pitched in the footholes and spun quite sharply, but it's down the leg side. Folkes misses it. Leg slip, doesn't get a chance to dive across, and that's run all the way down to the fence for 4 byes.
Dan Lawrence just getting the ball into the foot marks, but unfortunately it's turning from outside leg stump. I do suspect that this is probably one over of the Lawrence experiment too many.
And he comes. If Steve is correct, we've got that ball was defended to Ben Stokes. 3 more balls to make an impact to try and open up an end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Comes Lawrence, appears from behind at Joel Wilson. Extraordinary delivery stride, and Bonner again without really moving his feet, just drops that straight back on it. Very gently. Ball goes to Bairstow at Silly Point. Lawrence back over the wicket again now. 2 short legs, Silly Point, leg slip. He's in, and that's a lot flatter and down the leg side. Half an appeal from the close in field. There's nothing from keeper or bowler.
More turn there from Dan Lawrence, and we've seen from Jack Leach. Big tall man Dan Lawrence, release points even taller.
Problem of the half volley off the middle of the bat goes straight into the hands of Lees on the bounce at short leg. It's the end of another over. Another one ticks by. The West Indies are getting closer and closer to saving this one. 54 overs gone, ball getting soft. 107 for 4. England fielders starting to flag a little. Joe Root heading for the dressing room once again for the umpteenth time during this innings. Matt Fisher, Yorkshireman, replaces Yorkshireman. Jack Leach will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He is creating chances. Every over there's a little bit of something that happens for Jack Leach. And again, I reiterate, England have got that review right. Jason Holder would no longer be out there defending for the West Indies honour here in Antigua, as Leach is in once more. Holder, massive stride forward defence. Again, it's a dot ball, no run.
Played well, very well has Jason Holder along with Bonner, both innings, to be fair, the two of them stood firm, stood tall, a real thorn for England.
Good length ball, nicely flighted from Leach, and it meets with the same forward defensive stroke from Holder. The sound of the drums here, incessant, the rhythm around Sir Vivian Mitchell Stadium as Leach is in once more. Same delivery, it's almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery. Looping from wide on the crease, Holder pushes forward, it ends up in the hands of Pope at silly point, and there's no run.
We've seen a lot from Leach bowling, predominantly all of it's been from sort of from around the wicket. Just wouldn't mind. Let's look at him from over.
Straighter this time. Holder plays it the way it should be, which is that big stride again, straight back. Ben Stokes is just limbering up, looking quite as flexible as he was at the start of the day as Leach comes in. Holder is tempted into playing something a little bit more extravagant than a block, and again gets to the outside half of the bat and he wheels away as if to say to himself, come on man, keep concentrating, hang in there, not much longer to go. Past umpire Brathwaite. That ball bounces a little bit, hits the stickers of Holder's bat, but Johnny Bairstow, close as he is at silly point, couldn't get underneath it, and it's another over ticked off for the West Indies. 16 overs left on the board. That means we are 1 over away from the last hour being called. 12th man has run onto the field, lime green or high-vis vest, to go and bring a towel and some words of encouragement to Bonner and Holder out there in the middle. Joe Root comes back onto the part for England. Fisher departs. Ben Stokes starts wiggling both of his arms around in front of himself. It looks as though we might have Craig Overton on to bowl an over or two from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It was indeed the end of the Lawrence experiment, and as entertaining as it was to watch the arms and legs flying all over the place, after the surprise factor has gone for the batters, time to go back to a proper bowler, I think.
Yeah, time to go back to a bowler who's been picked in the side to come and bowl and try and take wickets. Craig Overton, his effort has been there's no question of that. Try and judge his performance off the back of what's gone on in the last 5 days, and I think you have to put into context what this pitch has given the fast bowlers, which is very little. It's been a hard toil, it's been a slog for the likes of Overton and Wokes. You can think of them too. Seals from West Indies found it hard at times, even though he got 4 wickets in the first innings. Alzori Joseph got 3 wickets later on today, but it was challenging for him for a while, along with some skillful bowling from Kieran Roach.
Overton in short ball over the head of Bonner into the hands of Folks. I think Overton's performed well, to be honest. I just can't for the life of me work out how he's taking the new ball for England. That's the that's the issue. Excellent first, second change bowler. Tall, hits the deck and can be used in a variety of ways, but new ball bowler for England, not having it. Back foot punch, backward a square from Bonner, sends that second delivery of Overton down to the backward point fence for 4. He's not happy about something. He's waving up at the dressing room or the third umpire's room as if to say there's been some movement. Could you please pack it in?
Yeah, I agree with you on the Overton and the new ball, and there again, everything that's been thrown at Bonner that's been short, he's dispatched very nicely, whether it's been pull or whether it's been cut.
Oh, that's a good short ball from Overton. Bonner tried to turn it into the leg side but closed the face too early. It came flying out at a catchable height on the offside, but Johnny Bairstow's in there at silly point catching, but he's so close he had absolutely no time to react as the ball went much squarer. He's in a sort of an orthodox silly point position that you'd find for an off spinner perhaps. Johnny Bairstow. His right toe almost touching the edge of the strip. As Overton is in once more. The short ball again. Oh my goodness me. England have a short leg, or two short legs, one slightly closer than the other one a little bit further in front of the square. Dan Lawrence is at leg gully, and somehow it lobbed over all three of them and evaded them all.
Is this it short leg? No, it spliced him on the bat. For a second I thought it hit short leg and just looped in the air, but it hadn't. It spliced him on the bat, and he shoveled it round the corner to about where the umpire was standing at square leg, and Dan Lawrence is a good 10 yards to the umpire's right. It's just landed in between. Frustrating for England.
Another short ball. This time to Van
Bernholder. What a man, Van Bernholder.
Oh, I'd love to see Vanny out there right now, sucking on his pipe.
He was brilliant, Vanny. When I was young, he'd tell me my fielding positions, Vanny. You know, walking in from fine leg, giving me cap, me jump, and he would tell me, "Got to have another slip in, son. Got to have another slip in." As he slapped me on the leg as I went past.
Short ball wide of the off stump. Van Bernholder has all the time in the world to just allow it to come onto the bat. He glides it through the vacant slip area. Zach Crawley gives chase. They come back for a couple. It's another over ticked off for the West Indies. 15 left. 114 for 4. England starting to flag a little out there. They need something to happen, and they need it to happen fast. The umpires have signalled for a drinks break. No time for a break here. We'll hand back to Andrew McKenna. Make something happen for us, Macca.
Well, I'll do my best for you, Butch. Thanks very much, Mark Butcher, Steve Harmison. So we're about to start the final minimum 15 overs of this game. The situation is that England are still hunting wickets. They need 6 more, with the West Indies 112 for 4. Jason Holder and Nkrumah Bonner, the not out men. Sorry, 114 for 4 is the score. So the score is largely irrelevant. It's all about the figure in the wicket column. A bit disappointed that Dan Lawrence has come off, because the other day on social media I did ask how people would describe it, because I don't think I did it quite justice. So a couple of people, Dan Wheeler tweeted me saying, well, he reckons the start of the approach is like Abdul Qadir. He reckons the delivery stride was like Liam Plunkett, and Eddie Hemmings for the release, which I quite like. Adam Williams said to me, well, if we quote Felix White in his recent book, it's lovely loopy stuff, but I did enjoy this one. I missed actually who was it, who said, it's like someone disentangling the cables at the back of an 80s hi-fi system. And actually, I kind of get that. If you ever had to deal with a hi-fi separate system in the 80s and untangle it all, that will make sense. Right, it is drinks. Coming up shortly after us is the golf action from the TPC. John Jackson's got the latest.
The second round is in full flow now. We're seeing a lot of hairstyles we wouldn't usually see, because players daren't risk a hat in the wind in Florida. It's fairly crazy, as much as the course has dried out slightly. We've also got a lot of once controversial golfing hoodies on show this afternoon. I don't blame them really, having seen the pictures. Now, Kevin Kisner is having a great round so far. He had another birdie on his 7th hole of the day. It took him to a 4-way lead on 6 under. He did drop a shot, so he's back down on 5 under, which means the leaders at the moment on 6 under. Not out on the course yet, probably maybe another hour and a half until Tommy Fleetwood and Tom Hoagie will be out on the course. They're on 6 under. Kevin Kisner on the 18th though, hitting the ball not into the crowd but actually over the crowd, which was a tactic due to the massive amount of water on the left. If you know the 18th there at TPC Sawgrass, the wind so dangerous that he'd rather hit it into the heavy rough than risk dropping a ball there. So your current leaders at the Players' Championship: Tommy Fleetwood, Tom Hoagie, second round in full flow.
Thanks, John, for the time being. Brilliant. We'll have the action later on once the cricket is done and dusted. So England have tried 6 bowlers so far: Chris Wokes, Jack Leach, Craig Overton, Joe Root, Ben Stokes and Dan Lawrence. Wokes 0 for 19 from 8. Jack Leach, the most successful so far, 3 for 41 from 24 overs. Craig Overton, 9 overs 0 for 19. Joe Root, 2 overs 0 for 6. Ben Stokes has the other wicket, 1 for 14, having bowled 9 overs. And Dan Lawrence, 4 overs 0 for 7. Samuel Badgery's moved into the co-commentator's seat. So, given the list of the bowling options, which way would you be going then, Samuel?
I think if anything has to happen, Ben Stokes is the man to make something happen. So I'd continue with Leach from Vista Circuit, the Ambrose end, and Ben Stokes from the opposite end. Something quite unique I haven't seen in such a long time happening here at the moment. The players are all set and ready. They've gotten into their fields, but the umpires, they're the last ones to take their positions, perhaps getting an additional bit of refreshment before they make their return to their respective positions. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite just signaling that we're entering into the final phase of the game, the last 15 overs of the last hour of the day's play.
Well, I hope they'll get fined or at least a point deduction for the slow over rate then, the umpires. Right, so here we go then. Jack Leach to bowl to Bonner. 5 men around the bats. Leach grips. It's outside of off stump. Played by Bonner into the offside, and there's no run. So there's a slip, the silly gully, and a short man in front of the offside. And then the short leg and the leg slip for Jack Leach. End of his mark. Just twiddles the ball in his hands. And in he goes, bowls. Bonnet solidly forward, pushing back down the pitch, no run. England actually before that ball have taken the man from leg slip and put him in front of square on the leg side. So they've now got a silly mid-on and a short leg. Leach waits. And around the wicket he goes. There's some bounce. Bonner plays it with the outside half of the bat out on the offside. No run. Of course, the other factor, Samuel, is that England have no reviews left.
Yeah, absolutely. No reviews left, so they can't challenge any decision. And they hadn't had the opportunity to use Mark Wood at all in this, the second innings, as Leach is once again full on the line of the off stump. And Nkrumah Bonner once again, full face of the bat, plays it resolutely out to the fielder in the offside, no run. And I think that was a massive blow for England. Their premier fast bowler, the fastest off the lot, not having the use of him. This one is on the line of the leg stump, plays across to the onside, this time no run, the result once again. So some questions with his fitness as we go deeper into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Leach for the final time this over, left arm around the wicket, hurries on to Bonnet. He's in behind that and he plays it through backward point and will take a single, so he'll keep the bowling. 21 not out is Bonner from 97 balls. It's 115 for 4. 286 is the theoretical target, but you can forget all about that. That's not going to come into play. 14 overs to go. England have to find 6 wickets, although it would have been less. We said they don't have any reviews left. That was because of a couple of bad ones. Then there was the one that they didn't take, which if they had, they'd have got an LBW decision, Samuel.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange that they didn't take that particular one, and that was the one that was actually out, and that would have been the wicket of Jason Holder. And if they had gotten someone like him, all of the experience that he has, and into Joshua De Silva, Alzari Joseph, you never know what could have happened. But as it is, he's in there now. Overton bowls another short delivery, and once again, Nkrumah Bonner decides to get under that, goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run. It's just a little bit strange that they didn't take that one. In the end, an opportunity goes a-begging.
What have you made of the standard of umpiring in this game? We've had quite a few decisions been overturned, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm one who's very loath to criticize umpires. I think it's such a difficult job. This one is down the line of the leg stump, worked away by Nkrumah Bonner, will get to the boundary, fine, and goes for 4, despite the fielder in the deep. Jack Leach unable to hold that one in. Just a turn of the bat, nice and gentle, unfussed, uncomplicated from Bonner, and gets himself another boundary. So the standard of umpiring, I think overall, given the conditions on offer here, I think it was quite good, despite the numerous reviews that we've had.
I'm going to have to say I thought the Holder one in real time, I actually thought it was leg side myself. So Overton goes in. Now England appear to be going on the short stuff here because Overton has really bent his back and hammered that one into the middle of the pitch. Bonner ducks underneath it and it's through to folks behind the stumps and there is no run. So they're going to try and soften up Bonner, it would appear, but as we saw in the first innings, that's not a particularly easy task.
Yeah, he's quite resolute and he is uncomplicated, like I mentioned, doesn't premeditate, plays the ball on merit. This one again short, again behind the line, covers it quite comfortably and competently, has a good temperament for Test match cricket, unfazed by whatever is happening, unfussed about the conditions or the pitch or whatever demons might be in it for some other players. It hasn't fazed him whatsoever, and it's really heartening to see that you have a West Indian batsman who is batting like that. Overton comes in once again, and this one strikes him in front. Huge appeal for LBW. This time the umpire Joel Wilson raises his hand, and the West Indies, you would imagine, will review this one.
They've reviewed it straight away. Bonner has walked down to Jason Holder and made the signal. Now, was he outside the line? Was there a little nick on it? Massive moment for this match.
LBW.
Is it
TV
wicket 5 or not?
Our players review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the front foot, is a fair delivery. Can we get front on spin vision, please?
So this is the first important
front
part.
on coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. There appears to be a deviation from baton to pad. Can we confirm that with the use of ultra edge, please?
Well, we could just see it's clearly a huge inside edge.
Yeah, massive inside edge. I was just complimenting the umpire and Joel Wilson. He got that one absolutely wrong. Massive inside edge onto the pad, and hence the reason Nkrumah Bonner immediately called for the review, because he would have felt that one for sure and survives on the challenge. And again, the importance of having that review.
Absolutely. And it's why, if I was England, I'd still want one up my sleeve just in case. Overton goes in. That is a really solid defensive shot from Bonner back down the pitch. No run. So that is the end of the over. There are 13 to go. Sorry, a minimum of 13. Keep needing to stress that. 58 have gone. West Indies 119 for 4. Holder 23. Bonner 25.
And just continuing my compliments about Bonner. I mentioned how resolute he has been. 355 deliveries he faced in the first innings to get to his 123, and so far in this, the second innings, already faced 103 balls to get to 25. It speaks volumes for his temperament and his patience and discipline while he's batting. Jack Leach will continue from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end, makes his way to the crease, and now bowls to Jason Holder outside the line of the off stump, driven through the offside, and the call is for 2. They will complete the 2 now. So Nkrumah Bonner, I think he is such a pleasant surprise for the West Indian public, and seeing what he has been able to do in both innings of this Test match.
England have still got 5 around the bat for Jason Holder, but it's 4 on the offside. They've taken the leg slip / short square leg out, so there's 2 men in front on the offside as Holder is forward, pushing to the squarer of the 2 men in front. There's then the short gully and slip. I mean, Johnny Bairstow is so close in front. If Holder actually props forward for this ball, he could shake hands with Bairstow. That's how close he is.
Yeah, he can actually step on Bairstow's foot with that long leg of his. If he makes a forward stride, he might just be stepping on Bairstow's right foot, right boot. But Jack Leach too has been so consistent from this end. He has been really patient with his bowling. This one outside the line of the off stump. A little bit of turn, neatly defended by Jason Holder. Once again, no run.
Well, it's like the old joke, isn't it? There's so many men around the bat, the batsmen appeal against the light. So anyway, 12 overs and 2 balls of the match. Leach, 2 balls of the over to go. It stays a little bit low on Jason Holder, but he's still able to get it to mid-on in the end. And he gets through. 1 more ball ticked off. Every ball is an incident at the moment. Every ball is significant in this. Leach
Indeed,
to
every
finish is
single
over. Now there was an inside edge there, and Lees, that is the only close infielder on the leg side, is at a short mid-on, and that went relatively more towards a short mid-wicket, short square leg position. England had the two men in close there, Samuel, but they'd taken him out to put him onto the offside.
Yes, indeed, and some of the decisions that they've made have countered what happened in the next delivery. But what Leach has done so well, he's forced the batsman to play at every delivery. As the camera pans across the stadium here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, the fans still creating a bit of atmosphere, both West Indian supporters and English supporters alike. Always the beating of the drums, the banter, the noise, the flags, the revelry, the carnival and party-like atmosphere as the wind blows across, providing some respite despite the sun beating down as we get closer to the sun setting here on the island in Antigua.
And it's going to be Ben Stokes. Yeah, have the locals taken to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium yet? Because there was an awful lot of angst and anger when it was first announced they were moving out of the recreation ground, because of course that's bang in the town. North Sound is pretty much a good 15 minutes from anywhere, really. Stokes will start outside off stump to Bonner, who has nothing to do with it. 3 years ago there were still discussions about it. Have the locals come round to it, or do you think they'll ever come round to leaving the old rack?
Yeah, I think it's such a massive difference with that Antigua Recreation Ground being in the centre of St. John's in terms of accessibility. People can just nip away from work during lunchtime and right after work and come and look at the cricket, as opposed to this venue, as you mentioned, about 15-20 minutes away. It makes it so much more difficult, and we say 15-20 minutes and we make it sound as if it's a long way. I know you guys are quite used to driving for hours on end to get to venues, but when you're so used to venues being so close, as this one from Ben Stokes is outside the line of the off stump and well left from Nkrumah Bonner. So I think generally they're getting used to the concept of this stadium, and you see more and more local fans coming in, particularly for the shorter formats of the game. But I was pleasantly surprised to see the number of local fans, although they were quite outnumbered, as you'd expect, by the Barmy Army and the travelling supporters of England for this, the first Test match.
Stokes is on his way again then to the right-handed Bonner, and that again is solidly defensively played. That's all he's thinking about at the moment, pushing back down the pitch. No run. Well, of course it is a Saturday, it's a weekend, and I think we pretty much all knew that if we got into the fifth day, it was pretty much going to go the distance, wasn't it? It was fairly early on from days 2 and 3. This wasn't going to be a blow-away kind of match.
Yeah, it's quite reminiscent of the two against Sri Lanka, so this would be the third Test match in succession played at this venue. This delivery played subtly once again by Nkrumah Bonner through to mid-off, where Joe Root stops that ball and gives it a shine. Has a quiet word with Ben Stokes as well. Yes, so like I was saying, the third match in succession that will go the distance late on the fifth day, and in the end you'd say a tame draw, although there were moments of tension all the way through this Test match.
Yeah, in fairness, if you are trying to get the locals on side, having a pitch that's as dead as this probably isn't the way to go about it. Stokes is hustling and bustling in, gets one to shape into Bonner. Bonner gets his bat down quickly on that one and just drops it out on the onside. No run.
Yeah, but the game has ebbed and flowed. England losing 4 wickets on the first session in the first day. 4:48 fought back due to Johnny Bairstow's century. Then West Indies getting to 375, and England batting so well in the second innings, setting up something possibly on this, the fifth and last day, and then picking up some wickets from the West Indians second innings and just harboring thoughts, as this one is once again on the line of the stumps and once again well defended by Nkrumah Bonner. Brings the over to an end, 121 for 4, 60 overs gone.
Just looking at the end of the over, Ben Stokes has walked back and just put the ball down on the pitch as he walks away, as if to say, well, I don't need that for the next 5 minutes or so. And actually, in relative terms, for a 60-over ball in this match, that might be the best-looking Duke's ball that I've seen so far. By this point, they've been in an absolutely horrendous state, but that one actually looks in half-decent nick, Samuel.
It does. It doesn't look 60 overs old whatsoever, and I guess it's due to the lush green outfield here. I know the pitch is bare, it's devoid of any grass, it's hard, and lots of friction on the ball, but the surface, the plain surface and the outfield, quite lush, quite green. It wouldn't really scruff up that ball too much. Chris Wokes will replace Jack Leach from the Circuit de Ambrose end, so maybe another throw at the dice here from Joe Root, trying to get a wicket and turn into one of his other fast bowlers. He's had quite a rest. And Chris Wokes, Jack Leach operated for a long time from this end, and he gets another opportunity with this ball, 60 overs old.
Is it possible that the ball's in such a good state, Maka, because no one's hit it off the square for 60 overs?
Well, there is possibly that as well. I mean, let's be fair. Wokes to go in. It's an in-ducker towards Jason Holder. There's a lot of the England fielders on the leg side, but he's managed to thread the eye of the needle there, and they will take 2 and indeed come back for 3. So Bonner will be back on strike, and Chris Wokes gets the go. I wonder, Samuel, if he might even just go Joe Root, sort of short spells and just try and surprise the batsman and find a wicket that way. Might it even be as simple as in a T20 game, 1 over spells for everyone and just keep changing it around?
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Everything's worth a shot. It doesn't mind where the wicket comes from, who it comes from, as long as they get a wicket, and they get one quite imminently. So that just might be the plan, just to shift things around and have the batsmen guessing as to who's coming and just changing up lines and lengths and plans. Chris Wokes in once again on the line of middle and leg when Nkrumah Bonner just works this one away to one of the many fielders stationed on the leg side. No run the result.
Well, of course, halfway through the final hour, if the captains agree that there is no result possible, they can shake hands. So we're not, might be close to this. I mean, if England do get a wicket, then that might alter things, but you never know. A straight mid-on, a short mid-wicket and a short square leg for Bonner. As Wokes goes in, Bonner is forward, pushing back down the pitch, no run.
The way Nkrumah Bonner played that last delivery, I don't think there's any possibility of getting him out. His bat is as broad as they come, and such a confident player he must be now, given the fact that he scored that 100 in the first innings and not given a chance. This one once again suddenly behind that, goes back to the bowler. Chris Wokes himself does the fielding, no chance of a run.
Well, you'd have to think that Bonner's pretty much got to be nailed on for player of the match, hasn't he? I mean, he's made, 123, which is the highest score in the game. He's now 25 not out in the second innings. He is going to have a very seriously big impact on the outcome of this game. He's up on his toes on this occasion as Wokes is short of a length and plays it out on the offside, no run.
Well, Johnny Bairstow did get 140 in the first innings, and he had 15 not out in the second, so I think if anyone will compete with Bonner would be Johnny Bairstow, but you're right, I think that he is the favoured option at this moment to get that Man of the Match award, Player of the Match award in this, the first test, and that would be such an amazing accomplishment for him. Works outside the line of the off stump once again, suddenly behind that one, this time on the front foot, and Nkrumah Bonner, no run, brings the over to an end. 124 for 4 West Indies.
Yes, my apologies to Johnny Bairstow. I completely missed that in my nose. Yes, Johnny Bairstow, of course, not only made 140, the first 100 of the game, but yes, the top scorer for England in that first innings. So there are 10 overs, a minimum of 10 overs left in the day, 6 wickets to win. England need a breakthrough. We're bringing on Neil Manthorpe in the commentary box to find it.
I'm not sure I've got it in the legs, Macca. With Jared and I have just been working out how many overs we've had in the Test match so far, and how many we've lost. And it looks like we're just adding up. 10 overs left today. Whether we get them all or not, that's not the point. We have actually lost 18 overs, unrecoverable, because of showers, and we have made up time, of course, and we will have had 98 today if we get the last 10 in. Here's Ben Stokes in for another over, and it's clipped up towards Chris Wokes at mid-on, and there's no run. 124 for 4. Jared Kimber.
We've had a little bit of bad light as well, haven't we?
Yeah.
So when you have rain and bad light on one day, it becomes kind of impossible to overcome the loss of overs.
I think what I was...
Plus that slow curator.
Yeah,
he's probably
right.
cost us 3 by not taking the roller off the ground in time.
Or not using the forward gears and reversing it off all the way. Here is Stokes once again down the leg side, and a glance and a miss from Jason Holder. So what I was wondering is, now that we've got the answer, would the missing overs because of bad weather and also poor over rates, it's not just bad light and rain, it's also poor over rates from both sides, would the 18 overs missing have made a difference? We'll never know that answer, of course, but they might have done. They might have done. Here is Ben Stokes again up to the crease now. Bowls full and wide outside the off stump. Cannot help but admire the way Ben Stokes is still thundering in. He's not at absolute full pace, not all the time, but then, as the great Malcolm Marshall used to say many, many years ago, sometimes it's counterproductive to bowl. If you are a genuinely fast bowler or capable of bowling genuinely fast, there are certain times and conditions in which doing so is counterproductive. The surface is more likely to give you some assistance at a certain pace. That was his belief, and who is to argue with Malcolm Marshall, who knew what he was doing by and large with the ball in his hand, and the next delivery is pushed away defensively. So Jason Holder and Krumar Bunner have done a splendid job after a huge hiccup, largely of the West Indies, or at least 50% of the West Indies' own making, when they lost 4 for 8 in 51 balls, 59 without loss, and I say suddenly in the space of 8 runs, but 51 balls. They were 67 for 4 when these two came together. So Holder and Bonner are holding out for the draw. Jason Holder 29 off 73, and Krumar Bonner 25 off 115. Matt Pryor, it's hard to imagine that the majority, or maybe at least some of the England players are just now unable to stop their minds wandering towards whatever it is they do to reward themselves after 5 toiling days in the field. Stokes in once again, which is why I say that's played defensively and there's no run, which is why I say it's impossible not to admire Ben Stokes for still charging in and looking for another wicket.
Yeah, certainly these guys have certainly earned their protein shake, whatever it is that they're going to have at the end of this game. But Stokes, heart of a lion, still charging in. Told he wasn't going to bowl that much beginning of this test. What did he bowl? 28 overs first innings? A bit more than that, wasn't it?
43.
43 overs. Right, I got that pretty wrong.
Well, 20 of them were maidens. Jared's looking at me. I better check on my scorecard now. I beg your pardon. 28 overs. You're quite right. I was
like,
wrong.
I think I would have noticed 43.
I was going to say, I think Ben Stokes would have as well. He would have gone off on a stretch.
Oh, I was thought you were talking about...
To be fair, right now he looks like he's bowled 43 overs.
I'm sorry. It was Jack Leach bowled 43 overs. I
Slight difference.
apologise.
Stokes is hunched over, barely breathing
28
in the outfield
overs,
at the moment.
quite
It's
right.
punishing on his body.
6 close catches for Jack Leach, bowling to Jason Holder. 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. The next one is blocked resolutely again by Jason Holder. 125 for 4. Just 8 overs remain in the day after this one. It's not impossible, but well, I'll give it a go to describe all those fielding positions. Basically, it's a silly mid-off, a silly point, a silly gully, and a slip. The silly gully, Craig Overton is on his knees with a helmet on his head. As Leach is in once again, forward comes Jason Holder. Where else would you put a helmet? 8.3 overs remaining, and you have to believe that West Indies have just done enough now. As I said, though, 59 without loss, 67 for 4, and I said it was 50% of their own making. Well, John Campbell and Jermaine Blackwood played horrible slogs against Jack Leach, as Jason Holder pushes this one very firmly down towards long on. Chris Wokes runs down to the boundary to retrieve it. It just runs out of steam before it reaches the boundary rope, which allows the batsman to come back for 3 and takes Jason Holder up to 32. Yeah, the phrase that we were given about Ben Stokes' fitness to bowl, and if we were given it by the England management and PR communications team by Danny Rubin, then I'm sure that it was a similar message relayed to him, was that he would be bowled, he would be used as a bowler if necessary. So 129 for 4, which is always open to interpretation, because it's Ben Stokes, so unless West Indies were bowled out for 100,
if necessary, Mark Wood went bust, so someone had to bowl, and Ben Stokes was the man.
Last ball of Jack Leach is over. He's 27th. Forward comes Holder, pushing defensively again. Out square of the wicket on the offside. I don't suppose we'd be able to find out how many overs Ben Stokes had bowled when Mark Wood went bust, because I think it was quite a few. He was we were expecting him to bowl maybe 6 or 8, and I think he'd already bowled 10 or 12 of the 28 that he eventually bowled when Mark Wood did leave the field with that right elbow injury. You haven't got the answer to that already, have you?
No, but he was necessary then, but he became more necessary afterwards. Became indispensable afterwards.
So England started off the Test match with the idea of looking after him, then abandoned that notion. Joe Root's just asking senior umpire Joel Wilson to check the ball, to check the shape of the ball, to see if it's gone out of shape, whether they can have a replacement. And I think Joe Root might have a point, because Joel Wilson's pushing. He's trying to get the ball through the loop and appears unable to do so. So it has gone out of shape. A replacement delivery with a replacement ball with 8 overs remaining. Wouldn't it be hilarious from a West Indian point of view if it started swinging round in circles? They got a replacement ball and it started hooping. They'd find it hugely humorous, I've no doubt. Credit to Joe Root, though. I mean, he's determined to find another wicket, and having done so, then the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva will come to the crease. And then, of course, it's the 4 bowlers. But it is very hard to imagine. I've certainly haven't seen a similar situation. A team winning by taking 6 wickets in the last 8 overs on the 5th day. It does seem very unlikely. But I still think, Matt Pryor, that there would be a significant number of critics, albeit of the armchair variety, who would have plenty to say about Joe Root not bowling the final 8 overs if the captains agreed to shake hands on a draw now.
Even now?
Yeah, there are.
I mean,
there are people who inhabit their armchairs.
Yeah, someone is going to be
with that
upset,
sole purpose.
Yeah, no, of course. Being completely honest, when I saw Joe Root walking over to the umpire holding the ball, I thought he was going to say, "That's enough, sir. Let's move on to Barbados." But no, not to be. Wants to keep going. We'll change the ball now. As you say, it would be funny if this started swinging around corners, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not a precise science. It's anything but a precise science, replacing the ball when it was 63 overs old. It's an approximation, and you have no idea what sort of a life the replacement ball has had. It's only approximately 60 overs old, and it may have been looked after, it may not have been.
Grew up in a village. Didn't finish high school, but went and got an apprenticeship and made good of itself. What kind of a life did this ball have before it was used today? Loving parents.
Full and wide down the leg side, a little bit of a tired delivery from Ben Stokes. It may have lived its approximate 60 overs in the loving care of a club team. It doesn't have to have been anywhere near first class cricket, let alone Test cricket, because as you know how this works. The clubs have given subsidised balls, and as long as they're returned to be used as replacement balls, that's pushed defensively out towards extra cover, and there's no run. They're expensive things. A Duke's cricket ball, they're like £90 each.
They are, but they don't have a life.
They do. It's an organic thing.
Manners. Very expensive. Mark Robinson at Sussex, he used to guard those Duke balls with his life. You went for some throwdowns and you used a proper Duke. Oh my goodness. They're the bowlers' balls, not the batters.
Pushed defensively straight back down the wicket, and there's no run.
I forget the name of the ground, but there's a ground that Hong Kong use for their international games, and they've got flats all around them. And when the balls go there, the people from the flats don't give the balls back because they're so angry at the amount of balls that are hit there. And the Hong Kong CEO, you could actually used to hear him, and you could just hear him go 110, 220, 330 as he was counting every single one that went missing. It's a lot of money when you're Hong Kong cricket.
Here is Ben Stokes once again. Oh, I tell you what, he's just gone through his delivery stride, and he seems to have gone over on his ankle. He hasn't let go of the ball, and he's he had that problem with his instep, didn't he, in the first innings, that was causing him some discomfort, and he was right into his delivery stride. In fact, went through his delivery stride, just didn't let go of the ball.
He did. I'm just watching, he's laughing as he's walking back. I think Joe Root ran over a bit concerned, but Stokes was laughing. He tripped over his own feet. That's what he's saying as he ran in. His 1 foot collided with the other.
Punched away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Isn't it the Kowloon Cricket Club?
No, they play at Tin Kwong, I think, the recreational ground, which is...
What happened to the Kowloon Cricket Club? Is that now flats?
The Kowloon Cricket Club, which I think is the most expensive cricket club in the world as far as...
Oh, it's the most expensive real estate.
Real estate. Yeah. It's way more expensive than Lord's. And then you've got the Hong Kong Cricket Club, which I think is the second or third most expensive in terms of real estate.
Where does Singapore Cricket Club come in? I thought Singapore Cricket Club was the most expensive.
Hey, this is what the people in Hong Kong... I don't want to start a fight with you.
No.
Here is Stokes once again, and slashed away by Nkrumah Bonner down to the unguarded third man boundary, and through they go for a single. If there was a cricket club in Tokyo, that would probably be but I don't think there is. The downtown Tokyo.
My real estate speculation in Asia isn't as good as it used to be. Do you want to hear about Ben Stokes? So only use him if necessary, was that the term?
Yeah.
He bowled 14 overs before Mark Wood was injured. So
I got that right. Got something right this Test match.
He was it was necessary well before Mark Wood's injury. I mean, if you have a look at the sort of combined overs that they bowled, it's probably a lot more overs than they would have liked, but they bowled a lot of overs.
Ben Stokes in, bouncer, sways out of the way of it, does Nkrumah Bonner. He's 30 off 123. West Indies have 7 overs left after this to survive.
I think we can probably all agree that this isn't necessary. Ben Stokes bowling now. I just, he tripped over his feet and we can all laugh about it. But if he falls over and does a knee or an ankle and is out of the next Test, with all due respect, West Indies are 4 down. England have given it a real good go. 7 overs left. 29 minutes? No, 19 minutes. This is not a time for Ben Stokes to be tearing in.
Stokes in again, outside the off stump, and it's left alone. It's I wonder how many last rolls of the dice Joe Root is thinking of. It may well be that he's going to bowl all 7, and that would seem a little excessive. I mean, that at any stage at the beginning of the last 15 overs, the last hour, the captains could agree to shake hands on a draw. but perhaps that's still to come. Maybe he'd be thinking just one more, maybe just one more. 134 for 4 is the score. That's irrelevant. It's all about the overs and the wickets. England needs 6 wickets. They only have 7 overs in which to claim them. And here's Andrew McKenna.
Well, Jack Leach will get the first crack. Bowling at Jason Holder. 3 for 48 for Leach. It's quick roundabout off stump. Holder on the back foot pushes it out. And there's no run, and probably more accurately, I'll amend the commentary, no wicket. Ben Stokes looks absolutely goosed. Leach in, bit of air on that. Holder down the pitch, pushes it back to the bowler, no run.
Wouldn't be overly surprised if this is the last one, Macca. Just think common sense probably has to prevail at some point here.
Leach in, Holder solidly forward, pushes it back to the bowler. England have got 3 around the bat on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Stokes is nowhere near it. He's at mid-on with his hands on his knees still, blowing hard and with every right. Jason Holder, 32 not out. Faces Leach, pushes him back down the pitch. It's picked up by Lees, and there is a single. Lees is a very straight mid-on next to the pitch. He's wearing a helmet. There's also the short leg, and there are 4 round the bat on the onside. Holder coming forward, pushes to Ollie Pope, who is there on the bounce, and England field no wicket. Final ball of the over. Could it be final ball of the test match? Leach gives it some air. No, it flies to slip. Is there an edge on that? It's off of the boot. Was there a nick onto boot? Well, it doesn't matter. England can take their positions because they don't have any reviews. Umpire Brathwaite is walking across to have a chat with Joel Wilson. Now, normally this is a conversation of did it carry? So we're going to have a conversation. Are they going to throw this upstairs to Nigel Dogood and give us a soft signal? They are still talking. Joel Wilson walks away. We are going to have a review of this one. And the soft signal is not out. So the officials don't believe this is out.
Not out. TV umpire to director. You have an umpire's review for a bomb ball. The soft signal is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's have front on spin vision, please.
Now that's interesting. They said bump ball.
Front on coming up. Keep rolling. There's contact. The bat is close to the ball. Okay, can I get ultra edge to see if there's any bat there involved?
So bat hits the ground.
You had contact with the pad.
Ball
checking
hits
to see
pad.
if there is any
is there
contact
a nick
with the ball on the bat
as it goes through to pad? I don't think the TV crew
have, there, guys.
Don't think the TV crew have quite worked out what the replay is. The umpires look wanting at the moment. England are standing around.
Ultra edge is coming up. Ultra edge is coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, this. You can rock and roll that.
Well, that's not going to tell us anything because we've already got a massive waveform. There's already a massive waveform from where Jason Holder's hit the floor.
The bat did make contact with the ground, but there's a gap between bat and ball. Yes, I'm sad. Keep next frame. Yeah, there's no contact with the bat and the ball. The bat did make contact with the ground. So I have my decision for the big screen, which is not out. For the big screen, not out.
Well, that's interesting because the picture was zoomed in an awful lot and it was quite fuzzy, and that was really definitive from the third umpire that there was no contact. I'm not sure that I'm not sure I could be quite 100% on that. The other problem was the snicko was then redundant because we had a massive waveform from Jason Holder hitting the floor, so that couldn't tell you whether there was an edge. Joe Root is still discussing this with Joel Wilson.
Yeah, what the England players are saying is you can't see from those pictures that there is a gap. I don't believe you can. And what about the deviation? So the England players believe there is a deviation off the bat. The ball changes direction once it passes the bat, hence why it hits the pad. Because if he hadn't hit it, he probably would have missed the pad.
Well, the other point is, Joe Root, on the review when it started, they said it was a review for a bump ball. Now that implies they hit it. However, the soft signal was not out.
We bring up the topic of the soft signal again, which I just don't think should exist. I think if the umpires don't know and they have to send it upstairs, it then is up to the third umpire to make that call. And they shouldn't be influenced by the on-pitch umpires.
Well, despite all of this going on, the players are still out there, so they haven't shaken hands. And I'm gonna go there. Somewhat ridiculously, Ben Stokes has ball in hand for his 13th over of this innings, having bowled 28 before. Maybe England feel aggrieved and frustrated, and Stokes is going to take it out on the middle of the pitch.
This doesn't make much sense. Now, I can't work it out. So Ben Stokes is still on, unnecessarily, and he's going to go around the wicket and bowl short balls.
To Nkrumah Bonner. In he goes. Ducks underneath it does Bonner. Bonner remains 30 not out from 125 balls now faced.
I almost feel every ball that Bonner handles from Stokes is probably one more that he can't bowl later in the series, whether he's injured or just exhausted or whatever it may be. He wasn't coming into this test expecting to do this. I don't think his body's up to it. This is incredible.
Knowing Stokesy, he's probably seeing this as an extra fitness session or something.
In he comes then, around the wicket, past the umpire, short ball. Bonner does well to keep his hands high as it goes through rib height. Down the leg side, folks will take no run.
I know there's been absolutely nothing in this wicket, but Bonner's been, I think he's been great this time. I mean, obviously, first innings scoring 100, but even this innings, he's faced 126 balls again for 30 runs, but ultimately it's the balls faced that mattered. But he's not looked at any problem, has he? Not looked at any trouble. Just really, he's got a very clear game plan, which is very simple, which is play the line of the ball, play straight, and he just continues to do that.
Stokes is in around the wicket once again. That one he does have to play, as the angle was more a roundabout off stump. In behind it, pushing out on the offside. No wicket.
I'm all for giving it everything, and I'm all for, if there is even a sniff of a win, you go for it. But I think this is the first test. Wednesday, the second test starts. It's a quick turnaround. In the first innings, England were in the field for a long time.
Stokes is into Bonner, back down the pitch, no run, no wicket.
You know, there are some tired, jaded bodies. England, I think, today have done brilliantly to get themselves firstly in a position when they could declare. I think the declaration was an exciting declaration. I thought they were going to go on longer, but they didn't. Joe Root, I think, made a brave declaration. And England have given their all to try and force a result, which has been great. But I think this is now getting to a point where you say, right, we've got to start preparing for the next test.
Stokes around the wicket to Bonner, ducks underneath this. It dies on Ben Folkes, who just sort of palms it to the side. Well, there's about one thing left, potentially, that could happen in the next while, if we are going to stay out here. If Nkrumah Bonner faces 16 more balls in this match, he'll have faced 500 in a test match. There aren't many people who could raise a bat for having faced 500 balls in a match. That would be a pretty impressive performance from a lone effort. Final ball of this over. It's 20 past 5 in Antigua. Ben Stokes, as the light starts to go, off the back foot is Bonner, and that's wide of point, and it's away for 4. Well, Bonner isn't all about blocking and dogmatic and bloody-minded approach all the time. That was slightly short and wide. It's a really good shot off the back foot. Opens the face, times it through point, and it's away for 4. And England slowly go after it to pull it back in and start the next over. So that's 13 gone from Stokes, 1 for 24 for him.
I can't.
Now Joe Root is walking ball in hand. Where's he walking to? Is this to have a word with the umpires? No, they're carrying on. Oh, hang on now, the umpires are having a word. What are they discussing? Reservations for dinner, presumably.
Yeah, so Jack Leach is going to continue. I mean,
You're struggling to find words
speechless.
here.
At some point, I wonder if Joe Root is actually carrying on because he's worried about the wrong things, i.e., people having a go because he pulled them off the pitch.
Leach is in. Holder is forward. Johnny Bairstow at silly mid-off jumps out the way of that one, but Leach will field in his follow-through.
I'm going to say if Broad and Anderson were playing, they wouldn't be out there.
Second ball of the over. Leach. Holder forward, pushes to Bairstow. No wicket.
I think Manners made the point earlier, didn't he, about the pressure. There's always someone that would have a moan, but I think common sense has to prevail, and I hope that's not the reason why Joe Root is staying out.
Leach around the wicket. Holder pushing to Ollie Pope on the bounce. No wicket.
Let's pretend it's an alternate universe and England's doing well over the last couple of years in Test cricket comparatively. Do you think he would have walked off in that situation?
Certainly by now.
Yeah, I would have thought so too.
Certainly by now.
Leach bowls. Holder forward. Bairstow takes on the bounce. No wicket. Well, the camera keeps panning close up to Joe Root's face as if he's trying to sort of get any kind of indication from Joe Root. I mean, he surprised us once today by calling them in early with the declaration. Holder is forward, middle of the bat, pushes to Lees at short leg, no run. To remind you, you have to bowl a minimum of 15 overs in the last hour of the game, but once you get to 30 minutes, if the captains agree that there's no possibility of result, you can then walk off, shake hands, say thank you very much, we'll take the draw. So 24 minutes ago, this could have been knocked on the head. Leach is in, and once again it finds the middle of Jason Holder's bat, and there is no run. So we carry on. Technically, there are 4 overs still available in this game, and Joe Root, he's only tapping and patting Ben Stokes on the back. He's ignored the 2 batsmen, which means England are carrying on, and it looks like Dan Lawrence is coming on to bowl. He's certainly just given his cap to Joe Root, and now the face that Matt Pryor next to me is pulling is even more confused than what it was about 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Yeah. Look, I think that there's potentially another point here, which is Joe Root would usually look at your senior players and he'd say, right, okay guys, what do you think as a group? Well, who are the senior players right now? Ben Stokes.
Wokes.
Well, Wokes won't want to bowl again. Stokes was bowling.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine anyone saying, let's keep going, Skip.
Well, Dan Lawrence, he wants another wicket. Here he comes. Outside of off stump, a little bit of drift on that one. It's into the offside, there's no run.
I think if there's anything worth adding to all this, it's that they know one more wicket they're into De Silva and then a lot of bowlers. So they are at least thinking, if we did get something, I'm not defending them, but...
Lawrence over the wicket. Oh, that was about the first uncertain shot that Bonner's played for a while. It takes the inside portion of the bat straight down and into the leg side, but he did make contact just enough.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Jared, but you're the best man for the job when it comes to percentages and probabilities, and
it's low.
It's got to be. I'd love to know what the chance is right now.
Lower than a worm's belly, I think, is the phrase you're looking for. Lawrence, third ball of this over. Bit of bounce there, actually. Takes Bonner round about waist high, actually, as it takes him on the thigh. But he avoids getting out. No wicket. Lawrence makes his way in. Bowls his off break, and it's just pushed into the offside by Bonner. I mean, if Lawrence had bowled for the last 15 minutes, I could kind of see a logic to that in the fact that it would mean Ben Stokes wasn't bowling, and if it gives him some genuine middle practice and they'd see him as an option for the rest of the series, then that might have been. But he's only just come back into the attack. Outside of Bonner's off stump, through to the keeper, no wicket.
Winviz on quick. It surprisingly is 0% England and 0% West Indies.
Shock.
But the pitch has changed.
Lawrence outside of off stump, slightly short. Bonner hits to a point, no run, no wicket.
Is it now easier to bat?
No, it's slightly harder. It's gone from 6 to 7. That's what they're seeing out there. Okay. They've seen that little bit of extra toughness, and they think it's worth it. 6 wickets in 18 balls now, is it? Or they'll be able to fit a couple of overs in after that, won't they? It's unlikely, Matt, on this wicket.
Well, Paul Collingwood was just prowling around, and he, of course, is the interim head coach. And if he wanted them to come in, he could just give them the signal, surely. And he's just taken his seat again. So we are carrying on. The golf, by the way, will be with us just pretty much as soon as we're done and dusted here, as the action is underway with the TPC. We have 3 overs to bowl. Jack Leach has ball in hand.
The CricViz app does say predicted total 151, but I'm assuming that means the end of the game, not bowled out for 151.
Well, I can't see them playing many shots here. Jason Holder is facing Leach, pushes to Joe Root at cover, no wicket. Maybe they kept the bars open specially, or I don't know, maybe that's the reason. Holder pushing forward, back to Jack Leach, no wicket. Leach makes his way in once again around the wicket. Holder, he's played this shot so many times, I've lost count of how many times I've said he takes a big stride forward and plays a forward defensive back to the bowler.
148 to win for the West Indies, in case you needed that, Macca.
Leach, little bit of air on that occasion. Holder did push at that one into the offside, and Bairstow takes evasive action at silly mid-off, and it will trickle all the way to the boundary. And Jeetan Patel, the England spin bowling coach, has just sprinted to get that ball to throw it back, as if there's a sense of urgency about the whole thing, and now this makes 0 sense.
There's a lot of the famous phrase, so you're saying there's a chance, in the way that Jeetan Patel just ran around the boundary there.
I mean, he might just have cramp or pins and needles and something. He just needed something to get his legs moving again. Leach goes in. Holder turns this off of his legs into the onside. Wokes will go around to mid-wicket. Field that. Single taken. 2 overs and 1 ball of the game to go.
I think it's probably more likely Jeetan Patel's got a dinner reservation. Just wanted to get the ball back so we can get these 2 remaining overs bowled.
I kind of get the feeling the only thing that's going to stop Joe Root is compulsory close or them actually shutting the bars.
Leach around the wicket. Well, that was actually steered just wide of slip by Bonner. Zach Crawley will turn around and head off after the ball. And the last 3 deliveries have cost England 9 runs. It's the end of the over, 147 for 4. Root hands Leach's cap to Johnny Bairstow. And Root is now walking over to Ben Stokes and Dan Lawrence. And the madness continues, ladies and gentlemen. There is no sign of this ending, which either means England have a late dinner reservation booked, or they're going to the all-inclusive buffet at the hotel. And they're pretty confident there'll still be something left by the time they get back. It's going to be Lawrence for his 6th over. Tell you what, that 1-5, what did you say, 151? The predicted score at the close was. It's not all of a sudden, thanks to those 9 runs, it's not a million miles off. 147 for 4. Jason Holder pushing forward at Lawrence's first delivery, back to the bowler, no wicket.
Only 139 to get for the West Indies now, it's coming down.
Holder's just going to suddenly go crazy and blitz it everywhere. Lawrence in, bowls. Holder, well, he's just going to make it 1 more ball slightly more difficult for himself as he blocks it.
Weren't we at Kensington Oval when Holder hit about 25 off an over.
Quite probably.
When he made his
202, yeah. Lawrence in. Oh, Holder, inside portion of the bat on that occasion. That wasn't where he was aiming it, but there is no wicket.
Lots of news and ask. Could you take us through that one, Manny?
Very similar to the last 20
overs. The lack of tension is palpable.
You could literally cut the atmosphere if you could be bothered. Lawrence goes in. Holder, big stride forward. He actually goes down on one knee. The back knee is on the ground. He's that far forward and pushing it back, and there is no wicket. Come on, lads, we've got homes to go to. Lawrence, oh, that's short. Not played particularly well. Holder just turns it around onto the onside. Leach will field, no wicket. Final ball of the over from Lawrence. His final delivery of the match will be around the wicket to Jason Holder. There is actually a bit of turn and bounce. It comes off of the body of Jason Holder and goes through to Ben Folkes. So that is it from one end of the ground. We have 6 deliveries to go. 147 for 4 of the West Indies. So basically England have to take a wicket with every ball here. Otherwise, the last 45 minutes have been entirely wasted time.
There'll be a reason why Joe Root is doing this. I don't know what that reason is, but I'd love to find out.
They're not miles behind on the over rate, and it's just a way of getting it back up as aggregate for the match.
Is there? Did they have to get overs back? There's got to be a reason for it.
But they bowled Stokes, so they weren't really getting through their overs quickly, were they?
Yeah.
There's no other logical idea. So here we go then. It's got to be a wicket. It's not. Bonner plays it out on the onside. Now there are 6 wickets needed. There's 5 balls left, and Zach Crawley's Crawley at slip had taken his cap off as if to say, I think that's it.
Ben Folkes has taken his inner glove off, waiting.
And that's it.
They have now taken it to the very nth degree, waited till it was physically impossible for the game to finish in a positive outcome for England. England have taken it as far as they humanly could. There were 5 balls left in the game, with the West Indies 147 for 4. They've been set a target of 286 after England declared their second innings on 349 for 6. Brathwaite was dismissed for 33, Campbell for 22, Brooks for 5, Blackwood for 2, as the West Indies was 67 for 4 at one stage. But Bonner and Holder have seen them through to the close, 147 for 4 in their second innings in 70 overs and 1 ball. So the West Indies finished 139 runs short. The first match of this 3-match series for the Richards Botham Trophy has finished in a draw. So tomorrow the 2 teams will decamp. They will head to Barbados, still level at 0-0 with 2 games to play. Let's ignore the last hour or so, Matt Pryor. Give me your thoughts from an England performance over the 4 and a bit days then.
Yeah, so I think after the first hour or session of play on day 1, if you gave England a commanding position on day 5 and an outside chance of winning, they would have bitten your hand off. So barring the first session, losing those 4 quick wickets, I think England have done well. I think that nice to see them scoring runs, getting big totals. Johnny Bairstow, obviously that 100 in the first innings was absolutely fantastic. Joe Root, the skipper, leading from the front, moving to 3, getting a century to his name is all good news. There will be areas that England need to look at. The bowling is the obvious one. Certainly Wokes and Overton. I think Wokes in particular had a pretty poor, pretty quiet game. But lots of positive to take for the England team from this.
So England won the toss and decided to bat 5 days ago. They were 311 all out. In response, the West Indies posted 375. England Second innings, 349 for 6 declared. It means the West Indies needed 286, as I said. They finished 147 for 4. So it's a draw.